Buddhas and immortals, and even inquired about the winds, clouds, rain, and snow. The answer I received was mystery. I have no choice but to trace back to my grandmother and suddenly realize that this grandmother of mine is extraordinary. Grandma was illiterate, yet she knew countless fairy tales and could speak eloquently, presenting one set of principles after another. This left my highly educated uncle and other learned individuals with no opportunity to interject, but instead compelled them to listen attentively. Grandma's cleanliness and tidiness were renowned. Her cleanliness was not only reflected in her immaculate attire and perfectly arranged hair, but also in the spotless and bright tables, chairs, and benches, as well as the orderly interior decor. It was further evident in the often overlooked dark corners that most people easily neglect, such as under the table and cabinet, in the corners of the walls, behind the door and under the food steamer, and inside the bucket next to the stove, where cleanliness surpassed even the external appearance. In my memory, Grandma never went to burn incense or worship Buddha, yet she strictly abstained from meat. Not only did she refrain from eating beef, mutton, chicken, duck, or fish, but she also never even tasted eggs, involving any of these. One summer during the harvest season, while Grandma was cutting wheat, a wheat awn got stuck in her throat. As my uncle and father recounted, Grandma immediately threw down the sickle, stood up, and said, "Whether you continue harvesting this wheat is your business. I will never engage in farming again." The next day, she rented a storefront in the county town and opened a Zhang family steamed bread shop. Within a year, this Zhang family steamed bread shop became renowned far and wide. When my father was young, during an argument with Grandma, he wanted to show her a little lesson. He took a pig-killing knife and a rope, stabbed his own ankle bone and tendons, then looped the rope through and hung himself upside down on a forked tree branch in the courtyard. If such a scene had occurred with an ordinary mother, she would have been terrified, at the very least shouting and screaming. However, my grandmother, witnessing her son's foolish act, calmly and disdainfully pointed at her own neck and said, "Son, stabbing your ankle is nothing remarkable. If you want to stab, stab here next time." After saying this, she completely disregarded her own son hanging upside down on the tree as if nothing had happened and walked away. My father, watching Grandma's receding figure, was completely conquered. Instead of giving Grandma a little lesson, she ended up giving him a little lesson. My mother held great respect for Grandma and often exclaimed to me, "If your grandmother were a man, she would pierce a hole through the sky." It is vulgar and intolerable to simply describe the extraordinary and unconventional actions of my grandmother. How could she, an illiterate peasant woman, possess knowledge of so many fairy tales? Why would a person who does not burn incense or worship Buddha abstain from meat? In the ever-changing weather of the scorching summer, when the golden ripe wheat must be urgently harvested, why would my grandmother, just because of a minor incident of a wheat awn getting stuck in her throat, angrily abandoned farming without hesitation? When her own son pierced himself and hung upside down from a tree, why didn't the mother feel any distress and simply walked away as if nothing had happened? It's a mystery. I remember my grandmother telling me, I was in the fifth grade at the time, "Let me tell you about the origins of our family. Take some time to write it down." But being ignorant and playful, I didn't take it to heart and casually replied, "Grandma, let's talk about it later." Little did I know, shortly after, my grandmother passed away. Opportunities once missed may never come again. One misstep became an eternal regret. I lost my roots. As a lost individual without roots, I'm like a drifting duckweed, aimlessly floating on the vast sea, carried by the currents without a sense of direction. I don't know where I came from or where I'm heading. While reading the Bible, it suddenly dawned on me that everything my grandmother did was for my sake. Before Jesus came to earth, heaven sent John as a precursor to prepare the way for him. Before I came to this world, the kingdom of heaven sent my grandmother to enlighten and guide me, who was about to be born. So, who is my grandmother after all? And who am I? Countless sleepless nights of realizations and the wonders of nature have led me to contemplate the profound principles and discover my own roots. I have come to understand why the greatest creator has laid down the 36 8-diagram arrays in the universe and have unraveled the mysteries of deciphering these 8-diagram arrays. Oh, the greatest creator. Your love for me is immeasurable, and even if I had billions of years, it would be difficult to repay. 伊甸园是这样失落的，天启篇之时。The Garden of Eden is lost like this. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Jiejing. I have two German shepherds, belonging to the military dog breed. One of them is named Luanbei, and the other is called Lambwa. Whenever the night is deep and quiet, I enjoy taking a leisurely stroll on the lawn in my courtyard, which is even bigger than a soccer field, and ponder in tranquility. During this time, the two dogs joyfully run around me, both guarding the courtyard and providing me solace. Due to their loyalty, I treat them well. They receive meat every day, and their monthly food expenses are at least 200 yuan. I bathe them once every 2 weeks, and I never scold or beat them. There exists a harmonious and mutually beneficial relationship between humans and animals. 3 months ago, my animal-loving wife brought home a small pet from a friend. Its scientific name is West Highland White Terrier, belonging to the small hunting dog breed. These dogs have a small size but are highly alert and intelligent. They are capable of both being affectionate and understanding human emotions. Due to their likable and adorable nature, they often live indoors with humans and enjoy all the luxuries and comforts of a dog's life. The next day, my partner bought a large circular plastic basket specifically for it, lined with a thick layer of old window screen folded into a mattress inside. The little dog lies on it, and the level of comfort is no less than me lying on a memory foam bed. To address the issue of the pet's waste, my partner deliberately found a large box made of hard cardboard with only a 3-inch high edge. Inside, she laid a layer of clean sand as the dog's bathroom. Everything was prepared, and only enjoyment remained. Unfortunately, this little dog doesn't use its bathroom and insists on urinating and defecating on the carpet. My partner searched for information, sought advice from experts, and repeatedly tried to train and guide the dog, but it remained stubborn and unchanged. Helplessly, we had no choice but to let it spend the night outdoors with Luanbei and Lambwa. The treatment it should have enjoyed has been lost. Who should we blame? Do we as humans also experience the same kind of sadness as our dog? There was a tall and strong African man named Paul. He, along with his spouse and two underage children, lived in a less than 10 square meter room made of old wooden boards, in a very pitiful condition. When I spoke with him, I discovered that he was psychologically and mentally stable. Moved by sympathy and compassion, I invited their entire family to live with me. I assigned Paul to manage the garden and clean the courtyard, so that he could earn a wage through meaningful labor, enough to provide a relatively normal life for his whole family. A month passed, yet the weeds in the courtyard remained unattended, and the flowers continued to wilt. When I was at home, I often saw Paul squatting to weed, but as soon as I left, I discovered he had gone back to sleep. I assumed Paul didn't enjoy this task, so I brought him to the store to handle cleaning and organize merchandise. However, after a week, the dust accumulated, and the store appeared even more disorderly. What is the reason? Upon observing, I noticed Paul spent a considerable amount of time cleaning rags. He'd stand by the sink, dedicating an hour to washing a single rag. Feeling helpless, I assigned him as a security guard at the club, providing him with a brand new security uniform that suited his tall stature. He looked remarkably enthusiastic, unable to wipe the smile from his face. I assumed this would finally please him. I briefed him on his duties, specifically instructing him on handling disruptive individuals and theft incidents. However, much to my surprise, he still didn't put much effort into his work. He would stand at the entrance like a statue. When a thief took the camera, he lacked the courage to even ask a question. Feeling utterly helpless, I had no choice but to ask Paul and his family to leave, allowing them to fend for themselves outside. Such examples have occurred more than 20 times in my vicinity alone. How was Eden lost? It wasn't because God was unjust or the deities lacked compassion. It was because we as humans are unworthy of living in Eden. We do not deserve it. I had a colleague who, a few years ago, begged me to send him an invitation letter to help him do business abroad. Despite the difficulty of the situation, I actively assisted him in handling various procedures. When everything was ready and only the departure for overseas remained, he became arrogant and boastful. In a dark corner with his group of friends, he started devising an evil plan. First, they belittled me, saying, he, a nameless and insignificant pawn in the company, can survive overseas only because of the government's support. If he can survive abroad, aren't we all better than him? They then developed a detailed plan on how to initially rely on my assistance to establish themselves overseas, and subsequently, how to kick me aside and surpass me. Upon hearing this news, I immediately sent him a fax message. There has been a change in circumstances, and I am unable to accommodate you temporarily. Let's discuss this in the future. How was Eden lost? The expulsion of Adam and Eve from Eden had special reasons, but one factor was their own actions, disobeying the rules and taking the forbidden fruit. When individuals face misfortune, the majority of people's initial reaction is to seek various reasons to absolve themselves. They can always find sufficient reasons to blame the heavens, the earth, society, and others, but they rarely look within themselves for the causes. When humanity as a whole faces misfortune, many people begin to blame the greatest creator, gods, and Buddhas, unwilling to look for reasons within human moral behavior. Alternatively, they may pray to the greatest creator, gods, and Buddhas, seeking salvation for humanity, yet they are reluctant to reflect on their own actions and make necessary changes for self-improvement. The old Eden has been lost, and the new Eden has long been established, with its gates open to everyone. My disobedient little dog would certainly not be able to enter Eden. Paul, being lazy and irresponsible, an unproductive individual, cannot be allowed into Eden. Despite my colleagues' active pursuit, their intentions are impure, and I cannot permit them to enter the sacred Eden. The blind cannot see the blue sky, so they claim there is no sky. The deaf cannot hear sounds, so they say rivers have no ripples. Those without spiritual awareness cannot see God, so they say there is no Eden. God loves the humble, and Buddha enlightens those with affinity. As for the rest, they are like Paul, destined to fend for themselves. 从青霉素过敏到舍利子形成，天启篇之八. From penicillin allergy to the formation of Saraira. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Jiejing. In 1999, I drove a Nissan car with my lover and child from Harare to visit Victoria Falls, which was over 800 kilometers away. During that trip, what amazed me was not just the grandeur of the waterfall, but a young European girl, not even 20 years old, who was bungee jumping. Between Zimbabwe and Zambia, there is an iron bridge over the Zambezi River. The bridge is approximately 1 kilometer above the river surface. Standing on the bridge and looking down, the river water surged and huge rocks protruded, making one feel dizzy and amazed. On that bridge, people often came to play bungee jumping. It involved tying a specially designed rope around the waist and feet, and then jumping from the bridge. This jump wasn't from a 3-meter-high wall to the ground. It was a leap beyond the limits of death, not to mention those who have acrophobia, heart disease, or nervous disorders. 90% of people in general wouldn't dare to try it. Some men could be seen playing bungee jumping, which seemed acceptable, but seeing a delicate and beautiful young girl doing it left people dumbfounded and speechless, unable to break a sweat. Even some men still had pale faces after finishing their jumps. However, when this girl was pulled up to the bridge, someone asked her how she felt, and she excitedly exclaimed, "Wonderful. Oh my." While others were almost scared out of their wits, she found it wonderful without changing her expression or heartbeat. Is she even human? It suddenly dawned on me that this girl's mental and emotional makeup was different from others. What ordinary knowledge considers strange phenomena held no strangeness for her. She treats it as simple, ordinary, and normal. It turns out that people are fundamentally different from one another. Despite all being human, the differences between individuals are immense. Some people are allergic to penicillin, while many others are not. Some people are allergic to pollen, while others are not. Some people are allergic to metals other than gold and silver, while others are not. When reading Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio by Pu Songling and Ji Xiaolan's Notes from the Orchid Pavilion. We discover that some people turn pale at the mention of ghosts, while others, upon encountering a ghost, treat it as casually as they would treat a cat, showing no signs of fear or disturbance. Perhaps some would argue that strange tales from a Chinese studio and notes from the Orchid Pavilion are metaphorical stories and should not be taken literally. I believe there is some truth to that. However, in broad daylight, when someone puts on a ghost-like mask, some children tremble in fear while others not only show no fear but even burst into laughter. This is a fact. I remember in 1989, after the students in our school watched the movie Painted Skin at a theater in Zhangjiago City, Hebei Province, some of them were afraid to stay alone in the dormitory that night, and they didn't dare to go to the bathroom alone. Yet, many others were completely unfazed. I still remember when I was in middle school, Dongxiang County Number 3 Middle School in Gansu Province. One day, a classmate carried a 1-meter-long snake and stood on the podium, shaking it to intentionally scare the female students. The girls laughed and giggled, but a tall male student sitting in the back row screamed and turned pale. The image of fear from that student is deeply etched in my mind. It has been 30 years, but the memory remains vivid, as if it were yesterday. What's there to be afraid of a dead snake? Yet, my classmate reacted as if he had seen a ghost. Freud or parapsychologists might be able to explain it, but regardless of the explanation, it is a fact that this classmate's psychological makeup is unique compared to ordinary people. On the eve of a life-and-death battle between enemies, some people sleep soundly, snoring loudly, while others toss and turn, unable to fall asleep. Beethoven could compose the heroic symphony, so why can't we? Da Vinci could paint the Mona Lisa, so why can't we? Newton could discover universal gravitation from a falling apple, so why can't we? Einstein could find the equation for mass energy equivalence, so why can't we? Because people are fundamentally different. This means that using our own understanding to judge the thoughts and actions of others often leads to incorrect conclusions. In the future world described in the Bible, everyone is free from illness. In the Buddhist scriptures, the Pure Land is described as a realm where everyone lives eternally. In the Life-Chanyan description of the 10,000-year world, people can fly. Do we believe in these descriptions or not? After the death of Buddha Shakyamuni, his remains were cremated, and numerous crystal-clear, colorful, and steel-like solid sarira were discovered among his ashes. In December 1990, after the passing of the Singaporean Chinese monk Master Hong Chuan, 480 colored crystal-like sarira were found in his ashes. In 1994, during the cremation of Master Yuan Zhao's body at the Fahua Temple on Mount Guanyin in Shaanxi, his heart remained intact and transformed into a dark brown, hard relic. For the past 10 years, I have been almost free from illness. On rare occasions when I feel discomfort, taking a painkiller quickly relieves it. Why is that? It's not because I have naturally good health, but rather because of my cultivation practice. I have developed a simple and effective method, and the results have been remarkable. When practicing, I am oblivious to extreme cold or hot weather. My mind becomes empty during the practice, and afterwards, my mind is exceptionally clear. The Viagra that can excite human nature, as well as opioids, heroin, and other pain-relieving drugs that can evoke intense emotions and a sense of transcendence, may have no effect on some people. Perhaps you have not heard of this before. In the recent days, in the article, The True Face of Chinese History in 5,000 Years of Up and Down, published on the website Chinese Soul, the author Xin Yuan stated, "The perfect return of the Yellow Emperor indicates that human beings can return to the heavens through cultivation. The only channel of communication between humans and gods is cultivation. The Bible, the Quran, the Diamond Sutra, and the Tao Te Ching all contain basic knowledge. However, many people are allergic to this basic knowledge. Regardless of the content of these scriptures, as soon as they hear the word scripture, they become allergic. Furthermore, some people randomly interpret the scriptures, making the originally profound and spiritually scientific wisdom appear mysterious and unfathomable, causing people to feel intimidated. When the seasonal flu virus arrives, many people may catch a cold, but when SARS strikes, some people will never get SARS. In 1348, the Black Death, a widespread outbreak of bubonic plague, claimed the lives of one-third of Europe's population. But why didn't the remaining two-thirds die? When periodic cosmic waves arrive, many people die. Whether you flee to the ends of the earth, dive underwater, or burrow underground, you cannot escape the impact of these waves on your nerves and psychological structure. Only those who have cultivated and practiced to an advanced level, whose nerves and psychological structure resonate with these waves, not only do they not feel the arrival of cosmic waves, but they are also unaffected by their negative effects. If you receive the cowpox vaccination, you won't get smallpox. If you enter Life Genuine, you won't fear periodic cosmic waves. In the next 3 years or so, perhaps several extraordinary phenomena will occur, and by then, people will understand the true meaning of the birth of Life Genuine. Are you allergic to penicillin? What are you not allergic to? Do you have psoriasis in your body? When will you have psoriasis? People, what are you really living for? Where are you rushing to in your busy lives? What have you truly understood? 意识能听到上帝的声音，天启篇之4. Consciousness can hear the voice of the greatest creator. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Jiejing. In the vast universe, there are billions and trillions of voices, each expressing their own thoughts. As long as we use spiritual perception, consciousness, to listen, we can hear them. Common sense tells us that hearing relies on ears, and without ears, we cannot hear any sound or better understand the intentions of others. However, I advise we discard common sense and explore whether we can hear without ears. Let's start with an example. Helen Keller, an American blind writer, hailed by the Encyclopedia Britannica as one of the most accomplished representatives of disabled individuals in history. She embodied blindness, deafness, and muteness in one person. Despite being deaf, she could hear the voices of others, not through her ears but through touch. She would place her index finger on the speaker's lips, her middle finger on their nose, and her thumb on their throat, enabling her to hear their voice clearly. By placing her hand on a violin, she could hear the melodies played on it. This fact demonstrates that we can understand the voices of others even without using our ears. We can hear through the sense of touch. People with arthritis, as long as they pay attention, can be the first to hear the sound of climate change. When the river water warms up, ducks are the first to know, and sunlit flowers and trees meet spring early. The sounds of spring are first heard by certain animals and plants. Listening can be categorized into 3 levels. Using ears to listen is the primary level, using senses to listen is the second level, and using spiritual perception, consciousness, to listen is the highest level. What ears hear are the appearances of things. What senses hear are the processes of things. What consciousness hears are the essences of things. If someone says, "I love you," and you hear it with your ears, you perceive a sweet and pleasant sound, which is the superficial aspect. However, if you can feel the sound of love, then love has taken on a process. And if you can hear the sound of love with your consciousness, that love becomes a selfless and enchanting love. The love heard with ears is fleeting, the love sensed is enduring, and the love heard with consciousness is eternal. The supreme love is silent. To generalize further, the sounds heard with ears are often illusory. The sounds sensed are a mixture of reality and illusion, difficult to discern truth from falsehood, while the sounds heard with consciousness are genuine. The loudest sound is silence. The sound of silence can only be heard through consciousness. When a strong wind blows across the wilderness, we can hear the sound of the wind with our ears. When a gentle breeze passes through the wilderness, we can perceive the sound of the wind through our senses. However, there are countless sounds of the wind that we cannot hear with our ears or perceive with our senses. We need to use spiritual perception, consciousness, to listen. On a hot day, if you can quiet your mind and listen with consciousness to the sound of the Arctic's icy landscapes, you will immediately feel cool. On a cold night, if you can hear the sound of the flowing lava from a volcanic eruption, you will not feel cold. In this statement, there's a fundamental difference between what's imagined and what's actually perceived with consciousness. For instance, during hunger, envisioning eating lavish dishes doesn't solve the hunger issue. Yet, when consciousness is used to simulate eating, the sensation of hunger isn't felt. This pertains to a matter of different levels. If one exercises consciously, like Helen Keller did, they will discover many natural mysteries. On a calm, windless night, you raise your palm and feel in all directions. You will notice a cool breeze coming from certain directions and a warm gust from others. Over time, your palm will be able to discern the sound of any object, whether it's directed towards mountains, rivers, trees, flowers, houses, cars, people, or tables. You can hear their sounds. For example, when you hold your palm against a thin book rolled up in your hand, you can sense its essence. Some books emit warmth, others coolness, while some books have no discernible temperature. If you can't feel anything, the reason lies not in the material itself, but in the lack of conscious training within yourself. It's like an ordinary piece of iron that lacks magnetization. It has no magnetism and therefore lacks north and south poles to distinguish between them. If we plug our ears and place our fingertips on someone's lips, we won't hear the person speaking, but Helen Keller could. The reason is that we haven't undergone conscious training. The creator of the universe created human beings, but did not grant us extraordinary hearing. Instead, our range of hearing is limited to 20 to 20,000 hertz. We are unable to hear sounds outside of this range. If we were able to hear infrasound and ultrasound, our days will have no peace. The sound of our heartbeat would be louder than drums. The sound of brushing our teeth would be like the earth shaking, and the sound of drinking water would resemble the roaring of the Victoria Falls. How could we bear such intensity? Everything has a sound. Any movement generates sound. When a jet plane takes off, it creates a deafening noise. However, if the frequency of its sound during takeoff exceeds 20,000 hertz, it becomes silent. In reality, it is not truly silent, but rather beyond our range of hearing. There are certain sounds we cannot hear because we are ordinary individuals, and only a few exceptional people can hear them because they are extraordinary beings. There are certain sounds we cannot hear because we are listening with our ears, while some individuals can hear them because they are listening with their consciousness. The thoughts and activities of the human mind have sound. The processes of conscious thinking have sound. These sounds accurately and unmistakably reveal the inner world of every individual to the vast world. Consequently, the greatest creator also accurately and unmistakably knows the nobility and baseness of our inner world. In Chinese history, many extraordinary individuals emerged who possessed knowledge of numerous mysteries of the universe. They warned us, even whispered words are heard by heaven like thunder, hidden intentions are seen by divine eyes like lightning. Keep your heart pure and your thoughts clear. Desire no guilt in the open. Offend not in the unseen. In all matters, advise against concealing the truth, for within 3 feet above your head, there are divine beings, and so on. They explicitly conveyed to us that any activity within our inner world generates a sound that may be inaudible to humans, but is distinctly heard by the greatest creator and gods and Buddhas, resonating like thunderous lightning. Jesus, Shakyamuni, Laozi, and others have left us with wisdom rather than the mysteries of the universe. Jesus explicitly stated that pearls should not be thrown to pigs, and that he spoke in parables so that those with wicked hearts would not understand. Shakyamuni also primarily spoke for those on the path of the Mahayana. Laozi similarly understood that if the petty-minded individuals were to grasp the mysteries of the universe, it would bring endless harm. Life Genuine has made the greatest efforts and has led everyone to the edge of the mysteries of the universe. Looking at human history, the current state of human hearts is worse than before. In truth, humans no longer qualify to continue existing on this beautiful blue planet. However, gods and Buddhas are unwilling to give up and still want to make one last effort, even though the chances of realizing this desire are only 1 in 10,000. Everything within our inner being is heard without omission by the greatest creator. Similarly, the greatest creator selflessly communicates his intentions to each and every one of us. The reason we cannot hear the voice of the greatest creator lies in the fact that our spiritual perception, consciousness, has become deaf. We have been misled by appearances. Our consciousness is too chaotic and restless, and we lack concentration and focus. Shakyamuni sat under the Bodhi tree for 7 days and nights, fully concentrated. before hearing the voice of the greatest creator and attaining enlightenment to become a Buddha. Any individual who can hear the voice of the greatest creator will undoubtedly achieve Buddhahood. The souls can resonate with one another, and extraordinary consciousness can hear the voice of the greatest creator. May all beings become Buddhas. 知识与智慧，天启篇之九 Knowledge and Wisdom. 雪峰 Xiefeng. Translation edited by Jiejing. In the movie Fearless, Hui Yuanjia is a master of martial arts. His shadowless fist allows him to overcome enemies, catch them off guard, and make them defenseless. It is an unstoppable technique that leaves opponents unable to defend themselves and provides them no room for counterattacks. The power of the shadowless fist lies in its lack of a fixed pattern. It is highly versatile, constantly changing, and adaptable to any situation. It may seem complex with only one move, yet it contains endless variations and techniques. The shadowless fist is a technique without a technique. If you were to ask Hua Yuanjia, Master Huar, how many patterns does your shadowless fist have, and how can one learn it? Hua Yuanjia would not be able to give you a definitive answer because even he himself is uncertain. The secret of the shadowless fist lies in its embodiment of the essence of martial arts. Regardless of the specific martial art, philosophy, thoughts, or methods, once it becomes one with the Tao, it becomes unfathomable, only to be comprehended through personal insight, impossible to express in words. Confucius once questioned Laozi about the Tao and later said to his disciples, "Birds, I know they can fly. Fish, I know they can swim. Beasts, I know they can run. Running beasts can be caught in a net, swimming fish can be caught with a mesh, and flying birds can be shot down with an arrow. As for the dragon, I simply don't know. It rides the winds and ascends directly to the ninth heaven. Today, having met Laozi, isn't he just like a dragon?" Confucius, a sage renowned for his profound knowledge and wisdom, when faced with the wisdom of Laozi, lacked the ability to fully comprehend it. He could not perceive the limits of Laozi's wisdom because Laozi's wisdom, much like Hua Yuanjia's shadowless fist, is something that is without action yet accomplishes everything. It is elusive, just like not seeing its head when approaching, nor its tail when following. It is like a tiger trying to swallow the sky, with nowhere to find an opening. The Buddha, Shakyamuni, spent over 40 years teaching the Dharma, yet in the end, he stated that he had not truly said anything, nor had he given any teachings. He said to Subhuti, "Subhuti, do not say that the Tathagata thinks, I must expound the Dharma. Do not have such a thought. Why? Because if someone says so, he will truly slander the Buddha and be unable to understand my teachings. Subhuti, when the Tathagata expounds the Dharma, there is truly no Dharma to teach. Yet, this is expediently termed as teaching the Dharma." He went on, circling around, reversing and repeating, but ultimately, he informed us that he had not said anything at all. Wonderful, because Buddha Shakyamuni attained enlightenment. When I was contemplating how to explain the origin of the universe, unsure of how to effectively articulate it, one evening, as I was reading the Diamond Sutra, I burst into laughter. I laughed so hard that I had to bury my head in the blanket and suppress my laughter. I saw Buddha Shakyamuni laughing heartily too, and saw the greatest creator smiling as he walked away with hands behind his back. In the novel Heavenly Sword and Dragon-Slaying Saber, by the renowned Master Jin Yong, Zhang Sanfeng teaches Zhang Wuji a unique sword technique. The peculiarity of this technique lies in the ability to forget about the sword technique itself. No matter how many moves or forms are taught, the ultimate goal is to reach a state where, after learning everything, one realizes they haven't learned any specific sword technique. Yet it seems as if they have mastered all sword techniques. In reality, the sword technique taught by Zhang Sanfeng to Zhang Wuji bears a resemblance to Hua Yuanjia's shadowless fist in its profound nature, with the essence lying in the entering of the Tao. The entire universe is composed of different levels of life. We can liken this universe to a courtyard of life, or a home of life. However, to understand the mysteries of this courtyard of life, one must utilize Zen. Zen, in this context, refers to ascending to a state of great wisdom through profound insights into life. The significance of life genuine lies therein. The purpose of the Revelations section is to provide explanations and insights into everyday phenomena, inspiring everyone to gain enlightenment. By extrapolating from specific instances and making connections, one can ultimately enter the Tao. In Revelations, I only write 100 articles, but in reality, I could write 100,000 articles, a billion articles, even countless articles. However, if readers cannot attain self-realization, no matter how much I write, what purpose does it serve? In order to expedite everyone's path to enlightenment, let me provide a definition for knowledge and wisdom and explain their meanings and differences. What is knowledge? It refers to the understanding and experiences acquired without personal contemplation and profound insights. Everything learned from schools and churches, everything acquired from parents and masters, and everything obtained from books, magazines, movies, and television are considered knowledge. What is wisdom? Wisdom refers to the ability gained through one's own brain's contemplation, analysis and judgment, or the perception of the heart. Wisdom cannot be obtained through sight, hearing, taste, smell, or touch. Wisdom is the crystallization of thinking, the child of thinking, and the outcome of thinking. When entering life genuine, one should not focus on acquiring knowledge, but instead strive for wisdom. Otherwise, no matter how much I said, it will be in vain. Silence might be better. The more I speak, the more confused you become. In order to stimulate the birth of wisdom, I will now present several questions for everyone to contemplate in their free time. By the time I finish writing the 100 articles of Revelations, I hope to witness the emergence of a large number of individuals who can attain Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, supreme, profound, and perfect enlightenment. If fate allows, I will then discuss advanced spiritual cultivation and the chapter of preaching the Tao. Why are there so many stars in the sky? Where is the greatest creator exactly? How did the Earth start moving initially? Why is there only one moon hanging in the sky? Will the human population on Earth continue to increase infinitely? What is the best way to limit population growth? How was the atmosphere formed? Are wolves the ancestors of dogs? Why don't humans have eyes on the back of their heads? Why do species vary greatly, while human faces differ immensely? Why do orange trees only bear oranges, and peach trees only bear peaches? Despite being born from the same mother, why do siblings have such vastly different destinies? With the same earth and the same sky, why is there so little rain or snow over deserts and wastelands? Why do carnivorous animals have lower reproductive abilities compared to herbivores? Why? In the universe, which direction is up and which direction is down? Is empty space truly devoid of everything? Assuming no major obstacles, to what extent can human development ultimately reach? When someone unexpectedly encounters a car accident, is it a coincidence or a necessity? Who am I, really? Why shall I die? No love, small love, and great love. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. As a child, I used to herd sheep. I observed that when the lambs knelt to suckle, the mother sheep always turned her head to lick the lamb's bottom, which seemed an unfortunate, unclean habit for a mother sheep. While teaching in high school, my son had 7 or 8 cats at home. Watching the mother cat after giving birth, it hastily licked the sticky dirt off the kittens. I could not agree with the mother cat's unclean habit. While conducting business abroad, my wife kept several dogs. I noticed that within a dozen days after the mother dog gave birth to puppies, she licked the urine and excrement of the puppies inside the doghouse daily, which I found extremely disgusting. Sitting under a tree contemplating quietly, I realized my astonishing stupidity. Isn't all of this the greatest creator telling me what love is? If the mother sheep does not promptly lick the thin stool from the lamb's bottom, it will quickly form a scab, preventing the lamb from defecating, leaving the lamb with only one option: to die. For the lamb to grow healthily, the mother sheep must lick its feces. This is not an issue of hygiene, but a matter of whether life can survive and continue. After the kittens are born, the mother cat must quickly eat the afterbirth. Otherwise, the kittens will suffocate inside the afterbirth. If the mother dog does not lick the excrement and urine of the puppies in the den daily, The den will inevitably emit a foul odor, the puppies will stink, and bacteria will breed massively. Flies and other insects will swarm the den, causing not only the puppies to be unable to grow healthily, but also leading to their rapid illness and death. This is love. For the sake of love, we should not just consider hygiene. We should not hesitate to endure even hardships. So, how to define love? I believe love is an inner liking and selfless dedication without any conditions. Based on this definition, let's compare it to the love in human society. If a person does not properly care for the elderly or raise their children, then that person lacks love. Being unable to show love for both the elderly and children makes such an individual extremely selfish and cruel, nothing short of human waste. Given the opportunity, such a person, apart from neglecting wildlife, deforestation, and polluting rivers, lakes, and oceans, can even betray friends, their own ethnicity, and their country, all for personal gain. Any heinous act is within their capacity as long as it satisfies their self-interest. If a person loves their own elderly, children, and family, yet neglects siblings, neighbors, and nature, then this person possesses only small love. There's not much difference between this person and animals. For the sake of their children and family, if conditions permit, they may not hesitate to engage in actions that violate their conscience, involving deceit or theft. If a person not only loves their own elderly and children, but also cares for the community, nature, and the future and fate of humanity, this person possesses great love. Those with great love do not care about personal gains and losses. For the sake of others and humanity, they are willing to endure all hardships and injustices. In the human world, the one with the greatest love is Jesus. It's the heart of Christ. To save humanity, he sacrificed his blood and his own life. Despite the Roman soldiers cruelly nailing nails into his hands and feet and humiliating him, he not only didn't hate but also prayed for the greatest creator to forgive them. This is a tremendous amount of love. Humanity. Should we doubt Jesus' identity as Christ? Is there any hatred we cannot let go of? Is there any psychological knot that we cannot untie? People should possess great love. This is not just moral preaching, it's not teaching you to be a good person, but because the magnitude of love directly involves the future direction of your own life. In general terms, those without love will definitely end up in inflamed layers, frozen layers, netherworld, or animal world. Those with small love will at best return to this world. Only those with great love qualify to ascend to the higher realms of life. Death is not the end of life. This is not superstition, nonsense, deception, or lies. It's a fact. It's not because other realms of life do not exist, but because our spiritual perception is too dull. It's not because this world lacks light, but it's because the blind cannot see the light. It's not because there's no sound in this universe, but the deaf cannot hear the sound. It's not because the Pure Land does not exist, but our vision lacks that function. The greatest creator is fair and selfless. Gods and Buddhas love humanity. What can I say that you will believe? 快速达标，及时撤退. Quickly attain standards and retreat in time. Xiefeng. Yesterday, I went to the seaside. Normally, during high tide, there's a solitary island not far out in the sea, with a sea view pavilion built on it. Normally, people take yachts to visit the pavilion. Several times, I stood by the sea, gazing at the pavilion and sighing, wishing I could ascend and enjoy the vast sea views. Yesterday, our wish came true. When we arrived at the seaside, the tide was at its lowest, allowing us to walk from the shore to the sea view pavilion. We traversed a stretch of white sandy beach cleansed by the sea waves, encountering oddly shaped exposed rocks along the way. These rocks twisted and turned within the reef cluster for several hundred meters. Ahead was a smooth stone naturally laid out over 10 meters, connecting the North and South Seas. Carefully stepping on the stones to cross this open space, we then crossed several hundred meters of rugged reef jungles, reaching the usual site of the isolated island. Typically, during high tide, the island appears as a dot. But yesterday, due to the low tide, we witnessed the island's vastness, spanning several kilometers. The goal was to reach the Seaview Pavilion, and it was crucial to timely retreat from the island before the tide rose. However, We made two mistakes yesterday. The first error was taking our time, leisurely enjoying the scenery along the way. One moment, we admired the colorful sea anemones. The next, we picked up seashells and caught starfishes. Now and then, we paused to take pictures, expressing emotions like, ah, oh, mighty sea, how many tales of joy and sorrow have you stirred? Sometimes we stood atop the rocks, pretending to be philosophers, with a cold gaze over the vast expanse, winds howling, waters surging, myriad events challenging to comprehend. We lingered too long and reached the island close to high tide. The second error was that after reaching the Seaview Pavilion, we should have retreated immediately. Instead, we dawdled, reluctant to leave, continuously looking around and taking photos, expressing emotions and lamenting. While the people gathering seafood hurriedly left, we remained indifferent until someone shouted at us, "If you do not run now, it'll be too late." It was too late. The open space of over 10 meters was already submerged. Wait? Absolutely not. The longer we waited, the deeper the water would become. So, on this bitterly cold day in the lunar year 2006, wearing thick clothes, we rushed into the biting sea water. What does it teach me? In life, the most important thing must be addressed first. So, what is the most important thing? Going to school, starting a family, establishing a career, making money, becoming an official, all undoubtedly are not the most important things. Achieving fame, gaining honor for the family, contributing to the nation, leaving a lasting legacy for generations, and creating a new era are also not the most critical matters. Love affairs, enjoying leisure activities, pursuing fame and profit, and even fighting and killing are far from the most important matters. The most crucial thing in life is understanding the issue of life and death. If the issue of life and death is not resolved, everything else is futile. Death can arrive at any moment. When it does, there's no time for regrets or remedies. Everything returns to nothingness, to zero. The problem of life and death is the Seaview Pavilion. Instead of lingering to admire the scenery along the way, we should head straight to the core theme. After reaching the Seaview Pavilion and understanding all the beauty of the island, we can then slowly appreciate the scenery along the way according to the specific tide conditions. Retreat in time from the Seaview Pavilion. Grasp the time to handle the matters on this shore, such as settling debts, accumulating merits, processing life visas, buying plane tickets, organizing luggage, and more. Only after resolving these matters can you fully indulge in entertainment and play and fully enjoy life. Otherwise, once the tide rises, it will be too late. We should learn from Sun Wukong's spirit of seeking the truth. Whenever the master wanted to teach Sun Wukong a skill, he'd always ask, "Can this make me immortal?" If it wasn't about immortality, Wukong would say, "Not learning, not learning, not learning." We are facing the same question as Sun Wukong. The mentors of life teach us skills such as how to establish a family, make money, become an official, protect our family and country, gain fame, and cure illnesses. Learning these skills is not wrong. The issue is that we must first learn the essential skill of immortality. The issue of death is not a simple matter. Humanity's sages have been continuously exploring the true meaning of death. Nearly all religions consistently discuss the post-death fate of life, the soul. It's time to ask this question just like Sun Wukong. If someone comes to impart knowledge, teach us skills, we must focus on the theme and ask, can the skills you teach me allow me to understand the meaning of life and death while alive and ensure that I go to the so-called heaven after death? If yes, then hurry up and learn. If not, turn away. If a Christian comes to teach us, we should ask, can I go to heaven? Where is heaven? How do I get there? You must explain the whole story clearly so that I can understand it while I'm alive. If it's vague, unclear, and demands only faith without proper explanation, then, I'm sorry, I will not learn. Whether it's a Christian, Buddhist, Muslim, Taoist, a member of a political party, this master or that master imparting knowledge, we should pose the same question about life and death. If they can explain clearly, we'll learn. If they cannot, sorry, we will not learn. Because time is precious and the tide could rise at any moment, blocking us from passing that vast open space. In summary, we need to quickly meet the standard and then retreat in time. Otherwise, we will regret it. Many things, always urgent. The world turns, time presses. 10,000 years are too long. Seize only the present. 随宇宙周期性演变而变化, changing in tune with the cyclical evolution of the universe. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. That year, my son was 15. We lived at 10 Forest Road, in a detached house surrounded by 63 different plants. Among them was a tree emitting a peculiar and strong fragrance after dinner during the flowering seasons. The scent wafted through the courtyard, drifted into the dining room, living room, bedroom, permeating our nostrils, seeping into our organs and minds, intoxicating and enchanting us. That evening after dinner, I strolled with my child in the courtyard, standing under this divine tree, whose name I still do not know, and began a lecture for my son. Here is what I shared with him back then. Son, since you were 3, I've been teaching you about life. For the past 3 years, every Wednesday evening has been our designated father-son exchange. I may lack the ability to provide you with abundant material wealth. Instead, I'm passing on the little wisdom inherited from your great-grandmother and grandfather and some traditional virtues of the Chinese nation that I've come to understand. Over these 3 years, I've taken you to the Jehovah's Witness Church every Sunday, exposing you to their teachings to make you aware of what's missing in Chinese culture. Your future insights will rely on your perception. Read some books that are not books, like this tree. It's a book. Let's read it now. Son, Dad, how do we read this tree? Child, this tree is a book encompassing everything. Imagine how it grows, what sustains it, its origin, why its leaves are green, why it only blooms once a year, why its leaves and flowers have distinctive shapes. What force is behind this uniqueness? Tonight, let's not discuss anything else, only explore why this tree emits fragrance only at specific times. What can this phenomenon teach us? Son, Dad, is it trying to tell us it adheres to a governing law? You truly are your father's good son, clever with high comprehension. What else do you think is also governed by a law? Son, it seems all plants and flowers follow a law. When spring arrives, they sprout, bloom, and grow. When winter comes, they wither, decay, and hide. This happens every year. Reasonable. What else is bound by a law? Son, seems like weather changes are also governed by a law. Zimbabwe has dry and rainy seasons. During the dry season, rain does not fall for months. When the rainy season arrives, it starts raining. Midway through the rainy season, thunder and lightning occur frequently, accompanied by heavy rains. This happens every year. Anything else? Son, the moon also seems to be governed by a law. Otherwise, we wouldn't have regular full moons and new moons. Anything else? Son, Dad, are not people also constrained by a law? I do not have a beard now, but you do. You didn't have a beard at my age. When I'm your age, I'll surely have a beard. Isn't this something we cannot control, Dad? Absolutely right, child. What else is bound by a law? Son, can't remember. Child, everything in the universe is bound by laws, like an invisible vast net covering everything. From celestial bodies' movements to insects' reproduction, from tides' ebb and flow to roosters' crowing, everything is within this net. Nothing escapes it. Son, is this net like the palm of the Buddha? You can understand it that way. Son, Dad, since everything is governed by laws, does that mean everything in my life is inevitably constrained by laws? Can I skip school tomorrow? Silly child, trying to stump Dad? I patted his head then, and the child smiled shyly. Since everything is bound by a law, you must go to school. You do not have a choice. Just like when you're hungry, you must eat. Or when your bladder is full, you must urinate. Son, then when can I have control over myself? Haven't I lost my freedom? Child, this delves into something deeper. Firstly, we need to seek out and understand the laws. Without knowing the laws, one's life remains bewildered, confused, and unclear. Everyone believes they are acting according to their own will, but in reality, they strictly adhere to established procedures in their actions and speech. Whether it's Jesus, Buddha, Hitler, or Mao Zedong, it's all the same. Son, Dad, the more you talk, the more confused I get. Child, seeking and understanding laws are one thing. Following them is another. For example, if you discover the law of seasonal changes, you should consider adapting to those changes. When winter is approaching, you should think about how to survive the cold. Are your winter clothes prepared? Is the heating equipment effective? And so on. Farmers aiming for a good harvest must prepare seeds, fertilizers, tools according to seasonal changes and sow, water, weed, fertilize, and harvest on time. Missing the season means no harvest. Discovering the law enables us to grasp the cyclic evolution of the law. Like geese flying north and south, a comet returning every 76 years, women menstruating, and societal cyclic upheavals. Mastering the cyclic nature of laws tells us what to seek and what not to seek in life. Son, Dad, you said that we have no control over everything. So what should I pursue and what should I not pursue? Can I have control over that? This involves whether we have mastered the laws and their cyclical evolution. If we are completely ignorant of the laws and their cyclical nature, we are always out of control, just like mice that must inevitably dig holes or bees that inevitably gather nectar to make honey. However, if we have mastered the laws and their cyclical evolution, we have control over ourselves. The more laws we comprehend, the more freedom we have. Son, so, people should first seek and understand laws. But how many laws are there in the universe? Child, the laws in the universe are endless, like the vastness of the ocean's waters. Son, Dad, with so many rules, when will we ever find them? It seems impossible to grasp them in a lifetime. Plus, we still need to eat, go to school, work, sleep. There is not enough time. Child, it's true that it seems difficult, and it is indeed difficult. However, saying it's not difficult means it's not. I have a trick. Once you master it, you can navigate effortlessly through endless changes. If I were to place you in a space where the sky is not the sky, where there's no distinction between up and down, how would you find your way out from there? If there's a cycle of significant change in this universe every 5,000 years, how could we escape it? Son, Dad, the universe is unfathomable, and it seems like you are too. But it's already past 10, and I have school tomorrow. Can I go to bed now? Child, school is important. Let's stop our conversation here for tonight. I patted my child's head again, and the child smiled shyly. 识别真假的功夫, distinguishing the truth from the false. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qinyu. When I was young, I followed my parents to the fields to weed. The wheat was less than 3 inches tall, the field a lush green, seemingly without any weeds growing amidst it. Yet, my parents bent over, carefully pulling out the weeds one by one, while my task was to move the uprooted weeds away from the wheat field and pile them together. Once, while observing the neatly stacked weeds, I thought I discovered a mistake made by my parents. With a proud yet reproachful tone, I called out to my mother, "Mom, you've mistaken the wheat for weeds. Bring it here, let me see," my mother responded. Excitedly, I brought the uprooted wheat to show my mother, aiming to prove her wrong. However, without even looking at it, my mother said to me, "Compare it to the wheat growing in the field. See if it truly is wheat." I compared it repeatedly, but I was still convinced that what she had uprooted wasn't grass but indeed wheat. "Mom, I am sure what you've pulled out is wheat." My mother then, with a gentle smile, had me squat down and said, "Look, this grass is called barnyard grass. It looks almost like wheat, but upon careful observation, there are differences. The color of barnyard grass is slightly darker than wheat. Its leaves are a bit wider, and when you touch it, its leaves are not as soft as wheat. This barnyard grass has a stronger vitality than wheat. If we do not pull it out now, it will absorb all the nutrients nearby, hindering the wheat around it from growing well." I earnestly compared it again and found my mother's point to be completely accurate. I mimicked her actions, searching the field, and discovered many barnyard grasses that looked like wheat among the seemingly wheat-filled field. I uprooted one barnyard grass and asked my father to identify it. He glanced at it, his dirty hand touching my head, and praised, "My child is so clever." At that moment, the pride I felt was no less than Columbus discovering a new continent. Now, I can also tell the difference between barnyard grass and wheat. But as an adult, I've been deceived time and again. Why cannot I distinguish between the wheat and barnyard grass among people? Bowl can distinguish between horses, identifying the outstanding ones among the many, discerning which are inferior, which are good runners, and which are exceptional. This ability, akin to my parents' differentiation between wheat and barnyard grass, requires considerable effort and stems from long-term observation and analysis. It's a skill that's challenging for an amateur to master. Thus, I admire all those who possess such skills, and I realize that in every matter, it requires experts to make judgments. The flamboyant words of novices not only create confusion but also distort the truth, making it difficult to distinguish between true and false, right and wrong. I imagine how wonderful it would be if in this world, all novices refrained from interfering in matters of experts, refraining from meddling in what they do not understand, refraining from casually writing articles to critique. What I cannot comprehend is why those with shallow understanding and superficial skills are so fond of criticizing and commenting on philosophy, thoughts, politics, arts, and spiritual studies. Without deep expertise or unique talent, how do they comprehend the deeper truths? Why not be a bit humble? Displaying one's limited knowledge only shows shallowness and immaturity. Boasting shamelessly only signifies arrogance and conceit. Unconditionally affirming or denying only reflects ignorance and foolishness. Denying the greatest creator is due to dull spiritual perception. Negating deities is because of worldly eyes. Not acknowledging other spaces is due to ignorance about non-material and negative universes. Human understanding of the mysteries of the universe and life is quite limited, so why deny it? Our vision, our hearing, are confined to a relatively narrow and limited area, but through perception, we have the capability to transcend these limitations and enter an infinitely vast space. With such a beautiful future, why not explore? Why not pursue? I see that human society is filled with isolated lakes that do not connect to rivers and oceans. Christianity, Buddhism, Islam, Taoism, science, they're like individual lakes. Evolution, the Big Bang Theory, genetic studies, socialist theories, capitalist theories, democratic theories, human rights theories, and more. They're like drying up small ponds. Why not connect them to understand and contemplate? In his book, Morals, Naked Ape, physicist Mr. Jam Kaming vividly likened this situation to studying the elephant's toenails, legs, tail, ivory, ears, without anyone truly studying the entire elephant. If there were someone studying the entire elephant, those studying just the toenails or tail would sneer. What? I cannot even figure out the elephant's toenails thoroughly, and you claim to understand the entire elephant? The fable of the blind men and the elephant tells us that if we confine our thinking to what we've touched and cling to our biases, we'll never understand the complete picture of the elephant. We'll forever remain in endless debates of the elephant is a pillar, the elephant is a wall, the elephant is a rope, the elephant is a fan, but we'll never unravel the eternal question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. In the past 20 years, many knowledgeable, aspiring, and idealistic people have been exploring ways to end authoritarianism. However, very few have explored from the perspective of studying the entire elephant. Most have confined their vision to the narrow field of elephant toenail studies, leg studies, focusing solely on emperors, political parties, and systems, as if you could both nurture fish and grow crops in water equally. I lack profound moral virtues, but I've learned from my parents how to distinguish wheat from barnyard grass and understand the method of integrating human culture. But how many are interested? Continue with your debates. Jiandan plus Chunpu equals Mei. Simple plus unsophisticated equals beautiful. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. The most complex thing in the universe is within holography, which is the negative universe, entirely composed of non-material. Holography has no specific structure. It's a unified world of spirits. Holography controls everything in the universe at negative universe speed. Events occurring on Earth can be sensed almost instantly on another planet tens of thousands of light years away. This is called heaven-human resonance, also known as cosmic holography. All scientific theories and hypotheses lose their efficacy within holography. This includes Einstein's general theory of relativity, quantum mechanics, superstring theory, and many assertions by scientists about the universe, such as those by Hawking in A Brief History of Time. Even people's imaginations hold no value within holography. Currently, we do not need to understand holography. Let's analyze what is most beautiful in the universe from the origin of matter. No one denies that everything in the universe originates from structure. A fertilized egg can develop into a relatively perfect life form, depending on the structure of that egg. The type of life form corresponds to the structure of the fertilized egg. A dog's fertilized egg cannot develop into a pig, and a monkey's fertilized egg cannot develop into a human because the structures of their material origins are different. Though the superstring theory is fascinating, it relies on structure, just as the sound from a flute and an era differs, depending on the different structures of the instruments. However, for us humans, structure is elusive. We cannot grasp it. Melody is beautiful, but it has no visual effect. Quarks, protons, neutrons, photons, electrons, etc., cannot exhibit their beauty to humans. A single molecule may be simple, yet its beauty eludes our appreciation. From holography to structure, from structure to superstrings, from superstrings to particles, from particles to molecules, from molecules to matter. This process is a journey from complexity to simplicity. Why simplify? Because simplicity aligns with the way of life on Earth. Without simplicity, the emergence of human society is impossible. Gazing at the sky at night, stars twinkling, we feel beautiful. During the day, gentle breeze and sunshine, clouds drifting, we feel beautiful. Blooming flowers, flowing rivers, babbling brooks, towering mountains, all evoke a sense of beauty. Simplicity is beautiful. For humans, being merely simple might seem foolish. Human beauty primarily lies in intrinsic qualities, and among all intrinsic qualities, unsophistication is the most precious quality. People in urban areas polluted by consumerist society, if they go to remote, untainted, simple countryside areas and see green hills, leisurely cattle and sheep, shy yet respectful greetings from the villagers, they will undoubtedly experience beauty because the countryside is not only simple but also unsophisticated. Rural people going to big cities, witnessing the hustle and bustle, flashing neon lights, charming men and women, apart from amazement, may not experience much beauty because the city is too complex and superficial. Recall, how many people have provided you with a sense of beauty? What exactly are the factors of their beauty? If someone looks beautiful but is superficial, can you feel beauty from them? When people are young, they experience more beauty because everything is simple and pure. The older people get, the less beauty they feel, because through simplicity and unsophistication, they see complexity and superficiality. Human society is becoming increasingly complex, vulgar, and superficial, deviating from the true path, losing not only beauty but everything. People, do you not long for beauty? 垃圾的作用和价值 The function and value of garbage. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. In 1997, while tidying the courtyard, I collected a carload of trash. Following municipal regulations, unlike in my homeland where one might handle garbage as they wished, I obediently took the trash to the designated dump. At the dump's entrance, after paying the dumping fee, I precisely disposed of the trash in the specified area, as directed by the dump staff. After dumping the garbage, I glanced around and noticed that over the years, the garbage pile had become a thriving mound of plants and flowers. It was hard to imagine a vibrant world of flowers and lush grass growing atop a massive heap of rubbish. Nature is truly amazing. It can turn decay into wonders and death into eternal life. This was a remarkable revelation that urged me to treat garbage with kindness. Garbage is treasure. By collecting various types of trash in one place and allowing them to undergo exposure to the sun, rain, wind, and heat, the garbage can transform into potent organic fertilizer, providing a continuous source of nutrients for the plants growing above it, creating a beautiful garden. Expanding on this revelation, if material garbage can become nourishment for plants, can spiritual garbage become nourishment for spiritual life? Deliberately, I began collecting spiritual garbage. I discovered that human-created culture contains a considerable amount of garbage. If we gather this garbage and let it ferment and decay within our minds, it will surely turn into something extraordinary and magical. Scavengers in cities know where to find scrap iron, discarded cans, old papers, and bottles. Similarly, I gradually learned where to find cultural garbage. Aside from picking up garbage from historical cultural repositories, I also collected garbage from modern political doctrines, religious studies, scientific inferences, especially from newspapers, magazines, and online forums, where I could gather large amounts of trash every day. I loaded all this garbage into my mind, allowing them to contradict, refute, and generate a biochemical reaction. Eventually, I used this as nourishment for Life Genuine, providing fertile soil for its germination and growth. Just as grass and flowers grow on piles of material garbage, Life Genuine has sprouted from heaps of cultural refuse. Just as grass and flowers purify the earth, Life Genuine purifies the soul. Anticipate the future of Earth, verdant, blossoming, filled with talented individuals and harmonious. Watch with anticipation. Now and in the future, humanity's cultural treasures will radiate brilliant light within Life Genuine. The writings of saints and sages will find their place here, sparkling like stars, galloping like 1,000 horses. And those articles deemed cultural garbage will continue to provide nourishment for Life Genuine. 小脑袋聪明，大脑袋笨. Small minds are clever, big minds are foolish, shrewd but unwise. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. It was a summer day in 1976 when I, age 19, served as the Deputy Secretary and Document Officer of the Production Brigade. This brigade comprised 5 natural villages with a total of 11 production teams. 5 teams were made up of relocated residents from the Lujiaxia Reservoir, while the other 6 were local residents, including 2 Muslim villages. Due to the diverse composition, I handled matters and spoke with extreme caution. I never dared to offend any production team. The best way to maintain smooth production operations, I learned, was to be fair and humble, respecting all the elderly. My father taught me, wherever you go, as long as you respect and show politeness to the elderly, you will not have major troubles. Therefore, I always held respect for all the elders in the brigade close to my heart and translated it into my actions. Strangely enough, just this tactic of respecting the elders allowed me to serve as the local emperor for 3 years peacefully and smoothly. Among all the elders in the brigade, there was one who left an indelible memory with me. He was a landlord. His family's courtyard walls were the highest and thickest, and their gate tower was the most magnificent. Before liberation, he gradually gave his land to tenant farmers and distributed his property among relatives and neighbors. Therefore, after liberation, the government gave him the classification of an enlightened landlord. He escaped the hardships of various political movements, including the Cultural Revolution. He also sent his son, in the 1950s, to Tsinghua University. I knew this elderly man was quite astute. Whenever I met him, I was always respectful. He seemed to have some fondness for me, a son of a poor farmer. Between us, there seemed to be no class hatred, and certainly, there was no ethnic resentment. That day, in my leadership capacity, I went to the greening station for an inspection, wanting to assess the survival rate and growth status of the fruit trees planted there. Coincidentally, this elderly man was there too, and we started chatting. First, I praised the young people in their village for being smart. During our middle and high school years, several young people from their village dropped out to earn money and support their families. All those who continued their education ultimately returned to the village to farm, seemingly wasting a few years of their time. Unexpectedly, this elderly man said something that deeply resonated with me. He said, "Those young people have clever small minds and foolish big minds." "What do you mean?" I asked, puzzled. He adjusted his beard and explained, "In a person's life, especially during adolescence, laying a good foundation is essential. If the foundation is poorly built, no matter how much effort you put in later, there will not be much future. With a solid foundation, efforts pay off double. Without it, efforts pay off half as much." Those with clever small minds are always lazy in laying foundations, eager for fame and profit. while those with clever big minds prioritize laying a solid foundation, even if it means temporarily giving up fame and profit. The result is that those eager for fame and profit end up with nothing, while those who temporarily gave up fame and profit for the foundation eventually achieve fame and profit. Those young people in our village who didn't go to school but went to earn money may seem to have gained a lot, but they've ruined their lives. So, I say they have clever small minds and foolish big minds. Small minds being clever and big minds being foolish has been a guiding light for me since then. If one seeks mere survival, having a clever small mind is sufficient. But to attain wisdom and expand the meaning of life, the smarter one's small mind, the more they cause trouble and harm. One must abandon small cleverness and strive to develop a clever big mind. Although both small cleverness and big cleverness are forms of intelligence, they operate in vastly different dimensions of time and space. One is concerned with pursuing immediate gains in the present moment, while the other looks to the future, seeking long-term gains. Ordinary people are clever with small minds, but foolish with big minds. Only those accomplished saints and sages possess a foolish, small mind and a clever big mind. The clever small mind focuses on the present, while the clever big mind plans for the future. The clever small mind is eager to display itself, while the clever big mind is busy seeking the truths of the universe. The clever small mind aims for the brilliance of life, while the clever big mind aims for the eternal nature of life. 使生命不朽的小法则 Laws which keep life immortal. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Every morning, turning on the tap to wash my face, I noticed that the initial water flow was murky and not clear. This happened every day. It then dawned on me that life truly resides in movement. The house I lived in had 3 bathrooms. Once, one of them had a leak and was temporarily closed. Since there were 2 others available, there was no hurry to repair it. To prevent anyone from using it, my partner not only covered the toilet seat but also sealed it with transparent tape. However, she overlooked dealing with the water remaining at the bottom of the toilet. About 10 days later, we noticed tiny flies frequently flying in the hallway. Our room was cleaned daily by the floral workers, and it was challenging to find even a speck of dirt. Throughout the year, we rarely saw flies. Why did they suddenly appear? Despite searching everywhere, my partner and I couldn't locate the source of the issue. My partner prefers cleanliness and tidiness. She not only got upset at the sight of a group of flies, but if even a single fly appeared in the room, she had to either crush it to dust or chase it out to feel at ease. As expected, while I was typing at the computer, I suddenly heard her excitedly exclaim, as if she had discovered a new continent, "Honey, I found it." I went over to take a look, and there were already hundreds of tiny flies hovering inside the toilet she had opened. The water at the bottom of the toilet, once clear, had turned murky and filthy. We used a bucket to flush the water and then sprayed it with a solution called Toilet Active Kills Germs for washing. Finally, we scrubbed it with a cleaning agent. After more than 3 hours, all the flies retreated and the room returned to cleanliness. The lessons from these 2 natural phenomena are: flowing water does not stagnate, and a door hinge does not get worms. With both coming and going, peace naturally prevails. A further lesson is, water only stays pure when it keeps flowing. Life remains eternal only when it keeps moving. Movement is life. Stillness is death. As life comprises 2 parts, the physical body and the spiritual soul, it demands simultaneous movement in both aspects. For the physical body, a person must be active regularly to keep the circulation of qi and blood flowing. This circulation effectively delivers nutrients and oxygen to all parts of the body, keeping the body vibrant. For the spiritual soul, this movement requires continuous thinking without allowing the brain to remain dormant. Similar to water flowing from its source to rivers and oceans for eternal existence, life must connect with the past and envision higher-level life spaces to endure eternally. We often lament someone's rigid thinking, likening them to rigid wood that's difficult to carve. The reason behind this is that they adhere to their own views and confine their thinking within a dead pool of specific doctrines, ideologies, thoughts, or isms. Over time, they unknowingly become rotten and stinky, neither accepting new thoughts, fresh water, nor willing to come out of their closed well to flow into rivers and oceans. As a result, not only does their original purity deteriorate, but they also create many flies, polluting the surrounding air and environment. For instance, major religions consider their own religion as the only true one, branding all others as false. They clutch onto a few scrolls and seek disciples everywhere, advocating the pure nature, eternity, and truth of their dead pool, showing such stubborn bias and ignorance that they are unaware of their own extremity. What future could they possibly have? For example, some scientists believe that only scientific matters are universally applicable truths, and that only science can ultimately save humanity. They prefer to run vigorously on a one-way street, completely ignoring the existence of the non-material world and negative universe. Can they see through everything? For example, 最后一趟航班, The Last Flight, Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. A friend of mine, busy buying gifts, ended up running late on the way back and encountered traffic due to another accident. Helplessly, they missed the last flight and were forced to stay at Bangkok Airport in Thailand for a day. During journeys, missing the last mode of transport often happens. Whether it is a bus, a ship, or a plane, there is always one last trip within a day. If missed, one has to wait for several hours, or even days. However, when it comes to life's final flight, missing it means waiting not just for a few days, years, or several decades, but potentially for centuries, millennia, or tens of thousands of years. The saying, "too late for regrets," profoundly resonates with those who've missed life's final flight. During life's journey, it's crucial to be aware of the departure time of the last flight and allocate sufficient time to catch it. To board that last flight, it's better to temporarily let go of less important matters. Avoid spending too much time sightseeing or shopping to prevent deep regrets. The timing of life's final flight can be calculated through Nostradamus prophecies, Mayan prophecies, the 9-year-old Martian from Russia, descriptions in the Lungyan Sutra by Buddha Shakyamuni, and the descriptions in the 3rd chapter of 2 Timothy in the Bible. These can help calculate this time. Below, I've transcribed a passage from 2 Timothy for your reference. I urge you to compare it with the current human society to check if it is worth your reflection. However, you should know that in the last days there will be very difficult times. People will love themselves, love money, boast, be proud, abusive, disobedient to their parents, ungrateful, unholy, without love, unforgiving, slanderous, without self-control, brutal, not lovers of the good, treacherous, rash, conceited, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of the greatest Creator, having a form of godliness but denying its power. Turn away from such people, always learning but never able to come to a knowledge of the truth. Do not miss life's final flight. Once missed, your wealth, power, and fame will be worthless. Crying out will be in vain. The flight of life will not be delayed because you're a president, CEO, scientist, master, professor, scholar, billionaire, or an engineer of human souls. Do not assume that being kind or poor would allow for changing the date and route of life's flight. Truly just as the last flight of life. 道德法仁义礼智信术 Tao, virtue, law, benevolence, righteousness, rituals, wisdom, credibility, magical art. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Observing human history, it always seems like a tangled mess. Looking at the current state of humanity, it appears as a complete mess. Where do the problems lie? Can we organize this tangled mess and find some order? The universe operates in order. Seasons change in a timely manner. Does human society have to remain forever like history, forever like the current state? Must humanity forever repeat its mistakes? Let me first provide definitions for Tao, virtue, law, benevolence, righteousness, rights, wisdom, trust, and art, and then examine the causes behind human history and its current state. Tao, it's the spirit of the greatest creator. To put it simply, the consciousness of the greatest creator. Tao is non-material, belonging to the negative aspect of the universe. It's the force governing the evolution and changes of the universe, representing laws, principles, vitality, and the blood of the universe. Virtue, It's the quality of gods and Buddhas, celestial beings. The thinking quality that strictly conforms to the essence of Tao while aligning with the flow of Tao. Law, it's a way for gods, spirits, Buddhas, and demons to utilize Tao and manifest their respective abilities. Benevolence, it's the internal standard used by sages in human society to restrain themselves and all people to uphold the inner quality of virtue. Righteousness, it's a behavior of noble people and gentlemen. Rituals, it's a method used by rulers to maintain their rule. Wisdom, it's the cleverness and ingenuity acquired by the common people for survival. Trust, it is a mutually binding covenant devised and created to maintain the orderly life of humanity. Magical art, it's a trick played by lower-class individuals in society to highlight themselves through abnormal channels. By analyzing human history and current state from these definitions, when humanity prioritizes Tao, all aspects of human society can operate in order, presenting a state of national peace, favorable weather, natural harmony, and genuine modesty and accommodation. When humanity forsakes Tao but prioritizes virtue, the trend of seeking gods and Buddhas starts to prevail. Waves of religious movements emerge, the mindset of seeking divine blessings becomes increasingly prominent, and religions begin to dominate various social domains. People refrain from arrogance and recklessness, thus maintaining effective societal functioning while preserving harmony between humans and nature. When humanity abandons both Tao and virtue in favor of law, the situation of warlords rising gradually emerges. Inevitable wars and plundering escalate, intensifying the destruction of nature. Humanity plunges into a phase of frenzied development. When humanity esteems benevolence, with Tao and virtue in decline, law can receive appropriate restraints. However, cunning and sophistry begin to prevail. Various doctrines, thoughts, and ideologies proliferate, and humanity gradually loses spirituality, relying more on rationality for survival. When righteousness becomes a trend, numerous political parties, social groups, and civilian factions emerge, intensifying the competition for self-centered interests. Human society becomes restless and unstable. When rituals dominate society, the essence of human nature begins to degrade, and beastly behavior finds its way. Everyone strives vigorously to climb upward, leading to prevalent acts of oppression, slander, false accusations, mutual deception, opportunism, and a surge of deceitful practices. These phenomena proliferate like mushrooms after the rain. When wisdom is promoted as human cleverness, people become excessively shrewd, constantly striving for personal gain. Seizing every inch of merit, their hearts and words at odds, lies pervading streets and alleys, faith completely lost. Their small minds exceedingly bright while their larger minds are exceedingly foolish. They appear human but resemble ghosts, making it difficult to distinguish between the two, making it hard to differentiate between humans and demons. When credibility is recognized by the masses as the best tool to restrain humanity, constitutions, laws, regulations, and systems multiply, becoming increasingly intricate. Coupled with religious doctrines and ritual constraints, human nature is almost entirely lost. Everyone becomes a cog in society's machinery, struggling and fighting, yet finding it challenging to realize their noble ideals. When magical art takes center stage in society, superstition prevails, the distinction between humans and ghosts becomes blurred. Falsehoods, ugliness, and evil replace truths, beauty, and goodness. People become akin to those under a spell, chaotic, disordered, rendering it almost impossible to find a remedy for humanity. Isn't this the cause of human history and its current state? 关闭一扇门，另几扇门会自动打开. Close one door, and others will open automatically. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Many movie theaters, auditoriums, conference halls, and such have multiple entrances and exits. After watching a movie, all the doors in the cinema open, but we can only choose one to leave. One person cannot exit through two doors simultaneously. Similarly, one cannot enter through two doors at once. There are 36 doors in the universe, but available for humans, there are only 12. We can only choose one. We cannot simultaneously pick several doors. The 12 doors available for human entry and exit remain open at all times. They never close. We have the power to choose at any moment. However, once we choose one door, the other 11 automatically close. Similarly, when we close one door, the remaining 11 doors open automatically. It's like going to an airport to board a plane. Dozens of planes wait on the tarmac for passengers. We can only choose one. We cannot fly on two or several planes simultaneously. Likewise, a high school graduate who passes the university admission score has dozens of universities to choose from. They can only make selections from the list and ultimately enter one university. They cannot study at several schools simultaneously. The saying, "A man fears choosing the wrong profession, a woman fears marrying the wrong man," implies this philosophy. If we regard Tao, virtue, law, benevolence, righteousness, rituals, wisdom, credibility, and magical art as doors within the human value system, we also face the issue of choice. Moreover, it's a situation where we can only choose one, unable to possess them all. If we choose Tao, virtue becomes void. If we choose virtue, law is forfeited. If we opt for law, benevolence is sacrificed. If we choose benevolence, righteousness is relinquished. If we prefer righteousness, rituals are forsaken. If we choose rituals, wisdom diminishes. If we opt for wisdom, credibility is forfeited. If we select credibility, magical art is relinquished. Conversely, choosing magical art means no credibility. Choosing credibility means no wisdom. Choosing wisdom means no rituals. Choosing rituals means no righteousness. Choosing righteousness means no benevolence. Choosing benevolence means no law. Choosing law means no virtue. Choosing virtue means no Tao. Regarding this, 99% of people might disagree, thinking Tao, virtue, law, benevolence, righteousness, ritual, wisdom, credibility, and magical art are like 9 dishes on a banquet table, and individuals can freely pick and choose. If one holds this view, he fails to grasp understanding of the contradictory nature among these 9 dishes. Some may believe they can perfectly embody both Tao and virtue, which is impossible. Having Tao would inevitably mean lacking virtue, and possessing virtue would surely mean lacking Tao. If someone claims to have both Tao and virtue, then the Tao they possess must be a facade, a false front. The complexity of human history lies here, and the root cause of human confusion resides here. Please contemplate this on your own. Closing one door automatically opens several others. Opening one door automatically closes others. Choosing death, the door to life automatically closes. Opening the door to life, the door to death automatically closes. The key is to be clear about which door you are currently in. Once you become a farmer, you have no connection with being a worker. If you become a thief, you cannot become an upright gentleman. If you become a corrupt official, you are no longer a representative of the people. If you become a prostitute, you cannot be called a lady. Many people know which door they are in, and they are aware of the difficulties in their current door. However, they lack the courage to close it, fearing that once closed, there will be no door to enter. In fact, such concerns are unnecessary. There are only 12 doors of life, speaking only in terms of human existence, and there are countless paths in life. Regardless of which path you take, eventually, you will enter one of the 12 doors of life. All roads lead to Rome, but not all roads lead to heaven. Many paths lead to hell. It's time to choose which door to enter. Delaying decisions will only lead to lifelong regrets. Life at Genuine is one such door, primarily leading to the thousand-year world. Xierer de Sanliang, Evil Kindness. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. The noble die for their confidence. As someone influenced by Confucian culture, I also hold this view of life. While I doubt whether I could die for a confidant, walking the path with those who understand me, sharing joys and sorrows, is what I pursue. Drinking tea, chatting, climbing mountains, traveling with those who understand me always brings a sense of delight. True friends are hard to find in life. Although they say, grass is green everywhere under the sky, in this finite life, if one finds a confidant, discovers a patch of green grass, and fails to cherish it, assuming there's an abundance ahead, they are likely to miss opportunities and regret for a lifetime. If we do not walk with those who understand us, Should we stay with those who do not? Repay kindness received with gushing gratitude is a value I adhere to. When someone helped me at a critical time, pulling me out of a predicament, guiding me out of confusion, showing me hope, healing wounds, how could I forget the pain? Repaying kindness is the virtue of a true gentleman. Repaying kindness with enmity is the conduct of a petty person. Before going abroad, I encountered a confidant who was the CEO of a limited industrial development company that I met after starting my own business. I mentioned his name in the postscript of Life Genuine, saying, "Meeting you during my journey, receiving your help is like being nourished by the rain. I throw a spiritual beam toward the sky, wishing you a smooth journey ahead." This is my blessing for him and for all the other confidants I've encountered on my life journey. After going abroad, I discovered a massive potential market. In gratitude, I soon wrote to this CEO, informing him about the considerable profits from overseas markets. He was excited and promptly replied, appointing me as the manager of the company's overseas department. Everything was running smoothly for a while. To expedite progress, I made a request to the CEO. I need to rent an office, set up a telephone, and buy a car. Please have the corporate headquarters consider this request. Anyone who has run a company overseas knows that an office, a fax machine, and a car are basic necessities. However, those who haven't traveled abroad might think riding a bicycle or taking public transportation suffices. Stalled. After my request, I received no further response from the CEO. Later, I learned that the hitch occurred due to several vice presidents, the CEO's spouse, and caring friends who concerned about him. Upon learning of my request, they cautioned him, saying, "Be cautious, do not fall for his tricks. This person is ambitious. He might be a fraud." A great opportunity, capable of bringing the CEO immense wealth, fizzled out, vanished, and miscarried. This happened in the name of kind concern. Later, the increasing success and growth of many Chinese compatriots in this place confirmed my initial judgment. Instead of the kindness and warnings from those around the CEO, if he had taken swift action and seized the opportunity, this industrial company would have evolved into an entirely different entity. Upon pondering this for a long time, I realized the kindness around the CEO was a kind of evil kindness. Evil kindness always presents itself as sincere, considerate, caring, and "it's for your own good." Yet, it consistently sets invisible obstacles in the way of others' development, ruining their bright prospects. You must be careful. Be cautious not to fall for it. Always be cautious of others. This person is ambitious. You must be cautious. Allow me to speak frankly. I'm doing this for your own good. Evil kindness not only ruins someone's bright future, but can also crush their beliefs, create discord among brothers and sisters, make friends and colleagues turn against each other, cause divorce between spouses, sow hatred between parents and children, lead partners to court, cause the downfall of political parties, dissolve organizations, bring turmoil to nations, and bring disgrace to ethnic groups. Evil kindness is everywhere, always cloaked in kindness, making it hard to guard against. Those with a twisted mind, lacking genuine talent, those with a cunning mind but no substantial intellect, insistent on displaying themselves as frogs at the bottom of a well, and those who cannot argue logically, provide evidence, and thrive on baseless speculation are the breeding grounds of evil kindness. Sanlang de Xiera. Benevolent Evil. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Once while watching Animal World on TV, I came across a scene. A tall tree with a bird's nest, a big bird cruelly driving away a young bird seemingly not fully feathered from the nest. The young bird, panicked, tried to hide, squeezing back into the nest. The bird mother, seemingly lacking any sympathy for her daughter, flapped her wings, squawked, not letting it take a step back, eventually forcing the young bird to fly away from the tree nest and clumsily spread its wings for the first time. The fledgling bird landed clumsily on the grass, and the big bird promptly flew to a branch not far from it, preening its feathers. But observing the newly liberated young bird, chirping and hopping joyfully on the ground, it seemed to say, "Mom, look, I can fly. I can hop on the ground. Life outside is so much freer and comfortable than in the nest. Look, Mom, I can even catch insects. Oh, the outside world is wonderful. At first glance, the mother bird's act of driving away her offspring seemed evil. Yet, upon seeing the joyful scene of the young bird on the ground, I immediately recognized that the mother bird's seemingly evil actions were, in fact, a form of benevolent evil. Inspired by the big bird, I employed a kind of benevolent evil in raising my own child. Starting at 13, my child took charge of the family's dinner, learned to drive at 14, and began driving to school at 16. I never did tasks he could manage himself. At 16, he competed for the position of the student company's general manager and succeeded. Regarding university, I said he could choose any university in the USA, UK, Australia, or South Africa, except elite schools like Harvard or MIT due to unaffordable tuition fees. Eventually, he researched online, contacted universities, and chose a top-ranked university within the global top 100. At 18, he left home, the nest, went to the US and UK embassies to apply for his visa himself, bought a plane ticket, registered in the USA, found accommodation, opened a bank account, and everything went smoothly. Finally, like the big bird, I drove my child out of the nest. Consequently, just like the young bird landing on the grass, he discovered a broader world and a space of freedom beyond the nest. His academic performance remained outstanding, and he received care and support from various quarters. People who know us envy our obedient and sensible child, but little do they know that I employed an evil educational method. Whether educating children, managing employees, or governing countries, leading people should adopt benevolent evil. Pure kindness ultimately harms oneself and others. Only benevolent evil can save both. To those who are ignorant, the most effective approach is to employ a strategy of benevolent evil as they are unresponsive to reason and unmoved even in life-threatening situations. Resorting to a fascist dictatorship is inhumane, leaving us with no option but to employ evil methods. To those who damage nature, those who cause trouble without reason, those who lazily parasitize, and those who are fanatics, the most effective way to rescue them is through a form of benevolent evil. If we spend too much time waiting for them to understand it, it is too late and humanity will be on the brink of catastrophe. Children who cannot swim insist on bathing in the river, those unfamiliar with electricity want to touch high-voltage wires, those lacking faith insist on freedom, and those unfamiliar with Chinese culture and the human spiritual world insist on advocating private ownership. Is it wise for them to follow their own whims without considering the consequences not only for themselves, but also for the future of others and the entire nation? Humanity faces an immense potential disaster. We are standing at the edge of a precipice. It's time to wake up. 98% of people are currently in the nest. Don't you want to fly freely like the young bird? All authoritarian systems are nests. Can there be prospects for those crowded and fussing within these nests for an extended period? All religions are nests. Can there be prospects for those dreaming with closed eyes within these nests for an extended period? Like the big bird, Life Genuine aims to encourage the young birds to leave the nest. Only by flying out of the nest can you understand the benevolent evil of Life Genuine. Soar into the world, and it becomes yours. Remain behind, and it leads to a dead end. 时来运转. Time brings changes in fortune. Xiefeng. February 7th, 2007. Translation edited by Qin Yu. All things await their opportune moment to act. When it arrives, greenery flourishes, insects take flight, solid ice melts, thunder is born. When the time has not come, no storms brew, flowers lack buds, gold appears as iron, and even geniuses seem mediocre. All things await their moment to act. When it arrives, injustices are revealed, secrets come to light. The scenery changes from fortune to misfortune. When it's not time, the oxen bully the tigers, cats fear mice, diligent studies go unnoticed, exceptional talents seem worthless. Time, geographical advantage, support of people, time takes precedence. Even with remarkable talent and ambitions spanning the universe, without favorable timing, one can only sip the northwest wind. Even with a heart of passion, Without opportune timing, one's efforts find no outlet. Time brings changes in fortune. Without opportune timing, fortunes do not change. Even with full seeds, they'll lie dormant underground. Even with brilliant minds, they'll reside in obscure places. Even with perfect plans, they'll gather dust. Even with resounding voices, they'll only shout in vain. At the right moment, in the turning of fortunes, the ugly duckling may become a white swan. A cowherd leads a million valiant soldiers. A golden phoenix emerges from a mountain nest, and barren lands transform into lucrative markets. Those who bowed their heads lift them high, while those who once held their heads high bow their heads. For some, wealth flows in abundantly, and their career paths are clear. For others, they stumble and face poverty and illness. The heavens have their fortune, nations have theirs, individuals too. If the heavens' fortune falters, so does a nation's, and thus an individual's. If a nation's fortune wanes, it's hard for an individual's fortune to turn. Grass and trees know their seasons. In spring, they thrive. Wise individuals discern opportune moments and create grand achievements in due time. Failing to act when necessary leads to missed opportunities and bad luck. Inappropriately, forcefully, or foolishly acting when one should not turn good fortune into misfortune. Sprouting in winter leads to inevitable demise. Budding in autumn leads to fruitlessness. Sprouting in spring is opportune. Time is fortune. When time brings change, it might be favorable or adverse, depending on one's perception. Time, ever-changing, constantly seeks auspicious winds and timely rains, seeking prosperity for the nation, peace for the people, and harmony throughout the world. With everyone's well-being, there comes good fortune. In the face of widespread misery, personal good fortune is elusive. Fortune is transformative. Apparent good fortune may be substantial misfortune, and apparent misfortune may be substantial good fortune. If heaven intends to grant people good fortune, it might first befall them with misfortune. If heaven intends to bring misfortune to people, it might bestow apparent good fortune first. Whether it is calamity or fortune, it all depends on one's own perspective. Three elements constitute fortune: life structure, genes, gestation period, and timing. Life structure determines the broad trajectory of fortune. An egg can only hatch into a chick, not into an eagle. A dragon begets a dragon. A phoenix begets a phoenix. A mouse's offspring dig holes. Wheat cannot grow into corn. Ordinary people cannot become geniuses. Not all cowherds can command a million soldiers. Not all music students become Bach, Beethoven, or Mozart. Not all compassionate individuals become Jesus, Buddha, or Muhammad. Not all college dropouts become Bill Gates. The transformation of fortune requires a gestation period. 10 months pregnancy leads to 1 day of childbirth. Peach trees take 3 years. Apricots take 4, and walnut trees need 18 years to bear fruits. Without or insufficient gestation, even with opportune timing, fortune is hard to transform. Inspiration favors the contemplative, opportunities embrace the prepared mind, and miracles do not happen on the desert of the soul. Those who eagerly await good fortune must accumulate the basic materials in that direction. Waiting aimlessly will not bring good fortune. All preparations ready, just waiting for the east wind. Only with complete preparation can one utilize the east wind. Without readiness, even with the wind blowing, the fire cannot burn at Chibi. Similarly, without the wind rising, all prior preparations are meaningless. Therefore, good fortune also depends on timing. The 5th, 9th, 11th, 14th, 16th, 17th, 34th, 53rd, and 56th hexagrams of the Book of Changes primarily discuss cultivating and awaiting the opportune moment, awaiting changes in fortune. The cart travels on the road. The horse runs on the track. People walk on paths. Immortals tread immortal paths. Without changing the trajectory of life, a dog remains a dog, and commoners remain commoners. Even when the time comes, it only smooths the trajectory but does not change it. It means that people cannot become immortals. To transition from the trajectory of a human life to that of an immortal, one needs to foster the structure of an immortal life, then step into the immortal path at the opportune moment. Times are changing. Take the opportune moment. The era of networking, combined with the consciousness of the new age, acts as a catalyst for transforming one's life fortune. Today, the information we receive in a day surpasses that of an entire year in the past. Old systems are gradually disintegrating, even collapsing. The times create heroes, and the consciousness of the new age shapes higher dimensional lives. When the time comes, seize the opportunity, align with the international system, embrace the lifestyle of the immortals, and in doing so, great fortune awaits. 魔鬼的钓饵 Satan's bait. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. A friend once shared the art of fishing with me, mentioning the method of using pig feed, vitamins, essential balm, and eggs as bait to lure fish to the hook. The revelation was heart-stopping. Poor fish. How would they know that this tantalizing aroma was nothing but pig feed? How could they comprehend that this bait, disguised as something appealing, spells disaster once consumed? To these fish, the fisherman is the devil. For the devil, these fish are utterly naive. A few simple tricks and they're hooked. In the water, fish only see the fragrant food, oblivious to the devil on the shore. The fish's devil is humans. Then, who is the devil for humans? The mantis hunts the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The oriole hunts the mantis, unaware of the cobra behind. The cobra hunts the oriole, unaware of the eagle behind. The eagle hunts the cobra, humans behind. Humans hunt the eagle, the devil behind. The devil hunts humans, and behind the devil is the greatest creator. All seek immediate gain, ignoring what comes after. Humans fish, and the devil fishes humans. Humans employ all sorts of tricks to lure the fish. The devil uses all sorts of tricks to hook humans. Adding vitamins, essential balm, and eggs to pig feed lures fish to the hook, just as the devil casts money, power, and lust into the human world, luring humans to the hook. The fish do not know it's a human trap. Humans do not know it's the devil's scheme. The fish cannot see the person behind the trap. Humans cannot see the devil behind the scheme. Ah, fish. Ah, humans. Beware. 生命是这样腐烂发臭的. Life rots and stinks like this. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Today, July 14th, 2004, while preparing dinner for my beloved and child, I was frying eggplant and thought of adding some garlic. I fetched a plastic bag containing stored garlic from the storage, opened the bag, and picked a clove. To my surprise, the garlic was darkened, and upon breaking it open, it was rotten. Emptied out all the cloves, not a single one was spared. It's odd. Normally, garlic does not rot for several months. So why did this bag, purchased just a month ago, turn rotten and stinky? Suddenly, I recalled an incident during a summer business trip within the country. After washing my face with a towel in the morning, I absent-mindedly placed the damp towel inside a plastic bag. I forgot to remove it that day, and the next day when I retrieved it to wash my face again, a gentle twist broke it into two sections. The reason lay in the fact that the moist towel, in the sweltering heat, confined within the plastic bag without contact with external air, turned stale. The gases of staleness within the plastic bag caused the towel to decay, reducing its strength and elasticity, thus making it easily breakable. Yes, the garlic's rot and stink in the plastic bag resulted from its lack of contact with external air. Ordinarily, garlic is placed in a basket, allowing air circulation, hence it remains unchanged for months. It seems that everything material, when not allowed to circulate with external air, inevitably rots and stinks. If material things are like this, then what about non-material things? If a family only allows internal marriages without intermingling with other families, after several generations, this family will inevitably perish. A nation that does not interact with other nations, confined within a singular cultural circle, will eventually decay. A country that isolates itself, refraining from interactions with other nations, will surely decline. Now, what about an individual? If they do not learn from others, avoid communication, isolate themselves, and keep their mental windows closed, over time, they will inevitably become rigid, stubborn, experience ideological stagnation, leading to decay, stagnation, and eventually death. An individual, a family, a nation, a country, such is the case. What about religious groups? Historically, Some disappearing religions have also attributed their decline to self-righteousness and arrogance. It's foreseeable that present religions like Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, etc., if they hold on to an attitude of superiority, refusing to engage in mutual exchange, cutting themselves off contact with the external air, will inevitably rot and stink as well. The question now is, how can human life prevent rot and stench? The human being is composed of two parts, a material body and a spiritual soul. If the material body does not engage in exchange with the external elements such as air, water, and energy, it will inevitably decay and emit an unpleasant odor, ultimately leading to death. Similarly, if the spiritual soul does not connect with the divine source of the universe, the greatest creator, the soul will also decay and emit an unpleasant odor, resulting in death. A more intriguing question is, if life on Earth chooses to seal itself off and refuses to engage in spiritual communication and contact with life forms beyond Earth, will it also rot, stink, and eventually die? 有眼无珠与买椟还珠. Seeing without recognizing and the folly of buying the casket and returning the jewel. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Everyone desires to possess treasures, be it rare diamonds or exquisite jade, be it wise mentors and supportive friends, or virtuous and beautiful women. It's the intrinsic value that triggers people's longing and pursuit. Among all treasures, the most valuable is the truth that allows life to extend towards higher level space, the spirit of the greatest creator and the pure and kind hearts of humanity. Treasures are everywhere, appearing and hiding at every turn. Why can't we see or find them? It's because we are blind to the jewel. In 1995, our family hired a lady for the first time. This lady, named Rebecca, learned to cook Chinese food in just 3 days. After she tidied up the house, it was sparkling clean, spotless, well organized, and neat. Every day, after my beloved and I returned home from work and the kid came back from school, she stood at the door to welcome us, showing concern and casually taking the kid's school bag and our purchases. It felt like we were reuniting with long-lost relatives. Inside the dining room, a table of not-so-sumptuous yet delectable dishes always awaited us. The day's fatigue dissipated in this warm and harmonious atmosphere. At that time, my residence had no flowers or plants outside. However, since Rebecca arrived, she managed to bring in some exotic plants and flowers. 2 months later, flowers blossomed in front and behind the house, creating a splendid scene. Unfortunately, due to our move, we had to let her go after 6 months. More foolishly, we lost the note with her address. A rare and precious jewel was thus lost. Every time we think of Rebecca, my beloved and I deeply sigh, regretting immensely. Such a wonderful woman. Where else could we find her? I am someone who is blind to the jewel. The gem is right in front of us, but we do not cherish it. Once it's gone from us, it's hard to trace it again. One wrong step causes everlasting regret. Discarding the jewel hurts the heart the most. Who should be blamed when blind to the jewel? Blame no one but your own blindness. Blindness to the jewel not only hinders its discovery, but also ensures its eventual loss even if acquired. The story of buying the casket and returning the jewel is due to the people of Zheng State only seeing the gorgeously decorated wooden box but not recognizing the gem inside, leading to a lamentable event spanning ages. The ancients had their foolishness, just as modern individuals can be ignorant. Often encountering bookworms, their memory may be strong, their reasoning abilities not weak, they can eloquently expound on principles, citing references after references. Yet, besides regurgitating some worn-out cliches, there's not a glimmer of wisdom in their discourse. It's not problematic if they lack their own thoughts. However, they insist on using history to shackle and restrict the development of reality, speaking only in traditions and orthodoxy. It's akin to the scholars and Pharisees of Jesus' time. Although Jesus preached the truth, they spouted dogmas, pretending to uphold orthodoxy, vehemently hindering the spread of truth. These individuals are like the people of Zheng State, interested not in the gem within the box, but in the gorgeously adorned wooden box containing the gem. The truly invaluable gem lies within people's hearts. If we do not protect the gem in our hearts, but blindly pursue the externally decorated wooden box, are we not like the people of Zheng State buying the casket and returning the jewel? 回应天启，走出迷途. Responding to the revelation, finding the way out. Xiefeng. August 16th, 2005. Translation edited by Qinyu. A lightning bolt streaks across the expansive sky, accompanied by distant rolling thunder, foretelling an impending storm. On September 11th, the towering and sturdy World Trade Center collapsed abruptly, trapping people inside. Ah, if someone had warned those inside the building of its imminent collapse and urged them to evacuate, would they have heeded the advice? Nonsense. How could such a solid world-class building collapse? They might have replied in disbelief. Humans, how much do you understand the mysteries of the universe? How much do you comprehend? Why don't you respond to the revelations? Someone explicitly tells you that he is a messenger of the greatest creator. Here too, harvest the crops, yet you mock, ridicule, and scorn him. Even when, in humility, he kneels before you as a commoner, begging for your response to the revelations, you continue to mock, ridicule, and scorn him. What kind of person do you need to save you? The immense love of the greatest creator for humanity, the care from God Jesus Christ, and Buddha Shakyamuni for humanity have been clearly and evidently revealed to you. Do you desire wealth or life? Life or your status, wealth and reputation? Which is more important? There was a notorious pirate who amassed countless treasures. One day, he was caught. In court, he arrogantly told the judge, "I have countless treasures. I'm willing to give up 1/3 of my wealth to buy my freedom." The judge replied, "You've committed robbery and murder. Your wealth cannot buy your freedom." "Judge, I'm willing to give up all my treasures to save my life. You should know, my wealth is enough for the whole nation to spend for 3 years. People die for wealth. Birds perish for food. Don't people love wealth?" The pirate began pleading. The judge resolutely replied, "Debts must be repaid, and life must pay for murder. Your wealth wasn't rightfully earned. It was plundered. The law is not negotiable. I declare that tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, you will be hanged." The pirate, with tears of regret, lamented, "Had I known that wealth couldn't spare my life, why did I strive so ardently to amass it?" Human laws are not child's play. They cannot be bargained with, let alone the laws of the greatest creator. Don't be stubborn, do not falter, do not retreat midway, do not be captured by demons. Ignite the divine lamp within your heart, seize the moment. Transcend the shackles of life and death, reclaim your true nature, discard conventional thinking, advance at superluminal speeds, abandon all possessions, firmly believe in the journey of life. Don't look around, do not heed others' words, do not run with the crowd, do not feel lonely and forsaken. The key to opening the gates of heaven lies in your hands. You need only ponder quietly, listen to the guidance of your inner spirit. Don't wait for torrential rains to build an ark. Do not wait for the Titanic to hit an iceberg to search for life jackets. Do not wait to see a bombing plane before rushing out of the building. Once everything becomes apparent, it's too late. Your eastern land, due to its vastness, sparse population, and abundant resources, has fallen into a state of excessive greed, rampant killing, widespread falsehoods, and deceitfulness. Many are unfaithful, unfilial, unkind, and unjust. Now, I bring the Tripitaka, capable of transcending life and death, to save all beings. Your eastern land, ignoring the Tripitaka Buddha scriptures, your sky is low, your earth thin, your resources scant, and your population dense. You do not believe in gods, Buddhas, despise laws and heaven. Yet you still indulge in excessive greed, rampant killing, widespread falsehoods, and deceitfulness. Many are unfaithful, unfilial, unkind, and unjust. Your eastern land disregards Buddhas and the greatest creators, unaware of how to be human. Ears but deaf, hearts but void, as fragile as paper, as lofty as the sky, spirits desolate, hearts like stones, still stubbornly refusing to heed teachings, superficially humble, but inwardly arrogant. I now call again, hoping for a response to the revelations, a return from the misguided path. If delayed or procrastinated, divine punishment will follow. The vast heavens perceive your hearts. The myriad gods know your names. The sun, moon, and cosmic laws observe your deeds. In the vast expanse of existence, life takes precedence. In the limitless desert, retracing steps leads to the oasis. Every millennium is but a fleeting moment. The righteous path is the only way. Respond to the revelations and find your way out of the maze. 别人不信,我信. Others may doubt, I believe. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. A friend from Tianjin visited my office the day before yesterday and inquired about matters related to space and time. I asked him why he was interested in such questions. He said, "Not long ago, I had a dream. My grandfather appeared and told me that after using the toilet, he suddenly fainted before standing up, unable to get up. He said he was leaving and urged us to live well while he waited. The next day, my father called from China, saying my grandfather had passed away. He told me my grandfather had collapsed and passed away while using the toilet. I found it quite strange. How could my dream about my grandfather match the actual events? What's going on with time and space?" I asked him if he had watched the Life Genuine section on Chinese Soul, and he mentioned that he had seen some of it. However, due to the extensive content, he hadn't watched it all. I responded, "Your grandfather left this physical space and entered another dimension of life. Due to his concern for you, he conveyed his inner thoughts to you through a dream before departing from this space. This is entirely normal. Your elevated spiritual sensitivity allowed you to connect with your grandfather's thoughts. There's nothing mysterious about it." Taking the opportunity, I asked, "Do you believe in the immortality of the soul and in the existence of other dimensions of life apart from our current space?" He replied, "While others may doubt, I believe." Belief, such a mysterious and profound word. Peter, a disciple of Jesus, walked on water because of belief, but almost drowned when he saw the wind and waves and lost belief. Those with belief are blessed. Those without belief are miserable. Those with belief have roots. Those without belief are like floating duckweeds. Those with belief know how to navigate life. Those without belief randomly fly like headless flies. Those with belief are humble. Those without belief are arrogant. What to believe in? Believe in facts. Believe in what you see, hear, and experience. Whom to believe in? Believe in Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, Laozi, and the sages. What to believe in? Believe in the negative universe information sensed by your spiritual perception. Whom to believe in? Believe in the greatest creator. Many people doubt everything, do not believe in anything, lack faith in themselves, and have no confidence. Some start with belief, but, swayed by phenomena and others' opinions, lose faith even in facts. They cannot sustain their faith, vacillating between belief and doubt until they believe in nothing. Some seem to believe but harbor doubts, so when confronted with storms, they lose their foothold and are devoured by demons. Some people's faith is mere lip service, steering with the wind, changing with their immediate self-interest. In reality, their hearts lack genuine belief. Today, they believe when it's advantageous, and tomorrow, they do not when it's not. How can one live without faith? What is the purpose of such a life? Where is it headed? Job in the Bible is an exemplar of faith. Apostle Paul is an exemplar of faith, and several bodhisattvas in Buddhism have also set examples of faith for us. Many believers in Islam are also exemplars of faith. Without faith, one cannot stand firm. I said to my friend, "Your dream aligning with reality can be considered a revelation. While the world may harbor doubts, you cannot afford to. Doubting would betray your grandfather's wishes and the revelation." In the end, my friend reiterated, "While others may harbor doubts, I remain steadfast in my belief." Friend, do you also believe? 于无声处响惊雷. Shocking thunderclap in silence. Xiefeng. August 16th, 2005. Translation edited by Qin Yu. That was a day on the Christmas of the previous year. I was driving a van, transporting 8 employees from my store to a fast food restaurant and bar I owned, about 10 kilometers away, to celebrate Christmas. Just as we pulled up to the entrance of the bar, we heard a clack sound, and the left front wheel dropped, tilting the vehicle to the left. Quickly checking, I discovered the axle supporting the left wheel had completely snapped. After a week, I had the car towed to Sadie Motor for repairs. The shop owner, holding the fractured axle, asked me, "Why didn't the car overturn?" I replied, "The axle broke only as the car came to a stop. That's why it didn't overturn." That British gentleman sighed, saying, "A miracle, the greatest creator's protection. In such a situation, the car should have flipped, causing injuries. How did it break only after the car stopped?" He then pointed at the fracture and explained, "This axle began breaking at least half a year ago. It didn't snap suddenly but deteriorated bit by bit. Its complete fracture was inevitable. It should have happened during driving. You're very lucky." Initially, I didn't care for the analysis, but after hearing his explanation, I felt terrified. I usually drive fast. If the axle had snapped during high-speed driving, not only would everyone in the car have been in danger, but other vehicles around might also have faced disaster. That was close. The axle had been gradually breaking for months, yet I remained oblivious. Thunder lurked in silence. Disasters hid within calm waters. Unseen perils surfaced unnoticed amid the excitement and joy. How can one prevent such occurrences? Since then, I have started contemplating the latent crises within nature. Earthquakes, typhoons, volcanic eruptions, tornadoes, plagues, wars, floods, landslides, droughts, pestilence, sandstorms, accidents, plane crashes, collapsed walls, dam breaches, land subsidence, strokes, sudden power outages, water stoppages, social unrest, riots, and other unforeseen calamities all exhibit early signs of axle fractures. People typically care about results or consequences, rarely focusing on the gradual axle deterioration leading up to them. People often live in regret, never considering early checks and preventive measures. Furthermore, since axle fractures happen gradually and invisibly, they are easily overlooked. Even if someone predicts a disaster in advance, not many believe it. This guy's exaggerating, talking nonsense, or has ulterior motives. What's the solution? Think about Noah building his ark on the mountaintop. How many ridiculed and mocked him? Currently, Life Genuine has faced and will continue to face ridicule, mockery, and cold indifference from many. Among all these axle fractures, my focus is on the fate and future of humanity. It seems that the greatest creator, God Jesus, and Buddha Shakyamuni have particularly favored me, granting me the key to unlock the treasury of wisdom and authority to establish Life Genuine, bestowing upon me the honor of harvesting crops. People, I know you will not easily believe me. In Jesus' era, how many truly believed in Jesus? How many truly believed in Buddha Shakyamuni? How many truly understood Muhammad and Laozi? Many talk about the greatest creator, Allah, the ancestor of Buddha, Emperor Chakra, the heavens, or the divine, but how many genuinely follow them? Many speak of Tao manifests itself in nature. What is nature? Do you understand? Some claim that Xiefeng is creating the greatest creator, that he aspires to be its spokesperson. Oh, ignorant ones, can the greatest creator be created? Is Xiefeng's, the chapter of the greatest creator, creating the greatest creator? Who in human history has explained the greatest creator as comprehensively as the chapter of the greatest creator? Thunder and silence exists. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. But I'll caution everyone in advance. Do not come running later, shouting, "Greatest Creator, now I believe," after the axle breaks. By then, it'll be too late, and no one can save you. 上帝对人类的审判随时随地进行. The greatest creator's judgment of humanity occurs at all times and in all places. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. All major religions mention Judgment Day, or the judgment by the king of hell in the netherworld. However, after exploring the 36-dimensional spaces, I haven't discovered a designated place for judgment. The greatest creator has never assigned a fixed date for a collective or individual judgment of humanity. So, how did this notion of a judgment day originate? One reason could be a mistaken understanding of divine teachings. Those who recorded the words of gods or Buddhas might have misinterpreted the meanings or added their own cleverness and wisdom when translating the divine words. The other reason is that people mainly focus on outcomes, neglecting the processes that lead to them. People see death as life's conclusion, ignoring the process itself. Consequently, they believe that death marks life's end, and after death, souls face a final judgment. Such beliefs are erroneous. The concept of Judgment Day blasphemes the greatest creator, confuses humanity, and exacerbates life's hardships and misfortunes. It's a kind of magical power, a spell, a barrier and hindrance placed within human consciousness. The greatest creator's judgment and selection of humanity, both collectively and individually, occur anytime, anywhere. There is not a final judgment. It's immediate, executed by Tao rather than by gods, Buddhas, or any celestial beings. How does Tao judge people? Up to this point, I've outlined in other articles what Tao is. In the Bible, it says, Tao is the greatest creator. However, there's a meaning not yet revealed. The greatest creator is not Tao. Tao is the greatest creator. The greatest creator is not Tao. How to understand this? Mao Zedong thought is Mao Zedong, but Mao Zedong is not Mao Zedong thought. Wang Mazi's consciousness is Wang Mazi, but Wang Mazi is not consciousness. China's laws represent China, but China is not its laws. Tao manifests itself in nature, means Tao follows the will of the greatest creator. The will of the greatest creator corresponds to the spirit of the greatest creator. Tao and the spirit of the greatest creator are synonymous. Although the meaning of Tao is vast and profound, in this context, Tao is specifically defined as the spiritual law that upholds the orderly functioning of the universe and the cycle of life. Although the Diamond Sutra may not explicitly expound on the concept of Tao, those of superior wisdom who comprehend the sutra would undoubtedly understand that what Shakyamuni Buddha repeatedly elucidates is essentially Tao. All phenomena are illusory. The Dharma cannot be grasped, expressed, nor is it truly Dharma or non-Dharma. What is referred to as the Buddha's Dharma is, in reality, not the Buddha's Dharma. The Dharma is neither real nor unreal. The Dharma is a quality, without high or low. Regarding the Dharma, there is no notion of extinction. That which is referred to as the appearance of the Dharma is, in fact, not the appearance of the Dharma. This is called the appearance of the Dharma. All sages are differentiated by the Dharma of non-attachment. If we purely understand Tao as the greatest creator's law, it might lead us to liken the greatest creator's law to the country's laws. It's easy to regard the greatest creator's law as dead dogma. The laws of the greatest creator, Tao, cannot be fully explained in words. Why? Because the greatest creator's law is spiritual, alive. Laozi and Buddha earnestly imparted to us this layer of meaning regarding Tao. Now we understand. Tao is the spiritual law that sustains the orderly operation of the universe and the cycle of life. So, let's see how Tao judge humanity, both collectively and individually, at any time, in any place. When Chinese people cook, it's inevitable that frying and cooking will lead to the accumulation of grease around the kitchen walls and ceilings. We have to ask whether this layer of grease formed all at once or gradually built up with each instance of frying and cooking. Look inside a smoker's teeth. They turn dark due to smoking. When did this discoloration occur? Not after one cigarette, right? It's the accumulation of repeated smoking. When someone suffers a sudden heart attack or stroke, is it caused by a single instance of low vitality or inadequate blood supply, or an immediate surge of heart fire? Unlikely. Was the sudden earthquake in Tangshan the result of a single tectonic shift? Does the emergence of a dust storm result merely from pulling out a few blades of grass or cutting down a few trees? When someone is abruptly elevated to a central government position, is it purely coincidental? When someone unexpectedly gets a chance to study abroad, is it solely an opportunity? When someone dies in a car accident, is it just misfortune? Aren't there accumulations of various factors behind these events? 10 years to nurture trees, 100 years to cultivate individuals, gathering streams to form rivers, accumulating grievances to lead to disasters. If one consumes 9 steamed buns, Does it mean only the ninth bun satisfies hunger, while the preceding eight are wasted? Is poverty the fault of the heavens? Does it not have its own causes and consequences? Is it unfairness of the greatest creator? When a billionaire is suddenly assassinated, does it lack causes and consequences? Is it the injustice of the heavens? Without the accumulation of quantity, there can be no qualitative transformation. Without personal effort and dedication, there can be no happy life. Without profound contemplation, wisdom is unattainable. Without the manifestation of love, the Spirit will not descend. Without spiritual living, one can never enter the higher realms of life. Enumerating the above simple truths, I want to illustrate that the judgment of Tao on humanity, punishment, and reward is happening at all times and everywhere. When thirsty, drink some water to solve the problem immediately. When in need to urinate, release it promptly to make the body comfortable right away. In an instant, there is eternity. Understanding that the judgment of Tao, reward, and punishment is immediate, accurate, impartial, and intangible, a life of wisdom should be lived like this. Regardless of the circumstances, rich or poor, influential or powerless, renowned or scorned by others, the key is to pay attention to one's next action. Avoid punishments from Tao and strive to receive rewards. Specifically, first, believe in the greatest creator and hold gratitude in your heart. Second, listen to the teachings of gods and Buddhas. Do not dismiss them as superstition. The teachings of gods and Buddhas are treasures of wisdom and the guidebook of life, absolutely devoid of any malice. When tempted to engage in corruption, remember that Tao is present. Tao wields a knife in one hand and holds the gem of life in the other. If you engage in corruption, the knife will be at your throat. If you resist corruption, Tao will embed the gem of life in the non-material structure of your life. Likewise, when you have trash in your hands, do you casually throw it on the street? Or do you take a few extra steps to put it in the trash bin? When seeking revenge, do you continue to retaliate and harm others? Or do you forgive and show mercy? When encountering a prostitute, do you engage in promiscuity? Or do you go home to your spouse? When presented with a bargain, do you scheme to take advantage? Or do you live an honest life? At the entrance of a casino, do you go in and gamble? Or do you turn and leave? When a brother or sister is in trouble, do you do your best to help? Or do you abandon them? When faced with conflicting interests, do you compete? Or do you yield? When you see the nation on the verge of collapse, do you actively strive to turn the tide? Or do you act opportunistically and add fuel to the fire? Sow thorns, and they will obstruct your path. Plant willows, and you will not taste apples. Reap what you sow, gourds from gourd seeds, beans from bean seeds. Divine punishments, though slow, are always sure. With big meshes, yet letting nothing slip through the law of cause and effect is precise to the smallest detail. Human management often leads to numerous mistakes due to insufficient wisdom and spiritual flaws, whereas the operation of Tao never errs. The greatest reward by following Tao is the evolution of your life's non-material structure towards a higher level of life. Understanding this principle, even if someone were to offer us all the treasures in the world, we would remain unmoved. Ascending to this level of life allows one to act effortlessly and tread the path of life smoothly. Tao is judging us at all times and in all places. Let us follow Tao. 花香蝶自来，心境仙人至. Fragrances will attract butterflies to flowers, and pure hearts will be frequented by celestial beings. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Foreign dignitaries visiting often opt for stays in five-star hotels, never considering ordinary roadside inns. Recluses choose picturesque mountains and rivers as their places of cultivation, avoiding desolate and barren lands. Virtuous ministers select noble leaders to serve, while birds choose worthy trees for their nests. Harlots attract promiscuous men, and debauches specialize in tempting women seeking extramarital affairs. Gamblers revel in murky, obscure environments, while sages prefer abodes with serene and fresh air. The environment not only shapes species but is also shaped by them, just as filthy places attract flies, while blooming flowers welcome bees and butterflies. Planting different trees attracts different birds. People who browse the internet daily tend to favor websites that suit their temperament and personality, occasionally visiting other sites. Birds of a feather flock together, and individuals group based on shared interests. Scammers and thieves find it easy to communicate with each other, while sages seek companions with kindred spirits. In the eyes of lovers, beauty lies in the beholder, while evildoers may perceive others as troublemakers. Tyrants often surround themselves with sycophants. In the heart of enlightened beings, there are few living souls in the mundane world. A phoenix avoids barren lands. Enlightened souls do not consort with common folk. Rain avoids deserts. Peonies do not grow in the Gobi Desert. These are common sense, not needing exhaustive illustration. To those who have entered life a genuine, I wish to convey, a pure heart attracts celestial beings. Consider this. When in a chaotic place, overwhelmed by countless tasks, it's hard to deeply contemplate a single matter or write a valuable article. Only in tranquility, free from desire, does the mind become sharp and clear, writing effortlessly, a state called, when the mind is calm, ideas flow naturally. A tangled mess is distressing for anyone who encounters it. In a society with disorder, it is difficult to establish a positive moral atmosphere. Noise is irritating, music brings joy, orderly lines are soothing, and the chaotic arrangement of structures in a painting disrupts one's thoughts. Higher quality life tends to favor order, while lower quality life leans toward chaos. Saints and sages would never guide people towards rebellion, rioting, plunder, or bloodshed. Those with distorted mindsets eagerly anticipate chaos in the world, hoping for frequent government overthrows, thinking, why isn't the world in chaos yet? Chaos is good. Amidst the chaos, one can fish in troubled waters and seize power. The virtuous individuals who enter the Life-Genuine community appreciate order and abhor violence and plunder. Even amid a storm, they remain as the wind blows, the mountain stands still, leaves fall silently. This is not a matter of moral quality, but rather a question of life quality. Disorder ravages life. If scorching sun today, biting cold tomorrow, morning serene, afternoon a deluge, month after month, year after year, can there still be traces of life on this earth? If a person's emotions fluctuate unpredictably, desiring to engage in business today, aspiring for politics tomorrow, thinking of marrying Xiao Wang in the morning, and wanting to wed Lu in the afternoon, month after month, year after year, can they still lead a long life? So, what does a pure heart attracts celestial beings mean? A pure heart signifies a state of tranquility and order within the mind. In this state, the heart resembles a babbling brook, a field adorned with blooming flowers, a serene and elegant garden, towering and overlapping mountain ranges, a tranquil lake with rippling waves, a blue sky with drifting clouds, and the vast expanse of the starry night sky. When the heart resides in such a state, life thrives, divine blessings abound, and celestial beings visit. How to achieve purity of heart? In the intermediate stages of cultivation, I discussed that a heart harboring evil thoughts is impure, a deluded and fantasizing mind is impure, an incessantly greedy heart is impure, seeking undue advantage taints the heart, deceitful behavior soils the heart, speaking nonsense stains the heart, insulting gods and Buddhas clouds the heart, disrespecting parents darkens the heart, engaging in conflict, killing, and robbery contaminates the heart. Ambiguous thoughts obscure the heart, and impure body defiles the heart. A dirty and disorderly living space pollutes the heart. Deception, fraud, and manipulation sully the heart. Lacking compassion stains the heart. Ignorance and irrationality darken the heart. And blasphemy against the greatest creator stains the heart. A purified state of mind is the realm of celestial beings. Achieving this state naturally attracts the presence of celestial beings for spiritual guidance. A pure heart attracts celestial beings. The words spoken by Jesus, Buddha Shakyamuni, and Laozi all emanate from a pure state of mind. Attaining purity of heart enables one to tap into the wisdom of Buddhas and celestial beings. Understanding the teachings of Jesus, Buddha, and Laozi becomes as effortless as turning one's hand because, as the saying goes, fragrances attract butterflies to flowers, and pure hearts are frequented by celestial beings. 无能为力需外力. When powerless, seek external help. Xiefeng, May 30th, 2021. Translation edited by Chinyo. The tender branches of the rose bushes in front of the guest rooms have grown to a length of 2 inches, while those by the roadside are just starting to sprout. Why? I had always thought it was due to temperature. The rose bushes in front of the guest rooms are sheltered from the wind, resulting in slightly higher temperatures, while those by the roadside are constantly exposed to the wind, leading to lower temperatures. This morning, when I finally got around to clearing the weeds next to the roadside rose bushes, I realized it should have been done earlier. As I cleared the weeds, I discovered that their roots had deeply penetrated the rose bushes, particularly a type of weed resembling alfalfa, which had grown vigorously, with roots extending more than 3 inches and a well-developed root system. Along with other grasses, they not only tightly wrapped around the rose bushes, but also made the soil extremely compact and impermeable. It turns out that the weak growth of the roadside rose bushes was mainly caused by the weeds, not the temperature. I cleared the weeds around the rose bushes in front of the guest rooms more than 20 days ago and loosened the soil, resulting in vigorous growth. However, due to the failure to timely clear the weeds, the roadside rose bushes lacked energy and their growth was weak. While clearing the weeds around the rose bushes, I realized a truth. If there is no powerful external force to help the rose bushes remove the weeds competing for energy, although the rose bushes will not die, their growth will definitely be weak, and they probably won't even produce a few bright flowers. The revelation is, when powerless, seek external help. Many people in the world are like the rose bushes by the roadside, trapped in difficulties. Without the intervention and assistance of external forces, they will never be able to escape their predicament. The outcome is like that of the 6-member Young Galen family who committed suicide. Even though many people continue to struggle to survive in difficult circumstances, they live without dignity, confidence, hope, or joy. So, where does external help come from? There are many factors that constitute external help, but the most fundamental and effective one is the greatest creator. For example, for the rose bushes I nurture, the only reliable external help is me because I am the one nurturing and caring for them. Similarly, as human beings are created by the greatest creator is looking after them. They rely on the greatest creator, their ancestor, just as the rose bushes can only rely on me, their caretaker. When we find ourselves in difficulties, instead of praying for other external forces to help us overcome them, we should rely on the greatest creator. Whether the greatest creator sends a small boat, a speedboat, an airplane, or mobilizes other more powerful people or factors to help us out of difficulties, it is all part of the arrangement of the Tao. Zero Du Qi Sir. Revelation of Zero Degree. Xiefeng, March 4th, 2022. Translation edited by Chinyo. Living in the northern part of Canada, there's a particular sensitivity to 0 degrees. If the temperature remains at or below 0 degrees Celsius, the snow won't melt. But once the temperature exceeds 0 degrees, even reaching just 1 degree above zero, the melting of ice and snow begins. 0 degrees is a turning point. Below zero is solid, while above zero is liquid. I have a cold storage room where the temperature is maintained at 2 to 4 degrees Celsius. This helps prevent food from rotting and being damaged by freezing. However, whenever the outdoor temperature drops to over minus 30 degrees Celsius, if I'm not careful, the temperature in the cold storage room can drop below zero. Once it reaches 0 degrees Celsius or below, most of the preserved vegetables will freeze and become inedible. 0 degrees is a sign of life or death. Above zero means life. Below zero is death. In physics, there's a term called the critical point, which is the point at which a qualitative change occurs in a substance. Similarly, in the realm of the mind and psychology, there's also a critical point. For example, when you insult or criticize someone, once your insults, criticisms, or accusations exceed the recipient's threshold, they will become angry, even violent. When mental pressure exceeds the threshold one can bear, a person may become depressed or even contemplate suicide. Once the development of something surpasses the critical point, 0 degrees, a qualitative change occurs. When an animal's consciousness surpasses the critical point, it becomes human. When a human's consciousness surpasses the critical point, they either become like animals or become immortals or Buddhas. This insight into 0 degrees reveals a law. Regardless of how many years one practices cultivation, if the perfection and transformation of life have not exceeded the critical point, they won't see any qualitative change. Even after tens of thousands of years of cultivation, if one's life evolution remains below the critical point, they will still be the same person. They won't become immortals or Buddhas. Therefore, many cultivators give up halfway because they can't see any results after years of cultivation, feeling discouraged and lost, and they stop practicing. The fundamental reason is that they haven't exceeded the critical point. Perhaps they were just one step away from it, but unfortunately, they didn't persevere, which is regrettable. Fruits fall off when ripe. If the stem doesn't fall, it's because the fruit is still growing. As long as the fruit is still growing, it's not considered ripe, and it hasn't surpassed the critical point. As long as the fruit isn't ripe and hasn't exceeded the critical point, the stem won't fall. Once the fruit ripens, the stem will surely fall. All things hover around the 0 degree point, sometimes below zero, sometimes above zero, constituting the cycle of life and death. If it remains below zero, it's dead. If it stays above zero, it's alive. If it perpetually remains above zero, it lives forever in paradise. Why does the greatest creator reside in the world of 0 degrees? Because the greatest creator is the pivot and origin of all movement and change. All transformations in the nature of life must pass through the greatest creator, the 0 degree point. Without passing through the greatest creator, the nature of life cannot undergo any changes. This is why we must reverence the greatest creator and follow the path of the greatest creator. 釜底抽薪是修炼成仙的最低成本途径. Pulling out the firewood from under the cauldron is the lowest cost path to immortal cultivation. Xiefeng, September 10th, 2022. Translation edited by Chinyo. Recently, I received an insight. The cold storage door at the headquarters of Life-Genuine in Canada was difficult to open and close. It seemed that the ground was rising. With every rise, it blocked the door's movement. So, I filed the bricks on the ground multiple times. Each filing made the door slightly easier to open, although it still remained stiff. I even decided to call in professionals from a refrigeration company to address the issue. Not long ago, my son came to my place. I explained the problem with the cold storage door to him and asked if he could solve it. After carefully observing the situation, he proceeded to inspect the basement. He proposed two solutions. One was to remove all the floor tiles under the cold storage door and lower the height of the wooden boards underneath, while the other was to address the humidity problem in the basement. He found that the reason the floor tiles under the cold storage door had risen was due to excessive basement humidity. This humidity caused the wood beneath the tiles to swell. When I asked which solution could permanently solve the problem, he said it would be best to address the root cause by thoroughly resolving the high humidity in the basement. Otherwise, the problem would persist in the long term. It's worth noting here that the Life-Genuine headquarters in Canada is constructed entirely of wood. Now that the root of the problem was identified and removing the firewood from under the cauldron was the best solution to permanently resolve the issue, I decided to eliminate the high humidity in the basement. So, I sent my son to town to buy a dehumidifier. After the dehumidifier ran for 24 hours, the cold storage door became much easier to operate. 3 days later, the cold storage door was opening and closing smoothly. The phenomenon with the cold storage door led to an insight. Pulling out the firewood from under the cauldron is the lowest cost path to solving problems. For example, in various marital difficulties, these problems have persisted for thousands of years without resolution, despite attempts to address them through moral, ethical, social, or emotional teachings and constraints. In such cases, the most cost-effective way to eliminate marital problems is simply not to get married. As the saying goes, it is easy to have good relationships with everyone if we do not ask any favor from them. I would not care about the price of wine if I did not drink it. I don't drink, therefore, whether a bottle of Maudai sells for 300 or 30,000, I couldn't care less. Similarly, if someone feels that being a civil servant is restrictive and leads to poor relationships, The best way to address this annoyance is not to become a civil servant, but to start a business. Likewise, if someone feels that the United States is not good or safe, the solution is simple. Leave the United States. If a company is plagued with numerous problems and the common people are struggling, the best way to address this issue is not to establish various regulations and legal provisions, nor is it to rely on moral teachings and various expert opinions to deceive people, and certainly not to increase punishment and fire more people. Instead, it is to directly replace the leader. History has proven that the leader is the core guarantee of the people's happiness and social stability. If this core is not functioning, replacing it will lead to a complete transformation at the lowest cost. So, what is the lowest cost path to becoming celestial beings? The answer is eliminating selfishness and ego. Without removing selfish desires and ego attachment, the path to becoming celestial beings becomes unreachable. 天才之路, the path of genius. 写 September 12th, 2022. Translation edited by Chinyo. Elon Musk is undoubtedly a genius. Had Elon Musk remained in South Africa, would he have attained his current achievements? Unlikely, as South Africa lacks the nurturing environment necessary for such genius to thrive. Suppose Elon Musk were Chinese and lived in China. Would he dare to propose plans like colonizing Mars and creating the Starlink project? No, he wouldn't. At this point, he might have already been confined to a mental institution. The fact tells us that geniuses exist everywhere, but without the right environment and nurturing soil for growth, all geniuses will become waste. Therefore, finding the suitable soil and environment for one's growth is the primary choice on the path of genius. Christopher Columbus, who is credited with discovering the New World, was undoubtedly also a genius. Suppose Columbus's wife were still alive at the time. Would Columbus still dare to venture out to sea? The responsibility of providing for the family alone is demanding. How could one then find the time or inclination to embark on a perilous voyage? Additionally, supposing his wife possessed a narrow-minded and jealous nature, would she agree to his maritime adventures? She might ask, "Don't you love me anymore? Are you already planning to abandon me for another woman? How will I and the children survive if you don't return?" No, absolutely not. I refuse to let you go on a sea expedition. An unreasonable wife might assert, as long as I'm alive, you'll remain at home and not go anywhere. I firmly believe that marriage and family bury half of the world's geniuses. Therefore, the second rule on the path of genius is not to be bound by trivial matters and mundane people. Hua Tuo, Li Shizhen, Bian Ke, Sun Simiao, Zhang Zhongjing, and others are undoubtedly medical geniuses. Suppose these famous doctors lived in today's China. They would be considered quacks. They would have either been detained on charges of practicing medicine without a license or forced to give up their medical practice. This means that for geniuses to fully utilize their innate talents, the timing of birth and growth must be appropriate, as even exotic flowers cannot survive in winter. In summary, soil, environment, freedom, and fortune are the path of genius, and none of these four elements can be lacking. This suggests that for every 10 geniuses, 9 go unrecognized or wasted. Without the appropriate soil and environment, geniuses will perish. Without a free living environment, geniuses cannot fulfill their ambitions, and unfavorable timing of birth and growth will suppress and oppress geniuses. People who can become celestial beings or Buddhas must be geniuses. Otherwise, how could they possess such high spirituality and perseverance? Since only geniuses can become celestial beings or Buddhas, the path to becoming a celestial being or a Buddha must also follow the path of genius, which includes suitable soil and environment, freedom to express one's personality and talents, and opportune timing. Therefore, to become a celestial being or Buddha, one must first seek and choose the soil and environment that can lead to celestial being and Buddha. Secondly, one must break free from all constraints on one's freedom. As for fortune, it is something beyond one's control. One can only leave it to fate. 门缝的启示, the revelation of the door gap. 写 December 21st, 2022. Translation edited by Chinyo. Is there a gap between the door and the door frame? Even if the door fits snugly into the frame, there will still be a gap. When the temperature inside and outside the room is not significantly different, standing inside by the door, one may not feel any gap at all. However, when there is a substantial temperature difference between the inside and outside, standing by the door inside, one can feel the biting cold wind rushing in through the gap like a powerful stream of air. With the outside temperature below minus 30 degrees Celsius and the inside temperature around 15 to 16 degrees Celsius, even though there is no wind blowing outside, the huge temperature difference between inside and outside causes the cold air outside to rush in through the door gap like a hurricane. A pinhole-sized hole is not noticeable most of the time, but when there is a significant temperature difference between inside and outside, one can feel a continuous jet of cold air entering through the pinhole. This gives us some insight. Even between two people who are very close, there are still gaps. When the demands of two people are significant and cannot be satisfied by each other, cold air will enter through the gap. This is probably the fundamental reason why extramarital affairs continue to occur, let alone when the relationship between two people is not very intimate. The same applies to relationships between friends. When the temperature difference between them is not significant, friends can support each other through thick and thin. However, once the temperature difference increases, betrayal becomes inevitable. From this, we can draw a conclusion. In all relationships, whether between nations, individuals, or between humans and society or nature, harmony will prevail only by maintaining a balance of temperature between each other. Once the balance is disrupted, conflicts and disputes will arise. The greater the temperature difference, the greater the destructive power and severity of disasters. For example, in a husband-wife relationship, if both partners have similar abilities and there are no significant income disparities, the relationship is generally stable. However, once one party's abilities and income far exceed the others, there will be significant gaps in the marital relationship, and divorce may occur at any time when conditions are ripe. Similarly, in the relationships between nations, why are the relations between countries like the United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada relatively close and strong, while countries like China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, Cuba, and Venezuela can come together in special circumstances? The reason is that the temperature difference between them is not significant. Once the temperature difference is stark, cold wars and hot wars become inevitable. This further suggests that to maintain harmonious and intimate relationships with others, the first step is to maintain a basic balance of temperature between each other. For peace and prosperity in the world, countries need to interact with each other and avoid isolationism. To prevent extreme cold, heat waves, droughts, and floods in nature, humans must maintain a balance with nature, and human exploitation of nature must not exceed the limits it can bear. Once exceeded, extreme heat, extreme cold, droughts, floods, and various viruses will emerge and wreak havoc. 利益越高路越宽. The higher the aspiration, the wider the path. Xiefeng. October 20th, 2023. Translation edited by Chinyo. In places where competition is fierce, survival conditions become harsher and relationships between people become more tense, making the acquisition of survival resources more brutal. The simpler and easier the pathway to obtain survival resources, the more intense the competition becomes. For a job that anyone can do, the more sought after it becomes, the fiercer the competition. For a job that only 1 in 10 people can do, the competition is relatively less fierce. Then, for a job that only 1 in 100, 1,000, a million, or a billion people can do, we find that the fewer people who can do it, the less competitive it is because there are not many people competing with oneself. For example, a surface coal mining company recruiting miners will attract many applicants. However, the Mariana Trench Exploration Company, due to the high difficulty involved, would likely struggle to find more than a few suitable candidates worldwide. A government unit recruiting civil servants, hiring 10 of them, may attract hundreds or thousands of applicants, making the competition fierce. But if Elon Musk is recruiting someone capable of controlling the global nuclear weapons button to prevent nuclear-armed countries from launching nuclear weapons, probably only very few people can be found in the world at present. In 1997, I went to the Harare labor market to recruit a male flower worker and a female worker for laundry, cleaning, and hygiene. When the car arrived at the market, Before I could even get out of the car, many people surrounded it. There were many people who wanted to do flower work and household chores. Later, when I went to the market to recruit shop assistants, the situation was the same. Then, when I opened a bar and tried to recruit a bartender, there were very few suitable candidates. Later, when I opened a nightclub and tried to recruit a DJ mixer, I couldn't find one. I had to hire a GJ mixer instead. From this, we discovered a small secret, which is that if you want to find a job with low competition and high income in society, you must have special talents and be different from others. Without putting in effort and undergoing rigorous training during our upbringing, we can only compete with many others for our livelihood. This involves the question of the meaning of life. That is, from an early age, we must consider what kind of work or career to engage in. Each person has 24 hours a day, and where we allocate our time and energy is a major factor in whether we will be happy or not in our lives. Now, there are thousands of job types in front of us. Which one will you choose? For example, shining shoes, making shoes, repairing shoes, herding sheep, herding horses, farming, gardening, being a shop assistant, a police officer, a taxi driver, a delivery person, a grocery store manager, a restaurant owner, a teacher, a civil servant, a worker, a soldier, a workshop technician, an engineer, a professor, a painter, a doctor, a lawyer, a judge, a musician, a performer, an entrepreneur, a writer, and so on. We find that the faster the income comes, the simpler and more accessible the job is, and the more people can do it, the more intense the competition will be. For example, shining shoes on the street can bring income on the same day. Working as a laborer, a teacher, or a civil servant can bring income in the same month, and farming and gardening can bring income in the same season. However, to become a professor, an engineer, or an entrepreneur requires upfront investment, effort, and more investment. In conclusion, to avoid fierce competition and maximize income, one must first invest. The longer the investment period, the fewer competitors there will be, and the greater the benefits will be. At this point, we find that due to the need for survival or the pressure of survival, most people have given up investing and turned to seeking quick profits. They go where they can make money quickly and engage in work that can bring immediate gains. As a result, the number of elite individuals in all walks of life is decreasing, while outstanding individuals are becoming fewer and fewer, and the number of ordinary people is increasing. Everyone is familiar with the story of Mencius' mother moving 3 times. Why did Mencius' mother move 3 times? It was actually for her son's aspiration. In the end, because of his high aspirations, Mencius became a great thinker who has been passed down through the ages. The higher the aspiration, the more one must endure long-term solitary struggles. One must endure rigorous training and withstand the temptations of money, power, fame, and beauty. Additionally, one must persevere in focusing one's mind and spirit on one's ideals. Finally, one must invest one's time and energy in one's own career. Do not be hasty for quick success. Those who are hasty for quick success will never become outstanding figures. So, what is the highest aspiration? Whether it is herding sheep, shining shoes, farming, or becoming a professor, a doctor, or a financier, the ultimate result is death. It's considered good to live safely until the age of 70 or 80, thinking about life's brevity, tossing around, and eventually becoming a handful of ashes in a bone ash box, thinking of such an end. All hopes are dashed. Therefore, we find that becoming a celestial being is the highest aspiration in life. Not only can one enjoy the joys of life to the fullest, but there is also a wonderful future ahead. Do you want to become a celestial being? 来世部落帝王家的启示. The revelation of not born into a royal family in the next life. By Xiefeng. November 25th, 2023. Translation edited by Chinyo. Looking through history, countless individuals born into royal families have met tragic fates, with many facing massacres or even complete annihilation. Even those who ascend to the throne, how many of them meet peaceful ends? Fathers and sons vie for power. Family members turn against each other, and siblings are torn apart. Once ousted from power, those associated with the emperor are often massacred. If they are imprisoned or exiled instead of being completely slaughtered, it could be seen as a result of past blessings. Not only do those born into royal families suffer, but individuals born in war-torn regions also face hardships. Moreover, being born into a certain family can lead to being implicated and even result in the massacre of staff and servants. Similarly, joining a particular organization, be it a political party, religious group, or organized crime syndicate, can lead to dire consequences if it falls from grace, with imprisonment being inevitable. In places where power struggles are fierce, standing with the wrong person or joining the wrong side can have dreadful consequences. Throughout history, soldiers from both sides have shed blood in battles. But have we ever considered that these soldiers are beloved children of mothers, cherished husbands of wives, and respected fathers of children? Why do they engage in mutual slaughter? There is a tale of a criminal who complained to the greatest creator when the ship he was on sank, saying, "Why, to punish just me, did you have to drown over 200 people?" A distant voice from the heavens responded, "It wasn't an easy task to gather over 200 people who were destined to perish, was it?" During an earthquake, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, may perish in an instant. A flood can separate the living from the dead in a village within moments. An airplane crash can cause hundreds of people to vanish without a trace in an instant. Timing, luck, destiny. What do these phenomena teach us? Beneath the glory of power lurk invisible dangers and threats of violence. Beneath the glimmer of wealth hide endless servility and misery. Underneath the extravagance of pleasure lie numerous tears of helplessness and lurking crises. Underneath the allure of beauty lies endless bitterness, endurance, and looming danger. Beneath the radiance of fame hide indescribable impurities and corruption. Beneath the clamor of excitement lie countless disasters, misfortunes, and despair. These give us some insights into how to live our lives. Do not be misled by surface glamour, honor, and wealth. Do not walk towards power, status, wealth, fame, beauty, or excitement. For those who do, inevitable strife and misfortune await. The reverse is the movement of Tao. Walk towards places where crowds are sparse, towards auspiciousness and brightness, towards simplicity and tranquility, towards joy, happiness, freedom, and bliss, towards the path of nature. By doing so, you can minimize disasters and unexpected blows. So, where do you intend to be born in the next life? 摄像头的启示 The Revelation of the Camera by Xiefeng. February 20th, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. In this era, no matter where you go, there is likely a camera watching you, recording everything you do. This is especially true in important places like banks, jewelry stores, airports, and stations. But don't forget, many homes and even hotel rooms are monitored by cameras. Sometimes it's unimaginable that someone might secretly install a camera in your bedroom to record everything. This phenomenon tells us that no matter where we go, whether there is a camera or not, we must be prepared for the possibility of being watched by countless cameras. We must behave honestly and decently, otherwise, our actions may be captured by others and become irrefutable evidence for blackmail. What does this phenomenon reveal to us? It reveals to us that the sky has eyes, the earth has eyes, everyone has a pair of eyes, there are gods 3 feet above our heads. There is a space called retention information space in the 36-dimensional spaces. This space tells us that everything in the universe is a camera. Our daily words and deeds are meticulously recorded by the retention information space. As long as the universe exists, everything from our past, including a few years ago, hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago, tens of thousands of years ago, hundreds of millions of years ago, is fully recorded, not in photo form, but in documentary form. Many people see their past like watching a serial drama after being hypnotized. Therefore, never do evil. Never have the mentality that if I do this, no one will know, especially when you are alone. Don't think that no one knows what you do. The actual situation is that heaven knows. Earth knows, the greatest creator knows, everything knows. So don't sneak around doing bad things. You can't escape the law. Now let's think about another question. Does anyone know every thought in our hearts? Before we get this answer, let's think about whether anyone will know every word we type on our computer and mobile phone. The truth is, as long as our computers and mobile phones are connected to the internet, no matter what content we type on our computers and mobile phones, the network terminal knows and even records it. We know that every person is connected to the entire universe. So we know that the universe knows all our thoughts and ideas, and they are all recorded. How can the universe know our thoughts and ideas? How does it know our inner activities? It turns out that all our thoughts and activities in our hearts will turn into a frequency wave and be emitted into the universe, and our biological wave color will also change with our inner activities. Even our expressions, emotions, and postures will change with our inner activities. How can the universe not know? The universe knows everything means that Tao will record everything that has happened and is happening in the universe. This means that the greatest creator knows everything. Our every little bit, including inner activities, can't escape the greatest creator's eyes and ears. So we understand the reason why miracles appear when we cry out to the greatest creator for help in times of crisis. We will understand the value and significance of praying or confessing to the greatest creator. So we further understand that our current life situation is all caused by our past words and deeds and all the activities in our hearts. Everything is just right. There is no favoritism and injustice. So we understand how to live this life, understand which path to take in life. 反常思维篇十生物基因工程万魔正在出动. All the devils are coming out of caves. Xiefeng. Edited by Kayer. There is no doubt that the genetic engineering now underway is of epic significance and its future is immeasurable. But when we are complacent and blindly optimistic about it, believing that each moo of a field can produce 10,000 gene of grains and each fruit tree can produce 10,000 gene of fruits, that tomatoes can be bigger than watermelons and peaches can be sweeter than honey, that pigs can weigh 100 kilograms after only half a month's growth and skin and organs can be reproduced, that a new kind of medicine will satisfy people's need for food for 3 months and needed species can be cloned, and that diseases can be eradicated and cancer can be conquered to make people enjoy unlimited longevity. Who would imagine that all the devils are coming out of the caves and that we might be facing doom at any time? Genetic codes are the golden locks that maintain the relative ecological balance and stability of nature, and that prevent the devils from coming out of the caves. But once they are unlocked, the following scenes are not just to scare you because they could happen at any time. You wake up to find that some people around you have grown tails and that their features and voices have changed because they have eaten animal meat from mutant genes. You call a friend who is thousands kilometers away, but only hear chirp chirp noises coming out of your phone. You do not know that your friend has grown feathers and a beak from his mouth because he has eaten poultry or bird meat with mutant genes. You and your guests are happily drinking tea and chatting in the living room when suddenly hundreds of cockroaches, bigger than eagles, crawl in from the kitchen because they have drunk water contaminated by specific genes. You are driving your family in your car when suddenly the road ahead disappears as tens and thousands of hills rise before you. It turns out that potatoes have absorbed the soil nutrients contaminated by specific genes and are growing wildly like hills. You are sleeping soundly one night when you are suddenly awakened by the sounds of walls collapsing and sharp screams. So you open the windows and see hundreds of large rats, bigger than dogs, running through the yard and staring at you covetously. You come home from work and turn on a national television channel to watch the news. But no matter which channel you tune to, you find nothing, not even test patterns. In fact, the country has been infected with a gene that has rapidly mutated and spread, and everyone has gone mad and died within hours. You see plants growing wildly one day and learn that their reproduction and growth rates have grown faster than ants running. They spread over highways and bridges, climb mountains, float across rivers, occupy towns and cities, climb up tall trees and skyscrapers, and enter into caves and buildings, sweeping through to the ends of the earth. In places where they reach, from hill to hill no bird in flight, from path to path no man in sight. The devils are out of the caves and strange things will happen. The mortal world is no longer the one that we have known. People do not look like human, wolves are not wolf-like, and some plants grow wildly as some animals die instantly. At this point, any regrets are much too late. Perhaps people believe that through the efforts of scientists from different places, we will be able to handle the issues of genetic engineering rationally and cautiously and will not act recklessly. We can only hope. The point is that no one can be so sure that they have mastered all the secrets of gene interactions and can guarantee that there will not be gene hackers. Computer hackers can only crack passwords and disrupt programs, but gene hackers could push all of us into an abyss. In order to protect nature's ecological balance and in order to maintain our survival and development, we hope that governments and scientists who are involved with bioengineering will be extremely cautious. It would be better to suspend its development for a century than to act recklessly or to compete with each other for the most radical and extreme advancements. We must avoid catastrophes that are waiting to happen. 民主是平庸者们的追求. Democracy is the pursuit of mediocrity. Xiefeng, June 23th, 2011. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. Three cobblers could never exceed Zhuge Liang. Neither 3,000 nor even 30,000 cobblers could outwit him. When critical decisions are to be made, an individual of lofty vision and great strategies can outperform the collective decisions of tens of thousands of the mediocre. Democracy leads to mediocrity and to dead ends. We can illustrate this point by the several ups and downs of Chairman Mao Zedong during early 20th century Chinese history. June 1929. In the 7th CPC National Congress of the 4th Red Army held in western Fujian, Mao Zedong was forced to leave his position of the Frontline Committee Secretary of the 4th Red Army. November 1931. In the Southern Jiangxi meeting held in Yeping, Ruijin, Chairman Mao was mistakenly criticized by the party and was elbowed out of the Central Committee during the Soviet era. October 1932. At the Ningdu meeting, the chairman was excluded aside again and even lost his post of political commissar of the First Red Army. January 1934. During the Second Congress of the Soviet era, he was made a mere figurehead and removed from his position as chairman of the Central People's Committee. The result of these demotions was the gradual shrinking of red bases and the revolution ushered low tide, resulting in the failure of the fifth counter-campaign against encirclement and suppression. The Red Army was forced to make a strategic shift to start the solemn and stirring move in the war history of mankind, the 25,000 Li Long March. The central base, personally created by Mao Zedong, was destroyed overnight. The whole universe is run in a unilateral manner under the one, unique, greatest creator. It is only when all life in the universe follows the will of the greatest creator that the universe can run orderly and all life can survive and live effectively. In any other way, the universe would collapse. If a cat or dog were not convinced and cried out, "Oh, greatest creator, you have been too autocratic and domineering. The throne of the greatest creator should be shared in turns, and the greatest creator should be chosen by democratic elections from the whole universe," then all would disappear. As it is with Life Genuine. If the guide were to be decided through a democratic election and if I were not elected as such, then Life Genuine would inevitably dissolve. And if that were to happen, the hopes and dreams of all the Chanyuan Celestials would become impossible to achieve. Napoleon famously said, "Nothing is more difficult and therefore more precious than to be able to decide." It is only when the chief commander makes the decisions that they can be effective and orderly. The sage embraces the one and becomes the model of the world. The greatest creator is the one in the universe. The state leader is the one in the government. The boss is the one in a company. The conductor is the one in an orchestra. This is the model of the world, and sages must comply with it. Whoever creates a business should be the boss, with all big and small decisions being made by or delegated by that boss. Question: what types of people want democracy? Answer: 8 of those types are described here. Irresponsible people, people with mediocre minds, people who scramble for power, people who do things stealthily, people who are selfish, people who shift responsibilities, people without definite views of their own, profiteers from others' labor without sacrificing. All matters, big and small, must be managed by responsible individuals. They should be the ones to make decisions within the scope of their responsibilities. There should be no arguments, debates, discussions, or consensuses. Whenever 2 or more people jointly control anything, the result becomes a resource-consuming process with low efficiency and mutual finger-pointing, with no one ultimately being held responsible. No matter how democratic a flock of sheep is, it can never resist a wolf. No matter how democratic a group of people with mediocre wisdom is, it can never match the vision and insight of a saint. The Life-Genuine era does not practice democracy, but each one has their duty and accountability. Like the eight immortals crossing the sea, each one shows his or her special prowess. Each undertaking is in the hands of one responsible person. Others should cooperate fully and follow the exact requirements of the one in charge strictly and meticulously. If a leader cannot control their rule, but decides every affair through compromises and consolidations, then they are not being responsible and are incapable of assuming their responsibility. They are consuming and wasting everyone's time and energy, as well as their natural and human resources. Democracy always leads to mediocrity, and the wise should guard against that. But what should we do when a leader is self-willed, domineers their power, and exercises tyranny? I do not know. What do you think? 为别人而活的人最自私. The most selfish are those who live for others. Xiefeng. July 3rd, 2010. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. The world always sings praises for those who live for others. Therefore, the world is full of lies and deceit. Those who claim to live for others are selfish and hypocritical. They are criminals. Everything and every life must maintain its individual character. This was the intention of the greatest creator when all was created. It is wrong for the peach tree to live for the grapevine instead of producing peaches, as not only does it lose its value as a peach tree, but it also interferes rudely with the nature and freedom of the grapevine. To be a human, one should first cherish themselves and promote their own nature and personality. If not, they disobey the will of the greatest creator. Every molecule must maintain its structure. It must be selfish, or the universe will regress to its random state. Every life must struggle to maintain itself, or they would go extinct. Every person must ensure their own survival first, or the devil wins. It is a fact that very few people live completely for others, but for themselves by nature. Anyone who claims to live for others is lying and is concealing their true, selfish nature. Is there an emperor who lives for the people within his jurisdiction? No, none. Is there a parent who lives for their children? No, none. Did Christ Jesus and the Buddha Sakyamuni live for others? No, not at all. As the guide of Life-Genuine, I keep myself busy with the creation of the Life-Genuine era. Do I do it for others? Not at all. I do this for my own achievement. As long as the reason for living is spelled out for everyone, we find that people live for themselves. What kind of people claim to live for others? Those who are false, crafty, incompetent, and without a sense of independence. Those who are selfish and deceitful want to impose their will on others, and those who are good at lying intend to control and disrespect others. Those who put their own faults and blame on others want to use and abuse others, and they prefer to interfere with others' lives. Those are the kind of people who claim they live for others. Let everyone live for themselves, and let everyone live upon themselves according to their own nature. In such a situation, the stars will shine brilliantly, the flowers will blossom lively, and the world will be prosperous, diverse, and splendid. Why do I say those are criminals who claim that they live for others? Firstly, they burden the spirits and souls of others because people would feel a great deal of gratitude and a need to serve them, perhaps all their lives. Secondly, they rudely interfere with the nature and freedom of others and make them feel guilt and shame, so it becomes impossible for their natures to bloom. Thirdly, they disturb the program running with Tao, create social disorder, and make lies and deception popular. It is only when everyone is responsible for themselves that they live well by themselves within their own natures and by their own styles that society will be orderly, peaceful, and warm. Only those who can stand responsibility on their own can be responsible for others, and only those who are living for themselves will respect others, be considerate of others, and understand others. Only those who live well by themselves will bring pleasure, joy, freedom, and happiness to others. If you do not know who you are, if you are an imperfect person filled with jealousy, ego, resentment, complaints, anger, and aggression, then what can you possibly bring to others? How can you live for others? If you are unable to even deal with your own issues of life and are unable to smooth away your own trouble and pain, then what can you do for others and how can you live for others? Xiefeng advocates for everyone to be responsible for themselves first, live for themselves first, consider themselves first, live well by themselves first, and not to consider the feelings of others or lose yourself for them. Would it lead to a social disorder? Facts speak louder than words. In the second home life pattern founded by Life Chanuan, nearly 100 people live together and everyone lives according to the above standard. Do not bother with others or regard other people's business, and I will not help unless help is asked for. We just consider ourselves first. How has this practice gone on for more than 9 years? Everything is in order, everyone is happy and free, and we are living in a peaceful and sociable paradise. People who want to confer benefit on society should live for themselves first, and people who want to commit sin should live for others. 知识不是力量. Knowledge is not power. Xiefeng. October 11th, 2017. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Knowledge is a combination of the experience and cognition accumulated by our social and productive practical activities. One can possess a wealth of knowledge, which means that they possess the foundation to gain power, but no matter how much knowledge they have, it does not mean that they will ever have power. It is like a library which has abundant knowledge but no power. From the point of storing knowledge, a person's brain is only like a library. Knowledge is power is from Meditation, written by the 17th century British philosopher Francis Bacon, which teachers delight in using to arouse students' learning interest at school. As a result, students blindly believe that as long as they learn their lessons well, which are set by schools, and as long as they grasp that knowledge, they will have the power to achieve their own pursuits and ideals after they graduate. Knowledge comes mainly from our sense organs. However, in the view of the Greek philosopher Protagoras, human is the measure of everything. This was refuted by Francis Bacon, who wrote that it is a great mistake to conclude that our limited sense organs measure all things. In other words, it is wrong to judge and measure all things and all forms from the limited knowledge that our sense organs can provide. Consider a scenario in which a sexy young girl with a middle school diploma is standing next to a more mature, older lady with a doctorate degree, and both are in front of an interviewer. Which one is more likely to arouse the man's rich imagination, alter his mood, and motivate his intense vitality? If it is the young girl, that is because knowledge is not true power, since even beauty can have more power. It is reckless and dangerous to believe that knowledge is power. Not only is it a cognitive misconception, but also a thinking one. For example, to accept that when a son is grown, he takes a wife, and when a girl is mature, she finds a husband, as a life knowledge is bound to bring anguish and suffering throughout their whole lives. This knowledge has led people to make such common mistakes for thousands of years, but which accomplish no good. Some more are. There are 3 forms of unfilial conduct, but the worst is to have no descendants. Filial piety is the most important of all virtues. Lewdness is the worst of all sins. He who does not endure hardship cannot stand up to others. Another example is how education and guidance are passed from parents to their children. Can a parent's knowledge conduct and educate their children with both a full range of healthy spirits, minds, and bodies, as well as the ability to lead their own independent lives? Most fall very short. When great changes take place in objective knowledge, but we stubbornly insist on applying our traditional knowledge, we will certainly be rebuffed. Look at various religious dogmas and concepts. As they feel a loss of power, they become reactionary, resist social development, and impede natural human liberation. In fact, prejudices and fallacy are knowledge. What are the benefits of such knowledge? None. Our most powerful intellectual force is the power of flexible and tactful thinking. I believe firmly that Albert Einstein's power came not from his knowledge, but from his thinking. How would I perceive the universe if I were riding on a beam of light? Those who read more and get more diplomas and more experience, but form rigid ways of thinking, have rarely been found to wield much power. Lasting power comes from neither knowledge nor from powerful economic strength and national defense forces, but from sincerity, kindness, virtue, love, faith, and honesty. Sincere deeds have power, kind behavior has power, things of virtue have power, love is a powerful force, honest quality has power, people who keep their words and their faith have power. Conclusion. Knowledge must be learned and accumulated, but knowledge has limitation, danger, and can be reactionary. Never believe blindly that having knowledge is synonymous with having power. Rather than spending your precious time on chasing knowledge, you would be well advised to concentrate your efforts on sincerity, kindness, virtue, love, faith, and honesty. For those are the people who will enjoy lasting power. Meanwhile, take pains to develop your way of thinking by never spending time and effort reciting your former knowledge, or stubbornly judging and adapting to a changing, living reality with dead, prejudicial knowledge. 思维是一种法力. Thinking is a magical power. Xiefeng, August 16th, 2005. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Sun Wukong was pressed for more than 500 years at the foot of the five-element mountain, but after the Tang priest took the post away from the top of the mountain with Om Mani Padme Hum, he was able to break out. It seemed that the weight of the post was more than that of the five-element mountain. So what was the post and how did it have such great power? Some people cannot be crushed by great hardships or difficulties, but when their hopes are dashed, they will collapse easily. Some people who are unaware that they have a horrible disease can live happy lives every day, but once they find out the truth, they become paralyzed from the knowledge. There was a young boy in my village of about 11 or 12 years, and every time he crossed a bridge on his way home from school, he would scream with a pale face, even in the daytime. We eventually discovered that the reason for this behavior was that he had overheard some adults in the village talking about ghosts without heads residing under all small bridges. People's casual words controlled his thinking like a spell. The above are extreme examples. In fact, our thinking is more or less confined by some incantations. Consider the 8 kinds of suffering described in Buddhism: birth, aging, illness, death, encountering enmity and hatred, separation from a loved one, inability to attain what is pursued. The 5 aggregates. These all result from our conventional thinking, but none would exist if we would embrace unconventional thinking. All laws, regulations, concepts, ethics and behavioral rules, authoritative theories and sermons, religious regulations and rituals, scientific theories and methods, and exemplary models and habits are magical powers that constrain our thinking. These magical powers benefit the maintenance of social stability greatly, but they also bind our minds, and ordinary people can never be freed from them any more than fish can be freed from water. What are magical powers? They are informational waves that restrain people's thinking. When their energy is greater than the energy of our own conscious informational waves, then we are controlled by them. Thinking is a magical power. Thinkings of God, Buddha, great people, and great scientists are all magical powers which ordinary people can do nothing about unless their wisdom and thinking abilities exceed them. Thinking seems to be invisible, traceless, and illusory, but it can actually change the developmental directions and forms of objects, transform the intangible into the tangible and the tangible into the intangible, and interfere with a person's conventional thinking. 人与人的特殊关系会毁掉前程. Special relationships between people will ruin their lives. Xiefeng, March 15th, 2019. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. How many times have we watched quietly the sunrises and sunsets in our lives, and how many times have we listened to the sounds of wind and insects while standing in a courtyard on an evening with a full moon? How many times have we observed carefully the sprouting of grass and the blooming of willows? When distant mountains are hazy and the green hills are dark, when water is gurgling and blue waves are rippling, when wild ducks flutter and mandarin ducks play in the water, when light rain drizzles or heavy rain beats the plantains, have we ever melted our bodies and souls into nature and felt an unforgettable experience and taste of oneness with nature, oneness with all things, and everlasting, eternal joy? Where has our time gone? What on earth are we doing in this world? Were it not for the deep experience of the meaning of life, then what are we hurrying for all our lives? When flowers fall and beauty becomes old, death separates them forever. The palaces of Qin and Han are now but grazing land for cattle and sheep. Who cares for the cold and lonely west wind? Yellow leaves rustle down by my closed windows facing the sunset. I am lost in memories. Do you not see the mirrors bright in chambers high, grieving over your snow-white hair that once was silk black? How much worry can you have? Just like a river of spring water flowing eastward. Why are we busy all day? Who are we busy for? Are we not colonizing a snail's horn, competing for a flash in time? Is it not that down in the plain and up on the mountain, all of nature's boundless glory is their prey? But when they have sipped from 100 flowers and made honey, for whom is this toil? For whom is this nectar? Is it not that my clothes hang loosely on my emaciated body, but regrets I have none? It is because of her? Is it not that the young know nothing of woe? To write verse, they feign a throw? Broken walls where foxes sleep, deserted platforms where rabbits walk, all were places of singing and dancing in those days. Yellow flowers covered with cold dew, withering grasses looming in mist, all belong to the battlefields of the old times. When we are old and weak, looking back on the past, will there be regrets? Who took away our teenage time? Who killed our youth? Who made our middle age toil around? Who made us full of sorrow after the age of 60? The answer is that it was those with whom we had special relationships. They were our parents, children, grandchildren, husbands, wives, friends, lovers, brothers, sisters, buddies, and the rest. Whoever made us worry about, think about day and night, hard to sleep, hate but could not rid ourselves of, and so on. All the people who have had special relationships with us. It is they who have made our lives miserable and distressed, who made us restless and fighting day and night, who forced us to remain on our guard day and night and tremble in fear, who forced us to break the law, take risks, and made us unable to eat or sleep. Think carefully. If you would not worry about anyone, if no one in the world would make you worry about them, if you lived on an uninhabited island with plenty of food, and if no one cared whether you lived or died, would you still live this way? Have you ever heard of a punishment method called the implication of 9 generations of families? A young child or a servant woman to a family would be killed because the boy's father or the woman's master made a mistake. Why? Because this child had a special relationship with his father, or this servant had a special relationship with her master. That is the reason that they would be killed. Have you heard of landslide-style corruption? A provincial governor was arrested, and everyone who had a special relationship with and was implicated with them was also imprisoned. Have you heard the story of the man who traveled all the way to Australia to kill a woman? Why did he do that? Because she and he had a special relationship. Once you have a special relationship with someone, their food, clothing, shelter, transportation, life, aging, illness, death, love and hate, frustration and adversity, violations of the law and nightmares, sighs and groans, and pains and itching will all be closely related to you and involve your mood and state of mind to affect your future. Why do people yearn for life in heaven? Because in heaven, there are no special relationships between people. People in the thousand-year world never know who their fathers are, and after spending a few years with their mother, they never see them again. There are no relationships between brothers and sisters, no need to make friends, and no need or possibility to form relationships. People in the 10,000-year world have no biological parents. On the celestial islands continent, no special relationships exist between any two individuals. People are keen to build relationships, develop connections, forge friendships, bond with lovers, and form buddies, but in my opinion, they are looking for trouble, pain, anxiety, and sorrow. In a word, they are looking for death, the death of life in the kingdom of heaven. That is to say that once a person begins to form special relationships with others in their consciousnesses and actions, whether they are of emotions or interests, the person will gradually drift away from heaven. Then, is there any way or mechanism to make everyone live happily and beautifully without having special relationships? Yes. Were this not so, I would not dare to say this, but I am also afraid of being scolded by people. 促人奋进是魔鬼的伎俩. Pushing people to forge ahead is doing the devil's trick. Xiefeng, December 26, 2018. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. The kind of individual that each person is and how many blessings and sins they will enjoy throughout their lifetime is a definite number. What kind of achievements each person will rise to is a certainty, whom each person is destined to meet and fall in love with, and who they will encounter and torture are all part of their life's trajectory. Whether you want to be a singer, a politician, a scientist, an artist, a high-ranking official, have lots of wealth, a thief, a beggar, or whatever else has already been written into the script. You cannot just be whoever you want to be. Similarly, who can become a celestial being or Buddha, who can become a monster or demon, who will fly to heaven, and who will fall to hell have long been decided. When a person gets sick, what kind of diseases they will have when they will be born, and when and how they will die have all been determined in the process of life. What kind of life a person can live, and whether they are rich or poor have also been determined, and no one can escape the arrangement of the cosmic script. If you fertilize, water, and maintain a Chinese cabbage, it will grow very plump and fat, but in no case can it become lettuce. Feed a sheep more grass and grain, and it will grow fat, but it will never become a cow. Do not bother with a giraffe's neck, it will grow long naturally. Do not tell lions how to catch zebras, they will figure it out. Do not teach mice how to dig holes, they are born to dig them. Prompting people to forge ahead, encouraging them to achieve things, teaching them how to become successful, grooming them to become officials and make fortunes, instigating them to glorify and illuminate their ancestors, to be outstanding, and so forth are all like teaching hens how to crow or asking bulls to produce milk. Not only is it useless, but it is also the same as compelling a woman to engage in prostitution. Its profound meaning is, go to your death, work hard to die. Look, the grave is not far away, run to it quickly. So, promoting people to forge ahead is a devil's trick. According to Apple Daily, more than 260 officials and corporate executives over the last 5 years have taken their lives by shooting themselves, cutting their wrists, drowning themselves, hanging from beams, jumping off buildings, and lying on rails. All these people were successful and outstanding, but what were their results? Had they been allowed to choose their path again, would they still work so hard to become so successful? Can we see how their past hard work was actually leading them to their deaths? Do you think that the higher an official's rank, the happier and freer they will be? Do you think that the more money they earn, the more freedom and happiness they will enjoy? Do you think that becoming the chairman of a board or a president is joyful? Do you think that the more powerful and capable people you associate with, you will have a better and more satisfactory life? Wrong. The more you possess, the more troubles and pains you will have. Barefoot people and those who wear high-class leather shoes, who are happier. Children with bare butts playing in the mud and those who practice hard, dress in fashionable clothes, and play pianos on stages, who are happier. I used to live in Binka, the most backward area of Zimbabwe, Africa, where most children do not wear shoes. Under the moonlight at night, in the middle of dozens of simple thatched huts, there were bonfires with young people beating drums. The children were jumping and laughing around those bonfires, and a few thin dogs were running around and barking. At that moment, I understood what happiness meant. I lived with a primitive tribe in the Pacific island nation of Vanuatu. During the day, many people would sit or lie down chatting in shabby houses with air leaks on all sides or sit or lie down drinking tea in the shade of the outdoor courtyard. They live like this for more than half of each year, and who can say that they are not happy? It is said that a wealthy person once came to relax in a seaside resort. They saw a fisherman lying on the bow of his boat every day enjoying the sunlight after having caught only a few fish. The wealthy vacationer felt that this was a waste of good time, so they showed kindness and went to teach the fisherman how to succeed. They told the fisherman that he should hurry up every day to catch and sell more fish, and then if he got enough money, he could form a fishing team to catch even more fish, and then he could set up a fish processing factory. In this way, in a few years, the fisherman could become wealthy and successful. The fisherman asked, "What would I do if I become wealthy?" The rich one replied, "When you have money, you can come to the beach to enjoy your vacation like me." The fisherman asked again, "What do you think I am doing now? Why do you want to forge ahead? Why do you want to be diligent? Why do you have to work hard? Why do you want to be a winner? Is it not good enough to just live in compliance with nature? Life only lasts for 100 years, if that. Playing in the mud in childhood, chasing members of the opposite sex and playing around in your early youth, going to school when you were young, falling in love and working in your prime, drinking tea and chatting when you are old, and watching flowers bloom and fade in your old age. Is this not a good life? Mice dig holes, cats catch mice, seedlings strive to grow, and fruit trees bear fruit. But what about people? Without instigation and encouragement, they will naturally follow their lives' paths. If someone loves to learn, There is no need to urge them on because they will definitely learn. If they love to work, then they will definitely study technology and work hard. But if they deserve to be a boss, without instigation, they would definitely be uneasy working as an employee. If they would like to steal or rob, it would be useless for you attempt to instill morality and ethics into them. If they want to be a saint, they will study the philosophy of saints and understand the truth of the universe. It is a waste of effort for you to attempt to bring a saint into the world. If they want to become a celestial being or Buddha, they will naturally look for the environment conducive to that end, and nothing can stop them. 20 years ago, I read Napoleon Hill's The Complete Book of Success. I became very ambitious and wanted to earn more money. As a result, I was deceived and defrauded out of more than 400,000 RMB yuan. From then on, I have hated success. For more than 20 years, I have been studying and finally found that promoting people to forge ahead is the devil's trick. Someone might ask, you, Xiefeng, write articles day and night to create Life of Chanyuan and Chanyuan homes. Are you not working hard? My answer is that I love it. No one urges me to do it. I would like to be like this, but if someone urges me to work hard, I will tell them to go to hell, you a better. Can a hen lay eggs if she has none in her belly? If she has eggs in her belly, can she not lay them? 花心之心最真心. An amorous heart is the truest heart. Xiefeng, March 11th, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kair. People are amorous, so amorosity is the true color of the human heart. Forms give birth to souls and souls give birth to all phenomena. For either a beautiful woman facing 10,000 handsome men or a handsome man facing 10,000 beautiful women, 10,000 infatuations will blossom. The world praises the love of loyalty and concentration, but in fact, this is not in line with reality. It goes against people's hearts. The human world has created monogamy where one man and one woman are expected to love each other throughout their lifetimes. But this does not match the human heart. From the perspective of human nature, a man will never love only one woman throughout his life, and a woman will never want to eat from only one apple tree throughout her whole life. The reason why today's world is filled with worry, pain, anxiety, and sorrow is that people have not returned to their Tathagata nature. Amorosity is the Tathagata nature. The true color is the Tathagata nature. People hide behind masks, so how can they not worry and hurt each other? Not only do people wear their own masks, but they also maintain and praise them and threaten and induce others to wear them, kidnap the Tathagata nature with morals and ethics, and create religious doctrines to restrict people from showing their true colors. This is all really terrible. Where there are chronic sicknesses, there are no dutiful children at bedsides. This is reality, but why have people praised and maintained filial piety for thousands of years? Why have they not faced reality? Most children and grandchildren are unreliable. Very few are reliable. All men long for immortality, yet having sons will not achieve this. Although fond parents are legion, who ever saw a really filial son? If children and grandchildren are unreliable, then how can husbands and wives be reliable? All men long to be immortal yet dote on the wives they wed who swear to love them forevermore, but remarry as soon as they are gone. If they leave after you die, this can be considered their loyalty, and you must have burned some incense in your previous life. Most wives leave before their husbands die. Even if you have not gone, they long in their hearts for your death. If they do not long for your death, then they must still need something from you. Marriages and families have always been a devil's program, a curse, and this curse has kidnapped people for thousands of years. Here is a simple way to identify whether a program is angelic or satanic. It is the input and feedback method. If we reap melons from melon seeds or beans from bean seeds, then we are given the feedback on what we have entered into the program, and this program is angelic. On the contrary, if we reap beans from melon seeds or melons from bean seeds, then this program is satanic. What we enter and the feedback we receive are not the same, or even opposites. In the satanic program, if you input love, you will get hate. If you input true feelings, you will get false love. If you input hope, you will get disappointment or even despair. Too much falseness fills the world. If falseness is taken as truth, then truth is said to be lies. When nothing is taken as being, then being itself is turned into nothing. Since our grandparents, we have reversed the truth from the false. So the children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren regard false as true and true as false. The real is pressed under the five elements mountain, and the fake is rampant in all directions. So people have to suffer hardships, disasters, and pain, and they are hard-pressed to be enlightened to go to heaven. The human heart was originally amorous. The so-called, I will love only you for my entire life, is a lie and a scam which exists for short times under certain circumstances, but when those circumstances change slightly, the fox's tail will be exposed. The man who says that when he is poor and helpless is telling the truth, but if says the same thing after his social and economic status improve dramatically, then he is lying and deceiving. The same is true for women. It is impossible to love only you for my entire life, because human hearts are amorous. If a bright and eye-catching flower blooms only for Zhang San, but it wilts immediately when seeing Li Si, Wang Wu, and Zhao Lu, then I want to ask you if it is still a flower? No, it is not, but rather a monster's spirit. Are people still human if they smile when they see a certain other person, but immediately cross their eyebrows when they see other people? No, they are not humans but evildoers. What men are indifferent to beautiful women? What women are unimpressed by handsome men? If there are such people, then they are not really people, but wood or stone, sculptural robots. Since this world has always been perplexed and deceived by falsities, we cannot know what the truth is. We have already mixed the false with the genuine, so we cannot know that amorous hearts are the truest ones. That is to say that anyone who truly loves you must also love the world, because anyone who does not love the world will never love any individual. To narrow the scope, women who love many men and men who love many women will give birth to true love, because their hearts are true and the love of which they speak is true. There are absolutely no marriages or families in heaven. How do we arrange our lives without them? I can tell you that I have found a way to live a better life than married and in a family. Not only have I found it, but I have also opened it up. We are all expected to live paradisical lives on earth, and not only that, but also have a chance to go to the real paradise. I have designed a game of being a groom every day and a bride every night for everyone. The game will be launched soon. If you participate in it, then you will definitely find that amorous hearts are the truest hearts. 意识决定存在. Consciousness determines existence. Xiefeng. Translated by Qinyu, edited by Peter. Whether existence determines consciousness or consciousness determines existence is a type of watershed between materialism and idealism. Human beings have not yet had a correct understanding of this issue until now. Jumping to a conclusion rashly will definitely cause confusion in people's minds. If we divide the population into 5 categories: ignorant people, laities, mortals, sages, and saints, immortals, and then according to the attitudes of people of each level towards the material world, we can clearly understand the reason why some people believe that existence determines consciousness, while others are convinced that consciousness determines existence. Ignorant people live by instinct. Although they belong to the family of human beings, they are not much different from animals. They don't know what creation and thinking are. As long as things are necessary for their survival, they will just grab them. If they are put on a deserted island, they will only die. So, for ignorant people, existence determines everything. Without existence, there is nothing. Laities are people who live by their desires. The central content of their lives is money, status, power, reputation, and beauty. They live for these desires all their lives. Once they don't get the above, they will suffer terribly. For laities, existence determines their consciousness, and their daily activities have a clear purpose and goal, which is how to obtain existence. Without the seduction of factors such as money, laities cannot live a single day. Mortals live by affection. The core content of their lives is family affection, relatives and friends, colleagues and classmates, group and clan, country and nation. With these, they can live a flavorful life. Without these, they will feel alone, bored, empty, and lonely. Therefore, for mortals, it is still existence that determines consciousness, and without existence, their consciousness will collapse. Sages are people who live by reason. They are people who often ask why, People who want to understand the essence behind superficial phenomena, existence. Existence is the basis of sages' consciousness. Without this basis, they cannot think deeply. People such as scientists in various fields, philosophers, and thinkers all belong to the category of sages. Although existence is the basis of the consciousness of sages, they also pay more attention to the reaction of consciousness to existence. Therefore, for sages, existence and consciousness are equally important. Because they devote more time and energy to the field of consciousness than on the basis of existence, sages tend to become the best among human beings. Saints, immortals, are people who rely on spirituality. What is perceived through sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch is not important to them. What is important is what is realized through their spiritual sense. Spiritual perception is purely an activity of consciousness. So, for immortals, it is consciousness that determines existence. To sum it up, for ignorant people, laities, and mortals, existence determines consciousness. If you tell them, consciousness determines existence, it is like casting pearls before swine. They might even give you a back kick. For sages, existence is equivalent to consciousness. There is no question of who decides what. For immortals, consciousness determines existence. If we tell immortals that existence determines consciousness, they can only think that we are ignorant. Then, does existence determine consciousness, or does consciousness determine existence? First, let's take a look at all the things created by human beings. Like cars, how did cars appear on Earth? There are no cars on the Earth, so how could cars appear out of thin air? What? It turns out that people first imagined it in their consciousness, and then created it according to the imagination in their consciousness. How did the first house appear on the Earth? What? It is also people who first imagined a house structure, and then recreated it according to the imagined structure. How did fashion become popular? What? It turns out that fashion designers first realized it in their brains, and then made it to guide the trend. It can be deduced from this that all things created by human beings are firstly imagined in human consciousness, and then created according to their imaginations. If people had no imagination, that is, no thinking and no consciousness, then all the artificial objects that we use today would not have appeared. This clearly proves that consciousness determines existence. Without human consciousness, how can there be so many artificial things on the earth? Let's look at the dwelling places of human beings and the natural environment. When we enter someone's home, someone who loves to be clean and tidy, we see that the tables, chairs, and beds are arranged in an orderly manner. Whether it is the pictures on the wall or the flowers cultivated on the windowsill, they all give people the feeling of being natural, harmonious, beautiful, and suitable. Why is this happening? Oh, it turns out that the owner of this house has a clear spatial layout in her consciousness. The orderly existence of everything in her house was first imagined in her consciousness. If her consciousness is chaotic, she may put the coffee table on the table, and she can't think of planting a few pots of flowers and placing them on the windowsill. Over the past 10 years, I have observed the residences of many people in Zimbabwe. Generally, the living environment of Caucasians is clean, tidy, and orderly. Their lawns are always neatly mowed. Their flowers are always beautiful, and plants are always verdant and green. Even their washrooms, toilets, are full of flowers, and you will never spot oil stains in their kitchens. Looking at the environment of our Chinese people, weeds are overgrown in the courtyard. Dog excrement is everywhere. The washroom smells bad. Cockroaches are rampant in the kitchen, and the stove is greasy. Why is there such a big difference? Aren't they all human? It turns out that the difference lies not in existence, but in consciousness. Chinese and Caucasians have different consciousness of the environment. The quality of the living environment depends on the consciousness of the people in this environment. If there is a good consciousness, there will be a good environment. Without a good consciousness, of course it is impossible to have a good environment for existence. My child once used his vacation to drive to Washington and New York by himself. I asked him on the phone, "What is your biggest impression after seeing New York?" Unexpectedly, he replied, "New York's Chinatown is too dirty and messy. It does not match the civilization and prosperity of New York." Can it be that existence determines consciousness? If a Chinese has lived in China from beginning to end, it can be barely said that the existence of the dirty, disorderly, and bad surrounding environment leads to the dirty, disorderly, and bad living environment of his own. But after we came to a beautiful country, where the existence is beautiful, why does the environment change when we live there? Isn't it that our consciousness determines our existence? Suppose we Chinese exchange with Japanese and Germans. We all live in Japan and Germany and let Japanese and Germans live in China. Within 50 years, China will become the most beautiful and graceful country in the world, while Japan and Germany will become two dirty, disorderly, and bad countries. Consciousness determines existence, and what kind of consciousness is there, there will be that kind of existence. If everyone is belligerent, the world will be in a constant state war. If everyone loves peace, how could there be wars? Consciousness determines existence. Look at Islamic mosques, Christian churches, and Buddhist temples. Their architectural styles and shapes are quite different. Why? Because the consciousness of designers and builders is different from each other. Consciousness determines existence. When comparing the urban layouts of Harare, the capital of Zimbabwe, and Beijing, the capital of China, Harare's commercial, industrial, and residential areas are clearly separated, with a distance of at least 1 kilometer from each other, while Beijing's commercial, residential, and industrial areas are almost intertwined. The reason for the formation of this pattern of existence is that the British and the Chinese have different consciousness of people, and it is the different consciousness that determines the different urban layouts. Consciousness determines existence. When comparing the wearing and the style of dress of women during the Chinese Cultural Revolution and the wearing and style of dress of people at this present stage, from the perspective of time and space, they are definitely two different worlds. During the Cultural Revolution, women did not bother to perm, dye their hair, draw their eyebrows, and put on lipstick. Even their clothes were mostly yellow, gray, and blue. Skirts and high-heeled shoes were absolutely not allowed. About their breasts, they would find ways to press them tightly to their chest. If you budged a little, people would look at you differently, and you would be regarded as a hot, foxy spirit descending on the world, a symbol of restlessness and flirting. Look at today's women, one by one. They are more enchanting and beautiful, with all kinds of postures, styles, curvaceous beauty, sexual beauty, and temperamental beauty that is fully displayed, living out their individuality, freedom, and elegance, as if all the fairies in heaven have descended to the world. The reason why different eras have different ways of dressing is that people in different eras have different consciousness, and it is the consciousness of different eras that determines the existence of those different eras. Consciousness determines existence. Why is the population of the United States growing more slowly than that of China and India? Why do couples with higher IQs, who are richer, and with higher education levels have fewer children, while poorer, less educated couples have more children? Why can a man have several wives in some countries and regions, while most countries and regions can only be monogamous? Why could a couple in our previous generation have many children, but we can only have one child at this stage of China? Aren't all these differences determined by our human consciousness? Consciousness determines existence. Why are most of the Nobel Prize winners Americans? Why is there not a single Nobel Prize winner from mainland China? Are Americans so smart and Chinese so stupid? The main reason is that Americans and Chinese have different consciousness. If you want to eat hamburgers, you will definitely not make noodles. If you want to eat chicken, you definitely won't put pork into the pot. The reason is so simple. Do we still doubt that consciousness determines existence? Consciousness determines existence. Why do the political systems of various countries in the world differ from each other? Why does the President of the United States only serve 2 terms at most, while the presidents of some countries can serve many terms? Isn't it their existence determined by the national consciousness of various countries? How was the Earth born? How did the plants and animals on Earth appear? Isn't this determined by the consciousness of the greatest creator? Not long ago, I read a review article. Its general meaning is to criticize the only children in China at this stage for being ambitious, unrealistic, greedy for enjoyment, and for their wishful thinking. The article also mentioned a college student who had not yet graduated describing his long-term plan. I want to go to the United States and build a villa in a small city with beautiful mountains and rivers. I want to have a green lawn, a private swimming pool, and a Mercedes-Benz. The reviewer had a good-natured ridicule on this wishful thinking and hoped that such college students can face reality, be down to earth, and not be too ambitious. In my opinion, this commenter is an outstanding representative of the idea that existence determines consciousness. His thinking is still in the narrow field of material existence. He only sees today, values reality, and he cannot imagine that the future of mankind is determined by the consciousness of mankind, that the future of each individual is determined by the consciousness of the individual. This kind of person is a frog at the bottom of a well, and the blue sky he sees is just as big as a sieve. Relying on this kind of person to guide young people is not only misleading young people, but also cruelly oppressing people's spirituality and ruining their bright future. Such people, on the surface, are kind, but in essence, are evil. If I were to comment on this college student, I would say, "Son, you're absolutely right. Visualize it. Your wish will come true." The better and clearer the picture you have of your future in your mind, the more likely you are to realize it. The place you can see is where you are going. The situation you can realize in your brain is where you can go, because your behavior is controlled by your consciousness. If you want to go to the east, your feet can't move toward the west. The existence of reality is constantly changing with the consciousness of human beings. If we limit our consciousness to the existence of reality, we will always be slaves to the existence of reality, and we will never be able to create a better tomorrow. Son, the universe is boundless. There are 36-dimensional spaces, so spread the wings of your imagination and fly freely. A bright future belongs to the generation that can imagine this. Whether existence determines consciousness or consciousness determines existence, it is by no means a game of words or concepts, and it is by no means a question of whether to eat steamed buns or noodles. Whoever comes first directly determines the future of everyone. What kind of consciousness one has, he will have that kind of life. What kind of consciousness determines what kind of existence he will have. Existence determines consciousness is the thinking of animals and plants that rely on instinct to survive. Consciousness determines existence is the thinking of sages and saints, and the thinking of gods and Buddhas. If existence determines consciousness, we have only one Earth. If consciousness determines existence, we will have 36-dimensional spaces. If existence determines consciousness, we can only survive in the contradictions and pains of reality forever. If consciousness determines existence, we can transcend the existence of reality and focus on future development and changes. If existence determines consciousness, we can only passively be constrained by the environment. If consciousness determines existence, we can actively open up a sunshine avenue in the existence of reality. If existence determines consciousness, we cannot see the brilliance of the greatest creator, and we can only live to die. If consciousness determines existence, we can decipher the mysteries of the time and space of the universe, extend this limited life to the infinite wonderful time and space, and then we can die to be reborn. Existence determines consciousness is conventional thinking. Consciousness determines existence is unconventional thinking, and a bright future belongs to people with unconventional thinking. 成功是一个陷阱. Success is a trap. Xiefeng, March 24, 2021. Translation edited by Chinyo. I come from the thousand-year world, where there are no successes or failures, only enjoyers of life from beginning to end. In the thousand-year world, there are no such words or concepts as success and failure. In heaven, there is never talk of success. Everything unfolds and retracts naturally. In the plant and animal worlds, there is no talk of success. Only in the human realm is there talk of success and failure. Most of those who mess up their lives are the ones who pursue success. If you were to statistically analyze and summarize, most of those in prison are the ones who pursue success. The sea of suffering is boundless. Take a look at those in the sea of suffering. They are all lives seeking success. So, I draw a conclusion. Success is a trap. Who invented this trap? The answer is the devil. Is my conclusion correct? Everyone carefully observes human society. Who are the ones that drive people to strive for success? How do those who aspire to success end up? Are most of those who mess up their lives the ones who want success? What is success? Contending for the space of a snail's antler, or contend for a flash of light. Is that success? Did Qin Shi Huang succeed? Broken walls where foxes sleep, deserted platforms where rabbits walk, all were places of singing and dancing in those days. Yellow flowers covered with cold dew, withering grasses looming in mist, all belong to the battlefields of the old times. Who succeeded? You've earned a lot of money, but you've never had time to appreciate the moonlight. Have you succeeded? Do you call that success? I cannot see a single successful person. I only see lives crushed by success, their faces distorted and souls shattered. 反常思维漫谈 Random talk about unconventional thinking. Zuanfeng. Translated by Qin Yu. Edited by Peter. Where do people come from, and where do they go to? What is the essence of life? What is the purpose of living? What is the goal of life? What is the value and the meaning of life? Is life accidental? Is death inevitable? Is there a causal relationship between life and death? Do all the phenomena in nature happen accidentally, or are they predestined? Why did Einstein doubt quantum mechanics? Does the uncertainty principle of quantum mechanics indicate that the universe is disordered? How was the universe born? Is there a greatest creator in the universe? Are there gods, Buddhas, angels, and demons? How was life born? Was it created by the greatest creator? Or did it evolve from organisms over thousands of billions of years? It is stated in the Bible that all animals on the earth are intended for humans, and humans can eat their meat. And the Buddhist Shurangama Sutra clearly tells us that we must not kill animals or eat their meat. What exactly is going on? Were Adam and Eve the ancestors of all mankind? Were they also the ancestors of American Indians, Asian yellow races, African blacks, and European whites? What is destiny? Does everyone have their own trajectory of life? If so, can this trajectory of life be changed? What exactly did Lao Tzu mean by Tao in the Tao Te Ching? Can one become immortal by attaining Tao? For thousands of years, sages of all ethnic groups have been exploring the mysteries of the universe and the true meaning of life, but the answer is still far from us. In the last 100 years, due to the development of industrialization, especially the rapid advancement of transportation and the information technology, people's vision has become limited in the field of science, and the light of science has enveloped people's consciousness and thinking, prompting people to gallop freely in the physical realm of common sense, but they cannot enter the higher-level physical realm. Although New Era thinking appeared in the 50s and 60s of last century, it was only a faint glimmer of rational thinking, which could not be understood and accepted by the public. Nowadays, people are too busy with their daily activities due to the accelerated pace of life and have no time to calm down and think. Although universities around the world produce millions of college students and graduate students every year, they are basically biological robots. Their thinking is running according to scientific procedures, and few people can break through this existing way of thinking. In comparison, people today have more knowledge and materials than in the past, and they use more advanced methods to create things that humans need. They eat, wear, use, and play more and better, and are richer than in the past. People are supposed to be more leisurely, freer, and more relaxed, but the reality is that instead of feeling more relaxed and freer, people feel more exhausted and stressed. We can't help asking, is there something wrong with the way that humans have been thinking for thousands of years? Or do humans need unconventional thinking? 从莫比乌斯带谈起. Talking about the Mobius strip. Xiefeng. Translated by Qin Yu. Edited by Peter. A piece of paper has two sides. If an ant is placed on the front of the paper and is not allowed to turn over the edge of the paper or bite through the paper, how can it easily and unconsciously climb from the front of the paper to the back of the paper and reach any point on the paper? From the perspective of conventional thinking, this is absolutely impossible, but someone has solved this problem. He is the German mathematician August Ferdinand Mobius. Mr. Mobius' solution is, twist one end of the paper 180 degrees and stick it to the other. At this point, the ant can freely climb from the front to the back, and from the back to the front. This is the Mobius strip. The Mobius strip is the result of unconventional thinking. What seems impossible with conventional thinking is easy with unconventional thinking. So, what is unconventional thinking? Unconventional thinking is a paradox of conventional thinking. a reverse thinking that goes against the usual way of thinking. For example, the Empress Wu Zetian ordered flowers to bloom, which was described in Flowers in the Mirror. Conventionally speaking, only winter plums will blossom on cold days, and the rest of the flowers should be sparse on dead branches, and they should be withered. But Wu Zetian went beyond the norm and ordered, all flowers must blossom overnight. Don't wait for the morning wind to push you. As a result, except for peonies, all the flowers grew overnight. At dawn, the fragrant flowers were in glorious bloom, and the Chuanfang Garden and Shanglin Garden were verdant and pleasing, full of beautiful spring scenery. What is normal to one nation is contrary to common sense and unnatural to another nation. For example, the order in which British, Americans, and Chinese write addresses is a kind of unconventional thinking, such as British and American, 38, Cosbill Street, Columbia District, New York City, United States. China, United States, New York City, Columbia District, Cosbill Street, number 38. For another example, when people die, their loved ones will cry to express their sorrow and sadness, but some nations use laughter to express sorrow. At funerals, some ethnic groups consider it respectful to wear white clothes, while others consider it respectful to wear black clothes. The secular view holds that one is born to pursue enjoyment, while most religions, especially Buddhism, believe that one is born to suffer. Traditional science believes that space and time are absolute. Space is like a box, matter is a particle in this box, and time passes evenly. Modern science believes that space-time depends on the distribution of matter itself, and space-time is curved. Common sense believes that chicken feathers can fly in the sky, but iron blocks cannot fly in the sky, but today's reality shows that iron blocks, weighing tens of tons, can also fly in the sky. It was previously thought that any number could be represented by the ratio of two integers, but later it was discovered that some numbers, such as irrational numbers, could not be represented by the ratio of two integers. After the establishment of the theory of real numbers, the discovery of ethereal imaginary numbers was confusing. What is considered impossible in conventional thinking is easily solved by unconventional thinking. Topology is a kind of unconventional thinking. It can change the position of space and make the inside and outside of a confined space communicate, making it impossible to distinguish inside from outside. Just like the Mobius strip, it is impossible to tell which is the front side, which is the reverse side. How can a person enter a sealed room, and how can one then get out of it? With conventional thinking, it is absolutely impossible. But if you think unconventionally, this matter is easy, it is just a different understanding of space. Can people be invisible? Conventional thinking has to say, this is the dreaming of an idiot. It is absolutely impossible. In fact, it is just a temporary distortion of space and time. Mankind has launched many spacecrafts to explore space. There are many purposes for this, regardless of whether they admit it or not. One of the subconscious purposes is to find out whether there are stars outside the Earth for humans to live on. One side effect of this space exploration is the realization that the Earth's immediate neighbors are not suitable for human habitation, and the farther planets are a few light years or tens of light years away, which humans cannot reach within their limited lifespans. Humanity has only one Earth. This is the pessimistic conclusion obtained by the current exploration of space. Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is the conclusion obtained by conventional thinking. Einstein realized that the speed of light is the limit speed of the movement of matter, but he did not realize that the speed of non-material movement is the negative cosmic speed, and people can instantly reach a planet tens of light years away. Quantum mechanics believes that only one speed and position of a particle can be obtained, and accurate data of both cannot be measured at the same time. This uncertain principle has actually entered conventional thinking. The movement of a particle is disturbed by an infinite number of forces, so it cannot have a constant speed. In addition, the movement path of a particle is affected by other forces, so it cannot have a fixed line, which is why its speed and location cannot be measured at the same time. However, if we have a way to consider all the forces received by the particles and the magnitude and mode of action, then it is not difficult to measure the speed and position of the particles at the same time. Everything in the universe runs in an orderly manner, and particles are no exception. The current problem is that human intelligence has not yet reached the level of understanding all the forces in the universe. Quantum mechanics has entered the frontier zone, but this does not mean that the frontier zone is the marginal area of science, and we can also develop this in depth. Quantum mechanics can only end in the uncertainty principle. The development of science is endless, but the more knowledge humans carry, the slower they will move forward. 100 years ago, if people were able to master all the knowledge mankind accumulated by the age of 20, it is not possible now. Who would dare to say that he has encompassed all the knowledge accumulated by mankind by the age of 30? I am afraid that some people might have become exhausted and powerless before they reached the forefront of science. By extending quantum mechanics to humans, we find that humans are just particles. The gains and losses, misfortunes and blessings, illnesses and lifespans of human beings in the world happen to be within the uncertainty principle. We cannot accurately measure the length of a person's lifespan and his merits, demerits, gains, and losses in one's lifetime. However, all thinking that thinks of impossibilities belongs to conventional thinking. When we know that the universe is orderly and that life has a trajectory, we can analyze the hundreds of millions of factors that affect a person from an inevitable perspective, and we will find several sets of laws that affect life. From these laws, we can accurately measure a person's prosperity, adversity, poverty, lifespan, and fate of his entire life. Newton discovered universal gravitation, which explained a mystery of the universe. While benefiting mankind, at the same time it put a shackle on thinking of mankind. According to universal gravitation, it is impossible for a person to fly freely in the sky without the help of other tools. This has become conventional thinking again. But what people didn't expect is that gravitation is not universal. Gravitation is generated by motion. If the motion is large, the gravitation is large. If the motion is small, the gravitation is small. Where there is no motion, there is no gravitation, and where there is no gravitation, there is no weight. Cannot weightless people fly freely in the sky? Conventional thinking is going to laugh at me again. The Earth is in eternal motion, and people are eternally weighty. When the Earth stops moving, it is the end of life on the Earth. When can people fly freely in the sky? Conventional thinking is really troublesome. It doesn't consider the relationship among thinking, energy, and matter. Fax and email must be true, right? The technology of cloning can't be said to be fabricated, right? Is the fax or email we receive the same as the original? And is the cloned animal similar to the original one? All material things are just a matter of molecular arrangement, order, and structure. If the genetic structure of a pig is arranged in the order of a human genetic structure, then the pig will speak a human language. Could this be false? Then, can't people be faxed? Can't people be cloned? Substances cannot be faxed, but their structure and sequence can be faxed. We can pick up a phone and dial the number of a relative who is thousands of miles away. Although the person is thousands of miles away, the sound you hear is right close to your ears. Is there any doubt about this voice? With negative cosmic speed, a person's life structure and sequence can be faxed to a planet millions of light years away, and then endowed with energy, cloning, a new you will then be born. Since the sequence and structure are the same, your consciousness and memory still exist, consciousness and memory exist in the structure and sequence, and you will still be you, not someone else. Good. Since the Earth can't restrain us, and space distance can't obstruct us, then, can motion restrain us? Let's not talk about absolute motion, but relative motion. On the COMC, while sitting in a ship's cabin, if we don't look out of the window, can we feel motion? There will be no feeling of motion at all. We are living on the Earth that travels 25 million kilometers a day. Can we feel the Earth moving at high speed? No, we cannot. When two objects of the same mass fly in the same direction and at the same speed, there is, relatively speaking, no motion between them. So there is no gravitational force between them, relatively speaking. In this case, for the small object sandwiched between these two objects, neither motion nor gravitational force is felt. In other words, it loses weight and can now fly freely. Is there such a place in the universe? Yes, there is. Please see the chapter of 36-dimensional spaces. Let's look at the Mobius strip again. When turning a paper with front and back sides into a strip without front and back sides, the key to it is to flip one end of it 180 degrees. This flipping process is the process of unconventional thinking. The flip must be 180 degrees. If it flipped less or more, it will not be the true. It would become a way that is perverse, a perverse theory, and it will bring endless disasters. The unconventional thinking of the Mobius strip is by no means a trick played by magicians. It is a key to understanding the truth. 对立统一是宇宙的表象，不是宇宙的实质。The unity of opposites is the image of the universe, not its essence. Xiefeng, translated by Qinyu, edited by Peter. From the perspective of appearance, the universe embodies its opposition everywhere: truth and falsehoods, good and evil, beauty and ugliness, positive and negative, light and dark, yin and yang, prosperity and adversity, dynamic and static, superior and inferior, noble and lowly, rich and poor, life and death, front and back, big and small, good and bad, etc. But the Mobius strip tells us that there is only unity in the universe, but no opposition to it. Who can tell which is the front side and which is the back side of the M? By a strip. It has only one side, or in other words, there is a back side to the front side of the M. By a strip, and there is a front side to the back side of it. The front and the back side are perfectly intertwined and indistinguishable. Consider below the unity of opposites under conventional thinking. Up and down. Common sense believes that the top of the mountain is up and the foot of the mountain is down. The leaders are up and the masses are down. The sun is up and the earth is down. The head is up and the feet are down. The river has upstream and downstream. Unconventional thinking believes that there is no up and down in the universe, and that up and down is just a matter of concept. For example, the sun and the earth, from the perspective of the solar system, has no distinction of up and down, just the changing of positions. Is there up and down on the earth? The South Pole and the North Pole. Which pole is up and which pole is down? Look at the globe. Assuming that the surface of the earth is full of people, can you tell who is on top and who is on the bottom? Of course, we cannot. If we keep shrinking the earth to nothing, then all people on the earth will stand foot to foot, with their heads in the opposite direction. Now, who can tell whether the head is on top or the feet are on top? Of course, no one can. In the same way, is the top of the mountain up or the foot of the mountain up? Regardless of the direction, as long as we walk along a straight line, we will eventually return to the starting point. So, does the river have upstream and downstream? The masses can have no leaders, but the leaders must have masses. Then, are the masses at the top or are the leaders at the top? To have or not? Is there anything in the universe? In spring, flowers of all kinds are in bloom in the garden, contending in beauty and fascination, and in winter, what is left in the garden? Where are the dinosaurs? Where are our ancestors? If the Earth is hit by a laser beam from outer space, it will vanish instantly, and everything on the Earth, including the Earth itself, will disappear. What else do you have? Since elementary school, we have been struggling and striving in pursuit of possessions, but what do we get after death? A good name forever? Prosperous descendants? Immortal accomplishments? If the Earth shakes, will these things still exist? From a transcendental point of view, the more you pursue possessions, the result will be that you will own nothing. The more you pursue no possessions, the result will be that you will own everything. Shakyamuni, Jesus, Laozi, etc. did not pursue possessions, but they own everything. Thieves, liars, and corrupt officials are trying their best to pursue possessions, but they have nothing. If a peasant doesn't stop appropriately and think about his situation, he will always be a peasant. If a worker does not stop and look around, he will always be a worker. If a person does not calm down and perceive, he will always be a human. There is everything in emptiness, and there is emptiness in everything. I once asked a friend to give up everything and practice Taoism with me, but he couldn't let go of everything he had. He also wanted to glorify his ancestors and leave a good name for posterity. Watching him fall into human society and plunge into the real void, I could do nothing. With obstructed thinking, one is powerless. The sea of bitterness is boundless, so repent and be saved. Here repenting is unconventional thinking. Success and failure. There are no successes or failures in life. There are only different life trajectories. Success and failure are just the concepts of the laity. In the eyes of the laity, success is rank promoted, fortune made, and ancestors glorified. While failure is losing one's official position, losing money, being laid off, and being divorced. But from the perspective of the ultimate goal of life, only the eight immortals and the eight immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers, are the winners. Looking back at thousands of years of recorded human history, who was the winner? The Egyptian pharaoh? Alexander? Caesar? Constantine? Charlemagne? Napoleon? King Arthur? Gregorian? Henry? Genghis Khan? Peter the Great? Washington? Lincoln? Hitler? Stalin? Gandhi? Mao Zedong? Bush? The heads of each state? Aristotle? Bacon? Dante? Columbus? Confucius, Martin Luther, Rousseau, Montesquieu, Voltaire, Marx, Darwin, Shakespeare, Newton, Einstein, Planck, Watson, Rockefeller, Bill Gates. If these people are successful, then are the others losers? If the dispossessed, homeless beggars along the street are defined as losers, then are the rest winners? Who is the winner? Who is the loser? Is there really a successful life? If there is no successful life, are all people failures? We annihilated 40,000 enemy troops. We succeeded. Did you succeed because you killed 40,000 lives? I frustrated all the competitors. I succeeded. Does it count as success by frustrating others? Dude, congratulations. We successfully robbed the Reserve Bank. It's so comfortable. I succeeded in swindling him out of all his money. You are so smart that you successfully transferred the company's property to your private account abroad. We successfully blew up the World Trade Center. We successfully released the atomic bomb on Hiroshima. I successfully spread the SARS virus. I successfully cloned people so that people don't know whose father he is or whose son he is. We successfully discharged wastewater into the river, and so on. Are these all successes? The well-known Napoleon Hill wrote a book, The Law of Success. His book has been sold in more than 30 countries and more than 20 million copies in more than 20 languages. He himself is called the creator of millionaires. Great. It's really great. But someone once said, walk along an impeccable line of reasoning. Everything is normal. But at the end you suddenly find yourself caught in a dilemma. I wonder if Mr. Hill has come to the end and found himself in a dilemma. The law of success teaches people how to succeed. So does it mean that people who have not read The Law of Success are losers? At what level is one considered successful? How much wealth does one need to have to be counted as successful? How many bank robberies does it take to be considered a success? How many times can piracy be considered a success? How many rivers should one pollute to be considered a success? How much money should one embezzle to be considered as a success? How many children should one have to be considered as successful? How many multinational group companies does one need to establish to be considered as successful? If one side of a piece of paper is success and the other side is failure, then if this piece of paper is turned into a Mobius strip, how do we distinguish between success and failure? Gains and losses. Gaining is losing. Losing is gaining. The more you gain, the more you lose. The less you gain, the less you lose. Without losing, you will gain nothing. Without gaining, you will lose nothing. From middle school textbooks, we know the theorem of indestructibility of matter. Strictly speaking, it is not called the theorem of indestructibility of matter. It should be called the theorem of indestructibility of energy. Matter has birth and death, while energy is eternal in the universe. Energy is conserved, that is, the energy in the universe is a definite number. Energy will neither increase nor decrease. As the energy on the Earth increases, the energy on the Sun decreases, the temperature of water increases, and the amount of fuel is reduced. The more one experiences in life, the shorter one's life becomes. The more wisdom one has gotten, the whiter one's hair will be. Energy is a definite number, so what else is a definite number in the universe? Within the current range of the solar system, the time sequence is a fixed number. The 24 solar terms of the lunar calendar set by Chinese sages: beginning of spring, rain; awakening of insects, spring equinox, Qingming, grain rain; start of summer, lesser fullness, grain in ear; summer solstice, minor heat, major heat; start of autumn, end of heat; white dew, autumn equinox, cold dew, frost descent, start of winter, light snow, heavy snow, winter solstice are fixed numbers. The five elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and heavenly stems and earthly branches, Jia yi bing ding wu ji gung xian rin kue, and zi cho ina meo chen si wu wei shin yu su hai, and the 12 animal signs, rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, sheep, monkey, chicken, dog, and pig, corresponding to each year, month, day, and hour are all definite numbers. The method of choosing the day of good fortune and bad fortune and the art of becoming invisible, Taoist magic, which was calculated from the primordial 8 trigrams by Wenwang of the Zhou dynasty and was later used by Jiang Zia, Zhang Liang, and Zhuge Liang is a definite number. The Earth's moving trajectory and rotation speed are fixed numbers. The waxing and waning of the moon is a fixed number. The ocean's ebb and flow is a fixed number. Women's menstrual cycles are a fixed number. And the lifespan of animals and plants is a fixed number. An elephant will not live 300 years. A poplar tree will not grow for 300 years. The dry and rainy seasons in Zimbabwe are fixed numbers. The mineral resources and water volume on the Earth are fixed numbers. The number of hairs a person can grow is a fixed number. The ratio of height to the maximum distance between the two middle fingers is a fixed number. The number of legs and the number of heads a human has is a fixed number. Springs have an elastic limit, steel has a fatigue limit, various objects have a limit of motion, animals and plants have a growth limit, and all artificial products have a maximum service life. No matter how good the car is, after running for a certain number of kilometers, it is bound to be eliminated and scrapped. Within a certain altitude, the temperature at which water boils is a fixed number, and the temperature at which it freezes is also a fixed number. The ignition point of various substances is a fixed number. The saturation of various compounds is a fixed number. The composition ratio of various colors is a fixed number. The traveling speed of sound is a fixed number, and the frequency of the sound that humans can hear and the wavelength of the light that human eyes can see are fixed numbers. Everything within the range of rational numbers is a definite number. The amount of money, the length of life, the height of rank, the size of influence, etc. are all within the range of rational numbers, so they are all fixed numbers. Everything about humans is within the range of rational numbers, so everything about humans is definite. Everything that changes with time and space is within the range of rational numbers and is definite. Is everything in the range of irrational numbers not definite? The most famous irrational number is pi. Pi equals 314,159,265,3589. The other is the golden ratio phi. Phi equals 1.61803398874989484821. These are two of the infinite mysteries of the universe that ordinary people know. But where is their ending? Are they also limited by time and space? As a Chinese Taoist saying goes, heaven's secrets should never be revealed. Secular people use this sentence to keep secrets. In fact, the essence of this sentence refers to the development trend and definite number of things within the scope of irrational numbers. Long-term unconventional thinking can lead to one's spiritual transcendence. After transcending the regular ethics, one can realize many heavenly secrets. Heavenly secrets can be leaked. The key is to whom should they be leaked? Jesus taught us, "Do not give that which is holy to the dogs, neither cast your pearls before the hogs." The Yellow Emperor's Hidden Talisman Classic says, after realizing the heavenly secret, virtuous people will settle down and practice it, while the villains will get carried away and act rashly and even ruin their destinies. The Tao Te Ching said, the main path, Tao, heavenly secrets, is easy to walk on, yet people love the small bypaths. He who knows does not speak. He who speaks does not know. Those who understand the secrets of heaven know the art of non-action, but if they reveal these secrets to ordinary people, it will lead to the downfall of unwise individuals who act recklessly and perish prematurely. Chuang-Tzu. Shakyamuni once said to Subhuti, the Tathagata expounds it to those initiated into the Mahayana and the Supreme Yana. Those who take delight in the Hinayana, Theravada, and hold the view of an ego, a personality, a being, and a life, cannot listen to, receive, hold, in mind, read and recite this sutra and explain it to others. The heavenly secret is not forbidden to be divulged. The key is that it will lead to a bad result if it is divulged. If I say, what can be imagined in the human brain is real, this will cause countless people to go astray. If you suddenly give a poor man 1,000,000 ounces of gold, he will be restless both day and night. He has to guard against thieves and robbers. He has to deal with his neighbors and friends borrowing money from him, and the many demands of kinsfolks and relatives. He has to deal with the local bureaucrats' apportionment as well as the advice and suggestions of good-hearted people and gentlemen, which will end up hurting him. So, I have to say, what I said is all nonsense. Although the heavenly secrets cannot be leaked, I can reveal a little information from the irrational numbers pi, and phi, golden ratio. One is the universe is infinite and life is infinite. The second is, as a person, one's life is a finite cycle, but once the life goes beyond the category of a rational number, it enters the range of an irrational number. His life becomes infinite and non-repeating. It is like what is said in the Buddhist scripture, beyond the three realms and no longer subject to the five elements. It is also like speed. If the speed of an object is less than 7,900 meters per second, it can only live on the Earth. But if it is greater than or equal to 7,900 meters per second, but less than 11,180 meters per second, it can fly around the Earth. But once its speed exceeds 11,180 meters per second, it can get rid of the gravitational restraint of the Earth, and it enters the huge solar system. When its speed exceeds 16,670 meters per second, it can freely enter the vast galaxy and experience the galaxy's various appearances and exceeding fascination and charm. The third is, time only exists in the world of rational numbers. There is no time in the world of irrational numbers. The wisdom of ordinary people has developed from natural numbers to irrational numbers, which can be said has reached its limit. If it develops further, it will enter the field of complex numbers, which is the field of thinking of gods and Buddhas. For example, the imaginary number 1 is not of the wisdom that ordinary people can understand, because imaginary numbers have illusory properties. You cannot find a practical example in the material world. Although imaginary numbers are used in electrical engineering and quantum mechanics, they are just a drop in the bucket of imaginary numbers, which is still polar away from the correct and comprehensive understanding of imaginary numbers. Let's put aside irrational numbers and complex numbers. Within the range of rational numbers, everything has a definite number. As far as people are concerned, the number of things everyone owns has been limited in their own life structure, just like the amount of water on the earth. If there is more water in the ocean, there will be less water in lakes and rivers, or less water in glaciers, or less groundwater. It is impossible to increase everywhere because the amount of water on the earth is a fixed number, a constant. The things one can own in life are definite numbers, such as health, longevity, beauty, wealth, reputation, freedom, happiness, wisdom, safety, children, etc. If the number of a person's possessions is set as 1, then each factor, assumed to be 10, accounts for 0.1. These factors are all on a very sensitive polyhedral seesaw. When beauty is greater than 0.1, the amount of health will be less than 0.1, or the share of reputation will decrease. When the amount of wealth is greater than 0.1, the quantity of freedom or happiness will decrease. And when the knowledge increases, the lifespan may become shorter and shorter. In a word, if one factor increases, the other or several other factors will decrease, and the total amount remains unchanged at 1. The definite number of people cannot be limited to a few years, decades, or hundreds of years. Otherwise, your understanding will go astray. Some people may use examples from real society to deny this theorem and ask, how do you explain a person who became a high-ranking official and made a fortune, has many wives and concubines, lives a long and healthy life, has a good reputation, and has many children and grandchildren? This involves the transformation of time and space and life structure. God Jesus said in the Sermon on the Mount, "But woe unto you that are rich, for ye have received your consolation." Luke 6 verse 24. Buddha Shakyamuni said, furthermore, Subhuti, if a virtuous man or woman receives, holds in mind, reads and recites this sutra and is despised by others, this person who is bound to suffer from evil destinies in retribution for his past sins, and whose karmic sins are now eradicated by the other's contempt, will attain supreme enlightenment. Anuttarasami Aksambodhi. Diamond Sutra, Chapter 16. Karmic obstructions can be purified. Immortal Laozi said, when one is about to take an inspiration, he is sure to make a previous expiration. When he is going to weaken another, he will first strengthen him. When he is going to overthrow another, he will first have raised him up. When he is going to despoil another, he will first have made gifts to him. Tao Te Ching, Chapter 36. To sum up the teachings of gods, Buddhas, and immortals, it means that if you get more in this life, there will be less in your next life. If you suffer in this life, you will enjoy happiness and blessedness in the next life. If you are overspending from your bank account, you will have no money to use at critical times. If Tao wants to restrain you, it must first expand you. To weaken you, it must first strengthen you. To discard you, it must first make you prosper. To take away your blessings, it will first give you temporary enjoyment. In short, no matter where you go, what you own will always be one. In my opinion, those who are rich and powerful are very poor, and their prospects are very worrying, while those who are suffering, although their lives are extremely difficult, their prospects are very splendid. This is the paradox, which is hard to understand because of the lack of examples in reality. If I say, people enjoy blessings today because they accumulated virtues in their previous lives, and they are enjoying the blessings they gained by self-improvement in their previous lives. It is hard for people to believe it because few people know their own past life and future life, let alone other people's past lives and future lives. Without unconventional thinking, we cannot make the connection between the past life, the present life, and the next life, just like we can't organically combine the front side with the back side. The most valuable and meaningful life is one where you give more and enjoy less. People may be unfair to you, but heaven, the greatest creator, never will. Above, I only gave examples of oppositions of up and down, having and not having, success and failure, gain and loss, from which we can see that opposition is the appearance of the universe, while unity is the essence of the universe. 生死是表象，生命无生死. Life and death are only images. There is neither life nor death in life. Xiefeng. Translated by Qin Yu, edited by Peter. The Mobius strip tells us that life and death are not opposites. Life is death, and death is life. There is death in life, and life in death. The Yellow Emperor's Book of the Hidden Talisman said, life is the root of death, and death is the root of life. Babies cry when they are born. Why do they cry? Because life is bitter. How do you know that life is bitter? This is like a chick in an egg that has been hatched for 21 days, pecking at the shell. Although it does not know how thick the eggshell is, whether it can be pecked through, or whether there is a vast world outside the eggshell, it must peck. That is its instinct. What is instinct? Instinct is a kind of innate performance that biosystems can make without learning, such as chickens in eggshells pecking at them, bees making honey, migratory birds migrating with the seasons, mice digging holes, roosters crowing, etc. Babies cry as soon as they are born, and they know how to suck a breast. This is also an instinct. Everything has an instinct. If they do not have an instinct, everything will perish. So where did the instinct come from? This involves the origin of life. Please see the chapter of life. All things on earth are created by higher life, and instincts are embedded in the structure and order of life. The purpose of this chapter is to talk about life and death. Why do we say, life is death and death is life? To understand the true meaning of life and death, we must proceed from the following 3 points. First, do people have past lives? First of all, let me reprint the full text of an article compiled by Wang Jiankong and Li Liming and published in Reader magazine. Unbelievable, Reborn Girl. In 1926, a lovely little girl was born in Delhi, India. Her name was Shani Devi. When she was just born, there was nothing abnormal about her at all. But when she was 7 years old, little Shani suddenly said to her mother inexplicably, "Mom, I used to live in the city of Mathura." She also enthusiastically told her mother about Mathura and the situation at her home then. Later, Shanti mentioned this matter several more times. The parents were very worried when they saw their 7-year-old daughter talking about something irrelevant, so they took her to see a doctor. The doctor was puzzled after hearing Shanti's narration. It's really strange. This child has no symptoms of mental abnormalities at all. How could she say these unbelievable things? Let's observe her for a while. However, at the age of 9, Shanti still did not forget about her living in Mathura. Mom, did I mention that I lived in Mathura before? I got married there and gave birth to 3 children. My name was Luchi when I lived in Mathura. Shanti also told her mother the names and characteristics of the 3 children. The parents became more and more anxious after listening to their daughter's intoxicated chatter, thinking that the child's condition was probably getting worse. And they often wiped away their tears in secret. One day, a visitor came to see Shanti's mother. As soon as Shanti saw that person, she suddenly called out, "Mom, this person is my former husband's cousin. He also lives in Mathura." The guest was surprised when he heard Shanti's words and said, "Your daughter is right. I used to live in Mathura." But how did she know about it? After the incident spread, it attracted the attention of the Indian government, and a special investigation committee was formed. The committee brought Shanti to Mathura for on-the-spot investigation. Shanti has never left Delhi since her birth. But as soon as she arrived in Mathura, she was able to warmly greet the local people who came to meet her in the Mathura dialect, as if she had met a long-lost friend. When she came to the door of a house, she stopped suddenly and said to others, "This is the house I used to live in." She walked in the door, pointed to an old man, and said, "He is just the father of my former husband." Then, she recognized her 2 children, and she also told people about her previous life in Mathura in detail, her association with her friends, the nearby landscape, and the school she was in at that time. The local people were very surprised when they heard her narration. What she said was completely correct, which was exactly the situation at that time. So little Shanti is the one who was reborn. The people who came to investigate this issue had to come to this conclusion. In India, the ancient Buddhist country, there are really many reborn people. Swarata Misho is one of them. One day, when he was traveling by bicycle, he pointed to a house he had never been to and said that he had lived here for a period and talked as if he just thought of it. He also talked about the past. This surprised the accompanying family members. They ran into the village to inquire, and what Svolrata said was exactly what happened here decades ago. It is said that Svolrata has been resurrected 3 times. There was also a young man in India named Gaspiel. He just died shortly. On the day a person named Yaki died in a village 35 kilometers away, Gaspier suddenly woke up in the coffin placed in his home. When people pulled him out of the coffin, to their surprise, Gaspiel knew the appearance of Yaki, who was far away in a foreign land, and all the things that happened in that village. There are many examples of past lives recorded in ancient and modern Chinese and foreign books. We can't completely believe what they say, but in the face of the facts, we can't deny everything. We can deny that the statement of Tang Monk in Journey to the West is the reincarnation of Jean Chanzi, but we cannot but believe in the theory of the reincarnated soul boy of the Tibetan Panchen Lama in Tibet. For example, Wendu Gongbao Kaidan, the reincarnated soul boy of the ninth Panchen Lama Sangdang Kyuji Nyama, was able to accurately select the utensils used by the previous Panchen Lama from other identical objects, and even more surprisingly, he was able to call out the name of Gajan Pong, who had sung for the Panchen Lama, from the crowd. Before that, the two had never met. Gongbao Kaidan was not discovered by accident. After the ninth Panchen Lama passed away, the Panchen Xingyuan, an organization dedicated to protecting the personal safety of the Panchen Lama of Tibetan Buddhism, began to search for his reincarnated soul boy. After several screenings and selections among the 17 possible reincarnated soul boys, 6 were initially identified. After many more procedures, it was finally identified that Kutinj Longer Gyatso was the reincarnated soul boy of the ninth Panchen Lama. However, Kutinj Longer Gyatso suddenly died of an illness. Why did he die suddenly? Because the real reincarnated soul boy was not him, but someone else. Having no choice, the Panchen Kinpo Conference Hall took the remaining 5 possible reincarnated soul boys to Kumbha Monastery. They wrote the soul boys' names on papers, wrapped the papers in tsampa, kneaded the tsampa into balls, and put them into a gold bottle. After a series of prayers and other activities, they shook the gold bottle in front of the public. A pill jumped out of the gold bottle during the shaking. They opened it, and it was Wendu Gongbao Kaidan's name on it. In fact, Anyone who was a human being in the last life and reincarnated as a human in the next life will definitely have a feeling of déjà vu about a place suddenly and dimly in your life. In some places, although you have never been there, once you arrive, they must be reflected in your subconsciousness. You don't know what's going on, you just feel as if you have been here before. Of course, if you were an animal in your previous life, you will not have this kind of memory, but you must have a special love for a certain animal, and you are particularly disgusted or afraid of some animals. If you were a celestial in the thousand-year world or the 10,000-year world, you will not have this kind of hazy memory, but you will definitely hate the selfishness of human society and subconsciously feel that you don't belong to this world. If you come from the Elysium world, you don't like meat by nature. Many wonderful hallucinations often appear in your mind, and you have an instinctive closeness to Buddhism. Second, do people really have an afterlife? It's hard for us to believe the hearsay of others, but we have to believe the theories and examples based on scientific research and clinical practice. There is an organization in this world called the International Association for Near-Death Studies, whose website is www.nderf.org. The results of this research organization show that people have an afterlife. Please feel free to contact them to discuss where people go after death. As living people, it is impossible for them to clearly know the scene after death. But for those who died but came back to life due to various reasons, it is true that some of them have experienced the scene after death. I myself started to explore the essence of life because of a fact that came into being 20 years ago. That is, no matter whether people in the world believe it or not, I am sure that life has an afterlife. And because of my continuous research and exploration, I discovered my past life and future life and made clear the purpose and significance of my birth. I passed through a happy darkness and saw the bright sunshine. I felt extremely happy. I was pushed into a black hole, and my mind still maintained infinite peace. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in front of me. It was like a star in the sky at first, and then it turned into a sun at dawn in an instant. The radiant sun does not dazzle me. On the contrary, looking at this red sun, I feel unparalleled happiness. This is a beautiful place. I am very happy to come to this place. I feel delightful. I seem to have a nightmare. Countless ghosts came to claim my life, and a black tornado also hit me. I was frightened to death, and suddenly I was pulled back by a force. I watched the doctors tossing my dead body. Relatives and friends were mourning and crying, but I drifted farther and farther away from them. I was not sad. I felt extremely peaceful and felt that there was a beautiful place in the distance, and that is where I should be. The above are the memories and narrations of people who died and came back to life. Although they did not describe what kind of place they arrived at, it is certain that they still have a clear consciousness after death, and they also feel the beauty or dreadfulness of the place they are going to. It is certain that people will have an afterlife. There are only two kinds of eternal things in the universe. One is energy and the other is life. Without life, the existence of the universe is meaningless. Without energy, life will have nothing to attach itself to. Life is eternal. The so-called death is just the transformation of the life carrier. After the body of life dies, the spiritual body of life will enter another life carrier. After a dog dies, it may be reincarnated as a human being. Then, as a dog, it died, but it was born again as a human being. That is to say, life is the root of death, and death is the root of life. Where there is no death, there is no birth. Where there is no birth, there is no death. If the life of a dog does not die, then the life of a human cannot be born. To be born in the thousand-year world, the life in the mortal world must die, and life cannot step into two rivers at the same time. So, what is the meaning of in life there is death, in death there is life? We know that the aging of the body is gradual and unconscious. If we take photos of the life mileage from birth to death every day, by taking out two adjacent photos and comparing them, you cannot see the difference between the two at all. However, if you compare the photos with the ones which were taken after a period of time, such as 1 month or a year, you can clearly see the difference between them. That is to say, life is dying every moment. In life there is death. So, is there life in death? Yes, there is life in death. We already know that life is eternal, and people have an afterlife. So what factors will determine our afterlife? Is becoming a cow, a pig, a human, an immortal, or a Buddha in the next life accidental or inevitable? We know that every result has an early cause. It is impossible for anyone to suddenly become a president. A desert will not suddenly become an oasis, and a tadpole will not suddenly become a frog. The change is gradual, but the result may be sudden. For a person to reincarnate as a beast in the next life, he needs to continue to do evil, to squander and waste. He needs not only to spend all the savings in his life bank, but also overspend and leave a deficit. Otherwise, he will not be able to reincarnate as a beast in his next life. In the same way, if a person wants to become a Buddha, he must consciously and voluntarily reach the point of having nothing. Not only can he not own money, fame, property, beautiful women, family, status, etc., but he must also not be obsessed with a certain concept or have disputes with common people, and of course he must not kill or eat meat. If you want to go to the thousand-year world in your next life, your humanity must be perfect. So, are there any signs that indicate what kind of reincarnation criteria a person has reached at the time of his death? Yes, that are the different structures of neurons in the central nervous system of the brain at the time of death. Different structures have different colors. If a color scanner can be invented when a person dies, open his neurocranium and you can see the color of his brain with the scanner. If it is colorful, it can be concluded that his life has gone to the 10,000-year world. If it is purple, he has gone to the Elysium world. If it appears red or green or blue, he must have gone to the thousand-year world. If it appears white, he will be reincarnated as a human. If it shows a faint dark color, he will enter the animal world in the next life. If it is black, he will definitely go to the netherworld, or the frozen layer, or to the inflaming layer. In short, life and death are only images. Life has neither life nor death. Just like Seth said, death is not the end of life. 物种是进化来的吗? Did life evolve from non-life? Xiefeng. Translation edited by Chinyo. Let's examine the validity of the evolutionist perspective, with Darwin as their pioneer, on the origin of species. Upon rejecting the Big Bang Theory and the notion of life arising accidentally from water, and upon analyzing the theory of evolution, we realize its shaky foundation. Without the birth of life, can evolution truly exist? Where do eggs come from without chickens? And without eggs, where does the chicken come from? Like how DNA formation depends on protein formation, without initial protein presence, DNA cannot form. Which came first, protein or DNA? The core tenets of the theory of evolution are as follows. Before evolution, there must be at least one or several lives. These one or several lives have evolved into a diverse array of life forms on Earth today. Organism evolution results from heredity, variation, and natural selection. Evolution follows the logic of natural selection, survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle, selecting the superior and eliminating the inferior. When a species cannot adapt to its environment, or when the environment does not support a species' survival, it evolves into another species. Due to brutal competition and survival of the fittest, the weak are naturally eliminated, leaving behind only the strong. This implies that low-energy forms fade while high-energy forms emerge. From these aspects, we can deduce the following. Earthworms, flies, turtles, dung beetles, cobras, dogs, humans, etc., originate from the same ancestor. Due to deteriorating ecological conditions, to ensure species reproduction, some dinosaurs evolved into humans, while others became lions and wolves. Since weaker organisms are naturally eliminated, all insects are weaker than birds and will evolve into birds or more powerful animals. Similarly, herbivores, weaker than carnivores, will evolve into carnivores for species reproduction. Carnivores, weaker than humans, will undoubtedly evolve into humans for survival. The final outcome of survival of the fittest is that all insects and animals will eventually evolve into humans. Regarding humans, the strong prey on the weak and the fittest survive. People survive by plundering and killing each other. Strong nations only remain invincible by eliminating the weak. All plundering and killing wars in history align with the theory of evolution. Acts of kindness toward other species appear cruel within one's own race. Conversely, cruelty toward other species is seen as kindness within one's own race. Whether it's burning, killing, looting, or cheating. Any means to eliminate the weak and strengthen oneself are justified. Hence, Hitler's actions were 100% correct. Humans will continue to evolve. Eventually, wings will grow on their backs, eyes on the back of their heads, and they will breathe out fireworks and emit laser light from their eyes. Further analysis is unnecessary. Based on the 10 outcomes mentioned above, we can assess the viability of the theory of evolution. As we observe humans becoming smarter and more capable with each generation, we assume human evolution. However, this increased capability depends entirely on accumulated knowledge, and the essence of human life has remained unchanged since ancient times. Our genes, as human beings, have not changed. Our ancestors had 2 eyes, and we still do. Our blood was red then, and it remains red now. Our body structure has not gained or lost any organs or parts compared to our ancestors. If modern children could run like deer or zebras at birth, it would confirm human evolution. If monkeys' and apes' brains are similar to humans in learning, memory, and thinking, we can deduce that humans evolved from monkeys. I will delve further into the topic of biological evolution in future chapters, particularly in the Greatest Creator chapter of Life at Genuine. I encourage you to continue contemplating this issue. Mong Chir, The Blind Zone. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Chinyo. If we observe a blind person, we will find that he is constantly feeling his way forward. He cannot stride confidently on winding roads, nor can he see the potholes and stumbling stones ahead. We feel genuinely saddened by this. But what about those of us with sight? We eagerly unpack our treasures, investing everything in a marriage, only to face the painful experience of divorce a few years later. Why couldn't we foresee the outcome back then? We sincerely invest time in friendships, only to be betrayed, robbed of our savings, and even lose our spouses. Were we blind to the truth from the start? We wholeheartedly support someone's rise to power, only to discover him indifferent to our well-being and willing to trample us underfoot. Why were we blind to their true nature? We extend compassion to someone in need, sparing no effort to help him overcome one difficulty after another. However, once his wounds are healed, he turns around to bite us, not only stealing our wealth but also spreading rumors and slandering us, portraying us as worthless. Did our eyes truly perceive their nature from the outset? Parents toil tirelessly and pour their hearts into raising their children, hoping to have support in their old age. Yet, in an instant, their children die on the battlefield or under the wheel and fail to provide the expected support. Given such outcomes, how accurate was our foresight from the start? We labor tirelessly to raise our children, pouring our hearts and souls into their upbringing. Yet, in our old age, we find ourselves abandoned, without the familial support we hoped for. What was the purpose of our endeavors? Were we blind to the future? When we were at school, we studied certain subjects for getting food and sleep, but after graduation, we were unable to pursue the majors we studied. If we knew this before, why did we bother to waste money and energy? We work from dawn to dusk, live frugally, rack our brains, and work hard all our lives. When we are about to die, think about what we have gained. What were we blindly busying for? We can't see the substances with wavelengths outside the light range of 400 to 700 nanometers. We can't see the epidemic germs flying in the air. We can't see the radioactive elements invading our nerve cells, and we can't see viral bacteria filled in the rivers. The welfare of the public is lost virtually. We also turn a blind eye. What will happen tomorrow? Our eyes are also invisible. How far and how deep can our eyes see? What on earth did we see? How different are we from the blind? The achievement of a general cost many lives. One family becomes rich and another 10,000 will be, relatively, poor. The predecessors are brilliant and the descendants will be bleak. In this life, behave like a tyrant. In the next life, one will suffer. What do we really understand? What did you see again? We are so busy every day. What on earth are we busy for? We are running with high spirits on the seemingly straight road. Is this road the best way of life? What is the point of what we are passionate about? We are working overtime to build a house somewhere, yet an earthquake is imminent in this area. So, the more we do, the greater our loss. And the more we hurry up, the more we waste, isn't it? We were sweating profusely and anxiously queued up to buy tickets for the maiden voyage of the Titanic. The day when you got the ticket, was it the day when the tragedy started? A few years ago, one night, I was driving a four-wheel drive Toyota pickup truck on a jungle path in Binka, Zimbabwe, when a rabbit jumped out onto the path and attempted to cross. I slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. The rabbit was crushed to death under the wheel. Oh, rabbit, why do you hurry across the road? If you slowed down for a few seconds, you could pass safely. Does speed really make you safer? Recently, while typing with the window open in the study room of Villa number 46, at night, a few bees would often fly in to look for light. By the next day, all these bees would be found dead. Oh, bees, why do you seek out the light instead of staying in the darkness of the night? Is any bright place a good place? How many tragedies in the world happen in haste? How many joys of life are ruined in the pursuit of brightness? People, where are we going in such a hurry? There was a farmer who heard that there was gold far away, so he sold his property and went to a distant place to pan for gold. A few years later, he returned to his hometown empty-handed. Upon returning to his hometown, the first news he heard filled him with regret. The news is that the man who bought his property dug up a lot of gold on the land he sold. Everyone finds themselves in a blind zone, and it appears that we are navigating blindly. It appears that there are few individuals, both in ancient and modern times, from China and abroad, who can clearly guide us toward a path to happiness. The scriptures of major religions are profoundly deep, and we have yet to grasp their true meanings. How much farther must we tread within this blind zone? 野生动物为什么不培养自己的医生? Why do wild animals not cultivate their own doctors? Xiefeng. Translation edited by Chinyo. Humans meticulously care for themselves, always fretting over and preparing for unforeseen future events, being precautious and preventative. Contemplating the future and taking precautions isn't inherently wrong, but the question remains. Are we devoting too much time, energy, and resources to the future? By excessively fixating on the future, are we neglecting our present? Today, people seem to form friendships mainly for utilitarian purposes, rather than fostering genuine connections as our ancestors did, where hearts were in sync. At home, rely on parents. Outside, rely on friends. But why do we rely? We cloak our true intentions, compromising and pandering to friends, just to safeguard against unforeseeable future events, leaning on them, correct? Despite forced smiles, reluctant engagements, and considerable reluctance, we still go out of our way to garner support for others. Are we still being true to ourselves? How much of our time is squandered on fruitless pursuits? Why do we engage in this behavior? Is it all in anticipation of the unforeseeable future? We install security doors, set up alarms, erect fences, hang electric wires, manufacture weapons, construct hospitals, and purchase insurance. As humanity progresses, it appears the less secure we feel. Why is this? Will there come a day when everyone must wear bulletproof vests and dwell in heavily fortified underground bunkers? Is this truly the path of human advancement? Birds and wild animals do not have doctors or hospitals. Does that mean they cannot survive? The day before yesterday, I visited the Marandra Wildlife Sanctuary for observation. A large elephant mingled among a group of water buffaloes. According to the park staff, this elephant has been alive for nearly 30 years. It struck me. This elephant has lived for 30 years without ever seeing a doctor or receiving treatment from a hospital. How did it weather the storms and extreme weather conditions over these 30 years? Among humans, who among the 30-year-olds has never visited a hospital or seen a doctor? Can one not survive without doctors and hospitals? I'm not suggesting that having doctors and hospitals is detrimental. The extension of human lifespan partly hinges on the advancement of medical services. The question remains, why don't birds and wild animals have their own doctors and hospitals? Are they not living freely and happily? In the courtyard of the villa where I reside, the vegetation flourishes. Every day around 4:30 in the morning, birds chirp in unison, and around 5 o'clock, when I open the window, I can observe a dozen or more species of birds merrily chirping and catching insects. They appear so carefree and liberated, utterly unconcerned about world affairs, currency fluctuations, the Iraq crisis, or the Asian financial turmoil. I wonder, should humans take a cue from birds? If we eschew reliance on anything and nothing can be depended upon, if we refrain from worrying excessively about the future, will we live more freely? Let what comes, come, and let what goes, go. Wouldn't life be simpler? 思维误区 Misconceptions in thinking. 写法 Translation edited by Chino. Failure is the mother of success. Is it really so? The original intention of this argument is to encourage people not to be discouraged by failure, but to learn from it in order to achieve success. It seems that the great inventor Edison once said, "Who says I failed? I already know 9,900 ways that won't work." From this, people mistakenly believe that Edison's success is entirely due to failure. Thus, failure is the mother of success. In fact, Edison's success is entirely based on his repeated successes. Without the multiple successes in the early stage and the confidence gained from other successes, he would undoubtedly fail. The truth is, from the perspective of probability theory, success breeds success and failure breeds failure. Successful people will continue to succeed, while failures will continue to fail. Individual or minority examples are not sufficient to establish a theorem. True lovers eventually become a couple. Is it true? This idea seems to tell us that all married couples in the world are loving and affectionate lovers. Let's ask ourselves honestly, have you and your loved one become a married couple? The fact is it is difficult for lovers to become married. If lovers do become married, the outcome is often the drowning of affection. Live and work in peace and contentment. Is it possible? Without a job, how can one live in peace? Would pies fall from the sky? It should be only by enjoying work can one live in peace. In today's world, many young people start their careers first and then start a family, which is correct. Safe and sound. Half right. Being safe leads to being sound, but being sound leads to being safe. Steel is refined through 100 trials. Try it. After 100 attempts, will it become steel or gas? Ever-changing. Yes, without rules to follow. Acting without rules, indeed it is ever-changing. Wisdom comes from experience. Must we experience everything to gain wisdom? Time flies, life is short. If we cannot cleverly make use of things, if we cannot learn from others' experiences and lessons and apply them to different situations to gain wisdom, and instead insist on trying everything by ourselves, isn't that foolish? The only way to catch tiger cubs is to go into the tiger's den. How many spy satellites are hovering over us, observing our every move? With interconnected computers, the world situation can be observed in an instant. In this era, do we still need to risk our lives to catch tiger cubs in their dens? Truth lies in the coffin. Don't expect to find truth just by closing the coffin. People will review history from thousands of years ago for comments. We should still follow Tao and not care about the content of the eulogy when we die. Associate with the wise and you become wise. Associate with the foolish and you become foolish. Nuns think about having a drink in the lively place, and prostitutes want to get away early and cultivate virtue. There are many corrupt officials among the emperor's followers, and there is justice among the gangsters. Who says, associate with the wise and you become wise. Associate with the foolish and you become foolish? A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. The opposite is, a newborn tiger is most afraid of cows. The viewer sees better than those involved. The truth is, those involved see better, while the viewer is confused. He who has the truth on his side has the majority. Aside from negative cosmic energy, the rest seems to be, the strong have more help, the weak have less help. A dog relies on its master's power. Similarly, people rely on the power of dogs. A bosom friend afar brings a distant land near. Without anyone recognizing oneself, one's neighbor is as distant as the ends of the earth. Once called, it comes. Once waved, it goes. It comes when called, but it's hard to make it go when waved. The strong wind reveals the sturdy grass. Sturdy grass recognizes the strong wind. Do not do unto others what you do not want done to yourself. What you do not want done to yourself, you easily do unto others. Listen to both sides and you will be enlightened. Heat only one side, and you will be benighted. Heating only one side leads to darkness, and listening to both sides also leads to darkness. If you want something, you must give something in return. If you give something, it's definitely in order to get something back. Exhaust oneself in service, and only rest in death. Exhaust oneself in service, merely for the sake of reputation. A long road tests the strength of a horse. Time reveals a person's heart. Carrying a heavy load tests the strength of a horse, and money reveals a person's heart. Better to be a shattered jade than an intact tile. Better to be an intact tile than a shattered jade. If the skin is gone, what can the hair attach to? If the hair is gone, where can the skin hide? A broken mirror can be put together again. It's hard to mend a broken mirror. People fear fame as pigs fear fattening. People want fame as pigs want to grow fat. Youth is wasted on the young. Workers don't work hard, and bosses suffer. He who sees the trend is a wise man. He who sees the trend is a smooth talker. If one separates himself from physical labor, he cannot differentiate between the 5 grains. If one separates himself from physical labor, there will be an abundant harvest of the 5 grains. The whole year's work depends on a good start in spring. The whole year's work depends on a good start in winter. All crows are black. All crows are not as black. To spin a cocoon and trap oneself in it. To spin a cocoon for self-defense. Of the 36 strategies, running away is the best. Of the 36 strategies, intangibility is the best. 3 shoemakers surpass Zhuge Liang. 3 shoemakers are still shoemakers. Traveling 1,000 miles is better than 10 years of reading. 1 year of reading is better than traveling 1,000 miles. If you don't listen to the old man, suffering is in front of you. If you only listen to the old man, suffering lies ahead. 颠倒思维, reverse thinking. 写 Translation edited by Chinyo. Not having is having is not having. Up is down is up. Success is failure and failure is success. Gain is loss is gain. You are me and I am you. Humans are Buddhas, and Buddhas are humans. People are ghosts, and ghosts are people. Humans are demons, and demons are humans. Life is death, and death is life. Moving forward is moving backward, and moving backward is moving forward. Destruction is construction, and construction is destruction. Being intelligent is being foolish, and being foolish is being intelligent. Science is a form of superstition, and superstition is a form of science. Politics involves governing people, and governing people involves politics. Workers are laborers, and cadres do nothing. Disorder is order, and order is disorder. A child is an old person, and an old person is a child. The infinitely large tends towards the infinitely small, and the infinitely small tends towards the infinitely large. The darker the place, the brighter it seems, yet the brighter it appears, the darker it becomes. The slower, the faster, and the faster, the slower. The richer one is, the more distressed one becomes, and the more powerful one is, the more dangerous one becomes. The kinder you are, the more foolish you may seem. Yet the more foolish you appear, the wiser you may be. The poorer one is, the less trustworthy one is perceived, and the richer one is, the greedier one becomes. The more useless something seems, the more useful it may be, and the less one possesses, the freer one may be. The more enticing something appears, the more it may consume one's life, and the more delectable something seems, the more it may harm one's health. The more one has, the more one will gain, and the less one has, the less one will be bestowed. Looking at people from afar, they appear beautiful, but up close, they seem ugly. Similarly, pigs appear hateful from a distance, yet charming up close. The nourishment for humans is not food, but the different molecular structures of energy, qi, within food. If one consumes this energy directly, they may bypass the need for food altogether. When God created humans, humans began creating gods. When humans raise cows, cows start to raise humans. When humans invent computers, computers will eventually invent humans. Because we have eyes, we don't see what we should see, but we see what we shouldn't see. Because we have mouths, we don't eat what we should eat, but we eat what we shouldn't eat. Those who achieve success early often decline early. Early intelligence can lead to early confusion. Early sorrow can turn into early joy, and early happiness can turn into early sorrow. Those who rise early tend to sleep early, and those who sleep early often rise late. The more one loses, the more one gains. Conversely, the more one gains, the more one loses. In having nothing to lose, one has nothing to gain, yet in losing everything, one gains everything. The ultimate objective of life is not to approach death, but to journey towards another world. Much like the ultimate aim of a fetus is not to grow within the womb, but to enter the world. Thus, human society acts as a grand womb, through which individuals must pass, seemingly through the gateway of death, to reach another world. Consequently, death is not the end, but rather the beginning. The you in dreams is not your true self. The true self slumbers in the real world. Similarly, the you in the present is not the true self. The true self is sleeping in another world. The dream, you, is unaware that your real self is slumbering in the real world, just as the present you is unaware that the true self sleeps in another world. Upon awakening, the dream ends. When the true self awakens in another world, life concludes. If one dies suddenly, it is because the true self in another world did not awaken naturally but was abruptly awoken by others. Thus, regardless of age or manner, death is not an inherently negative event, and the living need not sorrow but should rejoice in their timely cessation of illusion. From the perspective of conventional thinking, the sun unquestionably revolves around the earth, as observed rising from mountains, water, and the horizon, and setting on the opposite side at dusk. The ancient text, Shan Hai Jing, contains a fable titled Quafu Chasing the Sun, wherein the protagonist Quafu perishes due to his adherence to conventional thinking. Similarly, Copernicus was burned alive for expressing a treasonous and heretical notion. The earth revolves around the sun, rather than the sun around the earth. Consequently, conventional thinking is often the folly of fools. We frequently refer to sea level, yet it is not a level surface but rather a curved one. When traveling by Boeing 747 from Johannesburg to Hong Kong via Bangkok, the altitude of the plane remains relatively constant, leading us to assume it flies straight and parallel. However, the flight path is not linear but rather curved. You take a globe, imagine yourself standing in Oslo, Norway, and then picture the people in Cape Town, South Africa. Can you tell me who is on top, who is on the bottom? If you consider yourself on top, then the people in Cape Town would be below. Since they are below, and everyone's feet are planted on the earth, it is without doubt that the people in Cape Town live with their heads facing down. However, when you visit Cape Town, you find that people are heads up, making it seem like the people in Oslo are the ones with their heads down. Thus, our conception of up and down may be erroneous. Though we claim airplanes soar in the sky, changing spatial perspectives reveals they travel beneath the earth. Extending from the spatial positions of up and down to the abstract concepts of high and low, we often say, the greater the hardships endured, the more esteemed the person, man struggles upwards, water flows downwards. This erroneous perception of hierarchy makes people forget the meaning of life, trapped in the quagmire of upward ascent since childhood, unable to extricate themselves. By the time old age approaches, they still don't understand, remaining confused, thus muddling their once very beautiful lives. The more energetic a person is, the more susceptible they are to straying from the path, and the smarter and more talented a person is, the easier it is for them to become ensnared in the mundane. Conversely, those who are frequently ill, seemingly hopeless, are more likely to grasp the truth. This is reflected in the Taoist saying, illness breeds Tao in the mind, and the reason lies therein. Let's look at time again. We say, today is March 3rd, 2004, and 10 years from today will be March 3rd, 2014. Upon waking in the morning, we glance at the clock and exclaim, ah, it's already 7 o'clock. When conversing with friends, one might remark, time flies so quickly. I'm almost 40 years old. We feel as though we're swimming in the vast ocean of time. Life is fleeting, and the years are unforgiving. The older one gets, the more prone they are to sighs and regrets. The sunset is infinitely good, but it's almost dusk. Knowing today, why regret yesterday? Time, like a demon or cancer cell, consumes people's happiness, hope, and lives. But let me ask you, where does time come from? Does time truly exist in the universe? Is time really so precious? You may find yourself perplexed. If I were to tell you, time is a construct of humanity, it doesn't truly exist in the universe, and time isn't inherently valuable, you might find it puzzling. If I were to further assert, you've created time as this specter, this illusion, to intimidate and torment yourself, you might begin to question my sanity. Delving deeper, have you ever dreamt of deceased loved ones? The relatives you see in your dreams aren't truly dead. They've merely transitioned to a different realm of existence or shifted to another space. Would you then consider me delusional, spouting nonsense? The truth is, if you were to think so, you'd be correct, indicating your normalcy, practicality, and rationality, but lacking the concept of unconventional thinking. 3 meals a day are considered essential. The diet should be varied. Otherwise, malnutrition may ensue. This is conventional wisdom. If you firmly believe it to be an absolute truth, then indeed it is. You become accustomed to 3 meals a day. Should you miss one, you'll feel hunger and uneasy. If you believe 2 meals a day suffice, then indeed they do. If one day you were to consume an extra meal, you'd experience stomach discomfort. If you believe 1 meal a day is adequate, then it is. Regarding food, if you subscribe to the theories of nutritionists, you'll include chicken, duck, fish, various fruits, vegetables, etc. in your diet. If you adopt a diet that is too simplistic, it will result in your physical and mental emaciation, accompanied by fatigue. But if you reject the conventional nutritionist's approach, believing that consuming only one egg and a glass of milk per day provides ample energy, then indeed it does. Furthermore, if you firmly believe that subsisting on a spoonful of honey, an apple, and an adequate amount of spring water per day is sufficient, then it is. Should you believe that abstaining from food and drink altogether, existing as your own cosmic entity, allows for longevity, then you've grasped the mechanics of animal hibernation, attaining the wisdom of Bodhidharma. Expanding upon this, should you experience faint stomach pains one day, subsequently suspecting stomach cancer and thinking daily, "Oh no, I have stomach cancer." Within 3 months, a medical examination confirms your fears. Conversely, after an examination reveals lung cancer, should you firmly assert, "This cannot be lung cancer. My lungs are perfectly healthy, and there's no way I could have lung cancer." 3 months later, the lung cancer dissipates. The key lies in the power of the mind. It only works when one believes sincerely. With sincerity, one can split gold. I'm old. I'm no longer capable. I'm already 40. What else can I do? This life is what it is. If there's an afterlife, I must. I'm already 80. This illness cannot be cured. This is impossible. This is too fantastical. These sentiments, born of conventional thinking, lead one down a path of negativity, a suicidal mindset, a misconception of human nature, a spreading virus. Some may argue, I'm already in my 70s, nearing the end. Even if I were to break free from conventional thinking, what good would it do? Let me tell you, every day of a person's life, every age, marks both an end and a new beginning. Each day heralds the birth of a new self. People can live not only to 100, but even 200 years. The reason for disbelief lies in the millennia of conventional thinking constraining minds and thoughts, coupled with the misleading notions of shallow science, claiming a pituitary gland at the back of the brain secretes a fluid controlling lifespan and asserting that humans undergo only 7-cell divisions from birth to death. These are all negative inductions. Be practical and realistic. Don't aim too high. Human lives rarely exceed 70. You're almost 80. Be content. Do you really believe in a second youth? The next time someone dares to preach such wisdom, tell them to take their ignorant babble elsewhere. An elephant can be tied to a stake with only a thin rope. A farmer can be tied to the ground with only a bit of land. A worker can be tied to a workshop with only a few sets of tools and a workplace. An intellectual can be tied to a job with only a few hundred yuan salary in the hope of being promoted. A businessman can be tied to a business field with only a little profit. A follower of a religion can be bound within a certain religion by a scripture, and an official can be tied to a post with only one position. The moral creed of children whose parents are still alive should not travel too far away from their parents has tied a high school outstanding classmate of mine near his home forever. The absurd causal preaching of there are three forms of unfilial conducts, having no male heir is the gravest of the three, has made countless respectable people suffer from inner torment forever. For their parents, for relatives and friends, for children, for traditional virtues, for reputation, countless men and women who do not love each other silently endure and live together for a lifetime. Everyone is more or less tied by invisible ropes, and everyone's mind is covered by an invisible net of thinking. Everyone is carrying a heavy cross, but they can't feel it. Or they can feel it, but do not have the strength and courage to break through the fetters. Seeing that the people around them are living like this, they feel at ease, get used to it, become numb, so they bear it. Someone asked me, it's easy for an elephant tied by a string to break free, but where will it go if it breaks free? Yes, if you break free, where can you go? With no fodder, no jobs, no wages, no position, and even no housing and the surrounding relationships, how can one survive? There was a group of swans. Every autumn, they flew over thousands of mountains and rivers in a group, singing songs all the way, admiring the green mountains and blue waters under their wings, and going to the far south to open up new living areas. A few of them were captured and fed by humans. They grew fatter and fatter, having no worry about food and drink and carefree. Even in the cold wind and snow, there was a shelter protecting them from the wind. As time went by, they got used to the food given by the master and got used to the joy with the chickens, ducks, pigs, and dogs. Their brothers and sisters flew back the next year, and they met with a burst of kisses and hubbub. Autumn was here again, and the brothers and sisters came to encourage them to fly to the warm south together. But they advised their brothers and sisters in turn, stay here, there is food, drink, and housing here. Why bother to fly back and forth every year? Besides, the place you fly to may not necessarily be lush with water and grass. Even if the food is abundant, you have to find food yourself. How can it compare to us here having food and drink and being free and easy? The brothers and sisters shook their heads in puzzlement, one by one. They spread their wings and flew away. In the third year, spring had come, and the flowers were in bloom. The brothers and sisters flew back again with singing. But except for two nephews and nieces, their original brothers and sisters were nowhere to be seen. They asked their dirty nephew, where did your uncles and aunts go? The lame niece rushed to cry. A few uncles were killed by the master to entertain guests. Other uncles were killed by the mistress, saying that she wanted to nourish her body, and the aunts were taken away by relatives and friends of the family. Don't know whether they are still alive. When I was grabbing food with the puppy, my leg was bitten by the mother dog. What should my brother and I do now? As she spoke, she squatted on the ground in despair. All the swans came around at once, stroked and comforted with their white wings. Children, don't cry. We will take you out of here this autumn. Where can we go? Asked the poor nephew. Long-term habits have formed a fixed thinking. Once the thinking is fixed, it is difficult to break through. Let's look at another phenomenon. The wholly devoted state of Africans praying for blessings. Groups and groups of Africans on the African land are all dressed in white clothes, regardless of the wind or rain. They go to the big tree, or kneel on the grass to repent and pray. What kind and honest people! The wholly devoted state of Africans praying for blessings. Groups and groups of Africans on the African land are all dressed in white clothes, regardless of the wind or rain. They go to the big tree, or kneel on the grass to repent and pray. What kind and honest people! I respect these kind-hearted people and hope that all people will go to mosques, Buddhist temples, Taoist temples, churches, and kingdom halls to participate in activities and listen to teachings. I bring this up just to talk about the problem of thinking. All religions have their own rituals and forms, and they have fixed activities every day, every month, and every year. What I want to ask is, can these rituals, forms, and activities alone enable you to be liberated, reborn in heaven, in the Elysium world, or the Millennium world? I have no objection to your beliefs. The problem is that you must figure out what you believe in and whether its past and future are clear. If you don't know, will all your efforts be in vain? and will you go astray? Just take Buddhism as an example. Shakyamuni Buddha said in the Diamond Sutra, "Those who see me in form and seek me in sound are treading the heterodox path and cannot perceive Tathagata." What is form? Form refers to material forms, things that can be seen and touched. Then, is paying homage to Buddha statues, burning incense and kowtowing and praying in accordance with the teachings of Buddha? If a physical body goes all the way to a temple to worship a physical statue, does the behavior itself violate the teachings of the Buddha? Is it already on the heterodox path? Everyone who worships the Buddha statue, I want to ask you, where is the Buddha? Is the Buddha in the temple? If you don't have Buddha in your heart, even if you travel all over the world, you can't find Buddha. If you have Buddha in your heart, there are Buddhas everywhere. If you really want to worship Buddha, you must keep in mind the teachings of Buddha. First, worship Buddha in your heart and learn from Buddha in speech and behavior. Only in this way can you understand the principles of Buddhism, perceive the nature of Buddha, and finally become a Buddha. Worship that emphasizes form but ignores content is a kind of blasphemy against gods and Buddhas. Rituals and forms are a kind of restraint, a kind of pretense just to strengthen people's beliefs, and a means and process of dissemination. Whether you attain Tao depends entirely on your own psychology and actions. If you don't have it in your heart, it is useless, and not even if you burn incense and kowtow every day. Go to temples and Taoist churches to worship statues of gods every day. If you have it in your heart, even if you have never been to a temple or church, you can become a loyal disciple of gods and Buddhas. Due to the limitation of conventional thinking, most people think that gods and Buddhas are in temples, Taoist temples, and churches, or in some places that are indefinable. They believe that as long as they participate in religious activities and hold ceremonies, they can get the blessings of gods and Buddhas, and their merits and virtues are fulfilled, and they will attain the state of spiritual immortality. It is actually very wrong. In fact, gods and Buddhas are one with humans, and gods and Buddhas are on us, and gods and Buddhas cannot be deceived. Everyone has divinity and Buddha nature and interacts with the gods and Buddhas in other dimensions. Whether we can go to the space of gods and Buddhas after death is entirely determined by the response information waves we send out from our body and the intensity of the visible light colors which we have but cannot be seen and distinguished by the naked eye. Just like a networked computer, the program has been determined, and it all depends on how you apply it. It is impossible to get away with it if you want to be opportunistic. The great world seems chaotic, complicated, unpredictable, and elusive, but it is actually very simple. Our every word, deed, every action, every thought is recorded on our body without omission. Even in the pitch dark night, one does things secretly, thinking that the gods do not know it, and the ghosts do not notice it. In fact, the information waves and light emitted from us have changed and have been clearly revealed. Divine punishments, though slow, are always sure, with big meshes yet letting nothing slip through. Who can you fool? 思维的威力. The Power of Thinking. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qinyo. Let me begin with an example. In the 5th issue of Reader in 1997, there was a short article with the following content. One day, during a casual conversation, Zhang Jindua asked Liu Jimin, "Do you know how one can die the most peaceful death?" Jimin was at a loss for words. Jindua remarked, "The best way for someone to die is by falling from an airplane. It's the most peaceful death." Ironically, on October 17, 1958, while leading a cultural delegation to Afghanistan, Jindua's plane crashed, and he passed away at the age of 61. You must have recognized the power of thinking. Zhang Jindua's death from falling out of an airplane was not accidental, but rather a result of his thinking. There are numerous such instances. You can explore them on your own. Thinking is a form of non-material that communicates with negative cosmic energy. The path ahead of us is not determined by our actions, but rather controlled by our thinking. Whether positive or negative, once our thinking is set, the energy of the negative universe will fully align to achieve our goals. I'd rather not delve deeper into this, to prevent others from mastering its laws and causing harm to others. Let me offer a few unique examples for you to ponder or experiment with. Take a piece of paper the size of a bank check and firmly believe in your mind that it's a flawless bank check with the exact amount written on it. Head to the bank to cash it, and the teller will surely comply. However, any trace of doubt in your mind will lead to failure. Lock yourself in a room with closed doors and windows and practice how to exit it. If you eliminate the presence of tangible objects like walls and doors from your thinking, you can easily leave. But if even a slight doubt exists, you'll inevitably hit a wall. Those who can walk on water don't perceive it as such beneath their feet. If you start to panic or doubt the water's ability to support you while walking on it, you'll sink immediately. Attempt to infiltrate a heavily guarded location. By envisioning yourself as invisible in your mind, you can confidently enter and exit. However, the slightest fear will immediately alert the guards. Stand atop a high-rise building or a cliff's edge and imagine flying to another high point without any tools. Conventional thinking deems it impossible and reckless, yet unconventional thinkers can achieve it. By conventional standards, the aforementioned scenarios are mere fantasies and delusions. If you hold this view, it indicates your normalcy, rationality, and scientific mindset. Finding them intriguing suggests you possess the capacity for unconventional thinking. Recognizing the superficiality of our understanding of the material world implies that such feats are entirely plausible, signifying a departure from conventional thinking. Further development will unveil more mysteries of the universe. Thinking is one of the most potent energies in the cosmos. Those who master it wield boundless power and can invisibly influence life and death. Mastery depends on our self-cultivation, while accessing higher realms hinges on our self-improvement. Here, what I want to declare is, when it comes to unusual endeavors, start with the small steps. Don't rush to summon winds and call forth rain or command the wind and clouds right from the start. As your self-cultivation improves, many things will naturally come to fruition. If you're eager for success and attempt to achieve it overnight, pushing hard before it's time, you do so at your own risk. The path to attaining great power is deceptively simple. Once hinted at, it becomes clear. With heightened spiritual power, compassion becomes paramount. Avoid arrogance, complacency, or actions that may harm others. If you stray onto a darker path, don't blame me when regret sets in too late. Should you ever ascend to higher realms, remember the origins of your unconventional thinking in your heart, so as not to violate the rules of heaven and end up like water without a source or a tree without roots. 我反常思维的契机及过程. The origin and process of my unconventional thinking. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Chinyo. To explain the origins of my unconventional thinking and to provide insight into the scientific approach to unconventional thinking, let me briefly outline the process through which I began to think unconventionally. The first person to recognize my unconventional thinking was my wife. She always said I was peculiar, different from others, and later she even labeled me as a monster. Because of this, we often couldn't reach a consensus on many family matters due to our different ways of thinking. But because I insisted on my own views and was unwilling to change my mindset, she had no choice. I said to her, "You may be right, but give me a chance. As long as you do as I say, our lives will undergo a significant change every 5 years. If there's no major change in the first 5 years, I'll always listen to you." Of course, practice proved that my thinking conforms to objective laws. In fact, in my opinion, normality is abnormal, and abnormality is normal. The thinking of ordinary people is confused by dazzling surface phenomena, focusing only on immediate interests and the present time and space, without understanding what emptiness is, what reality is, what existence is, and what non-existence is, so they cannot understand unconventional thinking. Some people are purely blinded by their own arrogance, selfishness, and jealousy. Their conventional thinking confines their minds. Some people are blocked from wisdom by inferiority, poverty, stubbornness, illness, and prejudice. In my view, the vast majority of people are covered by layers of nets and can never break free without external force. Some may ask, am I not doing fine? Where should I break free from? Aren't you just like me, living on the earth? Indeed, I am just like you, living on this earth. The difference is that I know why I'm alive, while you are living in confusion. When I die, I know where I'm going, while you may end up in hell. Now, let's get back to the point. In the first issue of the Reader's Digest in Gansu, China, in 1987, there was a question in a reader survey. What are your hobbies? My answer was self-anesthesia. This statement appeared in another issue under the Report on the Reader's Survey Form section with a comment. A reader pessimistically wrote, self-anesthesia? He made very pertinent comments on our publication while sharply criticizing certain social phenomena. He did not sign his name. Self-anesthesia is probably just self-deprecation. He is actively contemplating and feeling the responsibility on his shoulders. Why did I choose self-anesthesia? Because I found that this world is upside down. People live upside down, and everything they see is inverted. The opportunity that triggered such thinking for me was in 1982 when I was generating electricity in the Chilean mountains at an altitude of nearly 4,000 meters. I had altitude sickness, with my heart beating 120 times per minute. I often had headaches, felt weak all over, and had to stop and catch my breath after walking a few steps. I choked while eating, and 2 months later, my nails started to indent. I raised my difficulties to the leadership, hoping to be transferred to the temporary workshop below the mountain. At that time, Dr. Lee, who later committed suicide, from the team also helped me plead with the leadership, but the answer I got was, this is the arrangement of the organization and the revolutionary work needs it. Other places are already full, and you only have this position. At that time, the leader who had previously worked as a laborer and later became a political instructor stabbed me, saying, you have no sense to appreciate favors. Helpless, I thought of running away, but to my surprise, all the drivers entering the mountain didn't let me hitchhike. It turned out that there was a rule that drivers were not allowed to take people out of the mountain without the permission of the leadership. I thought about walking out, but it was not easy. Trucks from Human City, where Iron Man, Wang Jinsi had worked, would take nearly 7 hours of bumpy driving to reach our work site. Along the way, except for occasional tints of Tibetan herdsmen, there were almost no signs of human habitation. Could I walk out? I realized that I must have incurred this ordeal because I had offended the brigade leader. Understanding this, I felt relieved. My first thought at the time was, to save myself? I thought, if grass can grow on the mountain, it must have the ability to withstand the cold. So, I began to look for edible grass. Fortunately, there was a wild onion on the mountain that looked like garlic and tasted like onions. I started to eat it in large quantities, firmly believing that eating this onion would relieve my altitude sickness. Whether it was a psychological effect or the effect of wild onions, I gradually adapted physiologically. Once I found that my life was no longer in danger, I felt that the world was vast. Apart from the time for sleep each day, I remained silent and reserved, no longer seeking approval from others. I concentrated all my time on sitting on the top of the mountain, starting a few months of intense contemplation of life from the simple and practical slogan, organization arrangement, revolutionary work needs, commonly used by leaders. Although I didn't realize the true meaning of life at that time, I already knew many mysteries of life. The mystery is to look at the world and life in reverse, using reverse thinking to understand the connotations and extensions of things and phenomena. For example, organization arrangement, revolutionary work needs can be understood as personal arrangement, leadership needs. Labor is most glorious is interpreted as being an official is most glorious. Model worker is seen as ignorant model. Three goods becomes three bads. Advanced individual transforms into brainless individual. Moving closer to the organization signifies moving closer to the leadership. Revolution equates to deprivation. Obeying the organization's arrangement implies suppressing one's own personality. Reactionary individual may represent thoughtful individual. Good comrade might signify someone who doesn't adhere to principles. And mischievous person could indicate someone with some talent, and so on. Outwardly, I went with the flow, following nature, trying to maintain harmony with people and leaders as much as possible. Sometimes, I also showed off and competed for excellence or the three goods, but inwardly, I didn't care about the people and things around me at all. But all this couldn't be discussed with people. Everyone was busy chasing colorful bubbles, and they didn't understand what I was talking about. I thought it was better to self-anesthetize first. 4 years before going abroad, when I was still a middle school teacher, Mr. Li Zhengrui, the director of the Lanzhou Information Office, asked me to contract his office. I wrote to him, telling him that I wanted to go abroad first, because my thoughts at the time were out of sync with the times and the surrounding environment, and I was afraid of becoming a frog at the bottom of the well. I could only leave my homeland, go to a foreign country, and breathe different air to verify the correctness and universality of my thinking. Today, my ability to write Life Genuine abroad is the result of unconventional thinking. Some may perceive it as mere good fortune, but in truth, it was a deliberate plan on my part. However, don't mistake it for scheming. I'm simply employing unconventional thinking and the principle of non-action, Wu Wei. Who can predict what will happen to themselves 4 or 5 years from now? Probably 90% of people can't do it. After descending the mountain, I set aside orthodox works like Marxist-Leninist writings and Mao Zedong's selected works, and instead delved into the thoughts of Sakyamuni and Laozi to experience their thinking. Then I studied the I Ching, Book of Changes, Bagua, 8 Trigrams, Chiman Duanjia, the art of becoming invisible Taoist magic, palmistry, chiromancy, astrology, feng shui, 8 characters divination, solar term picking, yin and yang 5 elements, name mysteries, Huangdi Neijing, Yellow Emperor's Inner Canon, and basic traditional Chinese medicine, among others, which are considered by some to be superstitious or unorthodox. I also scrutinized Maslow's hierarchy of needs theory, Freud's psychoanalytic theory, and Nietzsche's philosophy of the Übermensch. None of the above fully answered my questions. After that, I worked as a translator, a truck driver, a salesperson, a street vendor, a shopkeeper, a nightclub manager, a restaurant owner, a fast food operator, and a bartender in a foreign country, using real-life experiences to verify my insights and experience the ups and downs of life. Apart to my experiences abroad, I worked as a farmer, a construction worker, a cargo handler, a clerk, an accountant, a party branch secretary, a cultural propaganda team instructor in a commune, a fitter, a welder, a car mechanic, an electrician, a high school teacher, a department clerk in an office, and an office director after going into business. In my childhood, I herded sheep for several years. I picked wild vegetables and cleaned up dung. I scavenged for scrap and sold fruit in a county town. I visited villages and households to sell vinegar. Additionally, I caught pigeons and smashed bird nests. I raised squirrels and used a bamboo basket to catch fish by the Yellow River. Furthermore, I picked wild vegetables and flowers in the mountains for cooking. I participated in various forms of gambling, including 5 dragons, 10 and a half, coin flipping, dice throwing, drawing the 9 tiles, mahjong, blackjack, and roulette. I also smoked, drank, to the point of causing stomach bleeding, and used opium for pain relief. I started dating at the age of 13 and was publicly criticized and warned by the school principal at a school-wide assembly, ridiculed, mocked by classmates, almost dropped out of school, and served as a Red Guard platoon leader during the Cultural Revolution, where I was beaten, resulting in a nosebleed, betrayed by colleagues, deceived by respected individuals, and cheated and extorted by international criminal organization. In 1960, I almost starved to death, nearly drowned while swimming in the Yellow River, almost got bitten to death by a snake on the mountains of Bandura district in Zimbabwe, and narrowly avoided rolling down a hill in Mutare district in Zimbabwe due to a car accident. The highest-ranking person I ever came into contact with was Prime Minister Zhu Rongji. Our interaction was limited to a handshake, and he simply said, "Hello," to which I replied, "Hello," and that was it. Next was the Minister of Posts and Telecommunications of Zimbabwe, who also served as the chairman of an international organization. I rented his villa for 3 years. During my time abroad, I worked with an American, 2 Botswana nationals, several Zimbabweans for over 6 months, and had extensive business dealings with many Indians, Pakistanis, and a few South Koreans, British, and Portuguese. I spent a considerable amount of time studying, chatting, dining, and going on outings with British and Portuguese individuals. I also established a good friendship with a Brazilian family in Mozambique. The least privileged people I encountered were the blacks living in the remote Panka area of Zimbabwe. where I stayed for over 2 months and gained a deep understanding of poverty, destitution, kindness, friendliness, and optimism. My education primarily consisted of 3 years of study at Zhangjiago Geological Technical School after graduating from high school, where I learned mechanical drawing, engineering mechanics, metallurgy, drilling, and the repair and installation of various machine tools. I later studied Chinese literature at Lanzhou Education College, where I memorized the Book of Songs, Chu Yuan's Li Sa, and Tang and Song poetry. I also studied English at Jiuquan Education College and International Trade at Beijing University of International Business and Economics, focusing on import and export business, foreign trade telegrams, trade negotiations, marketing, and business management. I spent 6 months reading through Mao Zedong's Selected Works Volumes 1 of 5 at the Party School, and also studied Popular Science Literature Volumes 1 of 4. My wide-ranging and colorful experiences, extensive learning, and social engagements did not lead me to fully grasp the essence of life. It was the opportunity of delving into the study of the Bible for a span of 4 years and continuous contemplation that truly brought me enlightenment. I first tackled the question of the origin of life. I had earnestly explored Darwin's On the Origin of Species, intending to use Darwin's theory of evolution to refute the theory of God creating humanity. However, the results of my investigation, comprising tens of thousands of staggering facts, led me to completely overturn Darwin's theory. I came to a profound realization that Darwin merely scratched the surface on the question of the origin of life and fundamentally failed to grasp the essence of life. Richard Dawkins' theory regarding the origin of life from water was pure nonsense. Fortunately, Darwin and Richard were individuals with scientific acumen and self-awareness. Darwin admitted that the initial forms of life may have been created by God, while Richard advised people to regard their theories as hypotheses or scientific fantasies. Unfortunately, most people mistake conjecture for certainty, using the ambiguous theories of Darwin and Richard to deny the indisputable fact of God creating life. In doing so, they close the door to wisdom, leaving generations to wander outside the treasury of true understanding. The treasury of wisdom refers to entering a higher level of thinking, which is the state of mind described by Buddha Shakyamuni as abiding nowhere and generating the mind. It is also the kind of thinking advocated by us communists as seeking truth from facts. Of course, many communists say one thing and do another, which is another matter. It is to enter the universe's way of thinking scientifically, devoutly, selflessly, and non-actionably, entering the way of thinking of Jesus, Buddha Shakyamuni, and Laozi, entering the thinking of the greatest creator, and in this way, to understand the universe, life, and the things that are invisible to the naked eye, inaudible to the ear, and imperceptible to the body, but still affect the material world. To validate that one has entered this advanced thinking state, there is a very obvious change that everyone can try. Our usual dreams are mainly in black and white, and the scenes, emotions, and people we encounter in dreams are closely related to our real life and the world. However, when we enter an advanced thinking state, our dreams are different from before. The majority of our dreams become colorful, and the people encountered in dreams are ones we have never thought of or seen before. The environments in dreams are unimaginable, some are horrifying, and some are incredibly beautiful. As our thinking delves deeper, the mysteries of the universe will unfold one by one before us, and the 36-dimensional spaces will appear clearly. We will discover that we possess many extraordinary abilities. Soaring through the clouds, walking on water, passing through walls, becoming invisible, flying, and more. Here, I raise the issue of time once again. We typically think that a matter of seconds is just a snap of the fingers, but within this mere instant, we can experience intricate events in our dreams and even enjoy a long passage of time. We transcend time that cannot be measured in space that is infinite. The original title of my book is Trip of Transcending Time and Space, and I hope everyone can grasp the mysteries within it. Well, that's the journey of my unconventional thinking. Whether you believe it or not, it's up to you to ponder. Unconventional thinking is the best way to explore the mysteries of the universe and find the true meaning of life. As long as we proceed step by step, we will eventually enter a vast world. At that time, We will be amazed to discover the essence of the universe and the mysteries of life. We will be excited about the beautiful celestial realm of the afterlife and will love life and humanity even more, cherishing the present life more than ever. The purpose of unconventional thinking is to explore the mysteries of the universe, the role and value of time and space. Let's now move on to the second chapter of Life Chanyuan, the Universe, Time and Space chapter. To explore its mysteries, Fan Chang Si Wei 18 Tao, 18 Items of Unconventional Thinking. Xiefeng, October 8, 2005. Translation edited by Chinyo. There is no absolutely closed space. Time does not exist. Everyone is a cell of the greatest creator. Going straight forward, one will return to the origin. You can put on your shoes first and then your socks. Rotating 360 degrees, one cannot return to the origin. Stones can also cross rivers. Life is not life, but death. Death is not death, but life. Parallel lines can intersect. What the eyes see is not real. Human beings cannot manage themselves well. Man has no original sin, only primitivity. Consciousness determines everything. Paradise exists in every possible way. Truth and falsehood, good and evil, beauty and ugliness, love and hatred coexist with each other. There is no absolute truth, goodness, beauty, and love, nor absolute falsehood, evil, ugliness, and hatred. What the brain can imagine is real. The more you possess, the more you lose. People can live completely in consciousness. Entering Life Genuine without new content may disappoint visitors. Today, I don't feel like writing an article, so let's just piece something together and consider it plain water to drink. 两点之间直线最长曲线最短. Between 2 points, the straight line is the longest and the curved one is the shortest. Xiefeng, April 25, 2007. Translation edited by Chinyo. Between 2 points, the shortest distance is a straight line. This is common sense in mathematics, and I have no objection. I'm just thinking about it from another angle. I tried to connect the 2 points of Beijing and New York with a straight line, because the straight line between the 2 points is the shortest, but after tossing about for a long time, I found that the straight line between the 2 points is the longest. The principle is that the Earth is round, and there is no straight line connection between any 2 points. Once you want to connect with a straight line, the connection must go straight out along the tangent, and it is difficult to connect with another point. Only a curved connection represents the shortest distance. I took a Coca-Cola bottle and marked 2 points on its surface and tried to connect the 2 points with a straight line but failed. The result still proved that the straight line between the 2 points was the longest, and the curve was the shortest. As a result of various thinking and experiments, it is found that the conclusion that the straight line between 2 points is the shortest only holds true in two-dimensional space, and beyond the two-dimensional plane, this conclusion becomes invalid. In addition, this conclusion is valid in theory, but not in practice. That is to say, 2 points that are not in the same dimension cannot be connected by a straight line. The more you want to use a straight line to connect, the farther the distance will be. At the same time, what is correct in theory cannot be applied in practice. What will be the result of extending this discovery to other fields? In the field of thought, 2 points cannot be connected by a straight line. For example, the thoughts of Jesus, Buddha, Laozi, Muhammad, Marx, Lenin, Mao Zedong, Osho, Seth, etc., represent points that cannot be linearly linked. The shortest distance is a curved line. In the social field, such as the systems of the United States and China, there is no straight line between these 2 points. The shortest is only the curved one. In the field of belief, such as atheism and theism, evolution and creation, idealism and materialism, cannot be connected in a straight line. In human culture, for example, the values of Eastern and Western cultures cannot be linearly connected. In terms of love, the more direct the connection, the shorter the lifespan. A winding path leads to a hidden spot. A meditation chamber lies deep within the flowering trees. The more curved, the more nerve-wracking, the tastier. In terms of happiness, the more you want to get happiness in a straight line, the less you can get happiness. Many people have walked for a lifetime and finally find that the more direct road is the farthest way from happiness, and it does not lead to any destination. In fact, The Chinese know the truth of the curve best. Bribery is not done directly to oneself, but through his wife, his sisters, or his wife's sisters. It is not necessarily the bribe being his money, but to provide convenience for profit. They do not go directly to the office to ask for help, but invite people to go to the hotel first to talk about it. Although they are anxious, they pretend to be okay. Strategies such as playing hard to get, relieving the state of Zhao by besieging the state of Wei, crossing the sea under camouflage, making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, advancing secretly by an unknown path, resurrecting a dead soul by borrowing a corpse, abusing the locust tree while pointing to the mulberry, stealing the beams and pillars and replacing them with rotten timbers, using seductive women to corrupt the enemy, sowing discord among the enemy, etc. all exemplify taking indirect paths to achieve one's goals. The more curved the road of life, the better, and the more direct, the worse. What's so good about being born without experiencing anything and going straight to the grave? Falling in love today, getting married tomorrow, having a baby the day after tomorrow, and dying the day after tomorrow's tomorrow, what good is there? Eat, go to work, sleep, eat again, go to work again, sleep again. What good is there? What's so good about staying the same? A great man once said, while the prospects are bright, the road has twists and turns. Reversing of this sentence is a truth. The road has twists and turns, but the prospects are bright. At least it makes more sense. The same is true in the field of life. If a master were to reveal the mysteries of life directly, and we were to journey to the Elysium Islands continent tomorrow, firstly, we would be unable to reach them, and secondly, we would miss out on the rich and diverse experiences of life. If you are having fun, laughing, playing, laughing and joking, feeling, undergoing, and experiencing, it looks like a curve, not direct, but the actual situation is. The straight line between 2 points is the longest, and the curve is the shortest. I like unconventional thinking and regard the normal as abnormal, and the abnormal as normal. As a result, thinking can extend to infinitely strange and broad fields, and often have the feeling of, just as the weary traveler despairs of finding a road, lo, a village appears, and the shade of willows and riotous flowers beckon. Often think from a different perspective. Often look at things upside down. This enlivens your spirit. Hee hee. 2点之间直线最长曲线最短. Between 2 points, the straight line is the longest and the curved one is the shortest. Xiefeng. April 25, 2007. Translation edited by Chinyo. Between 2 points, the shortest distance is a straight line. This is common sense in mathematics, and I have no objection. I'm just thinking about it from another angle. I tried to connect the 2 points of Beijing and New York with a straight line, because the straight line between the 2 points is the shortest, but after tossing about for a long time, I found that the straight line between the 2 points is the longest. The principle is that the Earth is round, and there is no straight line connection between any 2 points. Once you want to connect with a straight line, the connection must go straight out along the tangent, and it is difficult to connect with another point. Only a curved connection represents the shortest distance. I took a Coca-Cola bottle and marked 2 points on its surface and tried to connect the 2 points with a straight line but failed. The result still proved that the straight line between the 2 points was the longest, and the curve was the shortest. As a result of various thinking and experiments, it is found that the conclusion that the straight line between 2 points is the shortest only holds true in two-dimensional space, and beyond the two-dimensional plane, this conclusion becomes invalid. In addition, this conclusion is valid in theory, but not in practice. That is to say, 2 points that are not in the same dimension cannot be connected by a straight line. The more you want to use a straight line to connect, the farther the distance will be. At the same time, what is correct in theory cannot be applied in practice. What will be the result of extending this discovery to other fields? In the field of thought, 2 points cannot be connected by a straight line. For example, the thoughts of Jesus, Buddha, Laozi, Muhammad, Marx, Lenin, Mao Zedong, Osho, Seth, etc., represent points that cannot be linearly linked. The shortest distance is a curved line. In the social field, such as the systems of the United States and China, there is no straight line between these 2 points. The shortest is only the curved one. In the field of belief, such as atheism and theism, evolution and creation, idealism and materialism, cannot be connected in a straight line. In human culture, for example, the values of Eastern and Western cultures cannot be linearly connected. In terms of love, the more direct the connection, the shorter the lifespan. A winding path leads to a hidden spot. A meditation chamber lies deep within the flowering trees. The more curved, the more nerve-wracking, the tastier. In terms of happiness, the more you want to get happiness in a straight line, the less you can get happiness. Many people have walked for a lifetime and finally find that the more direct road is the farthest way from happiness, and it does not lead to any destination. In fact, the Chinese know the truth of the curve best. Bribery is not done directly to oneself, but through his wife, his sisters, or his wife's sisters. It is not necessarily the bribe being his money, but to provide convenience for profit. They do not go directly to the office to ask for help, but invite people to go to the hotel first to talk about it. Although they are anxious, they pretend to be okay. Strategies such as playing hard to get, relieving the state of Zhao by besieging the state of Wei, crossing the sea under camouflage, making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, advancing secretly by an unknown path, resurrecting a dead soul by borrowing a corpse, abusing the locust tree while pointing to the mulberry, stealing the beams and pillars and replacing them with rotten timbers, using seductive women to corrupt the enemy, sowing discord among the enemy, etc. all exemplify taking indirect paths to achieve one's goals. The more curved the road of life, the better, and the more direct, the worse. What's so good about being born without experiencing anything and going straight to the grave? Falling in love today, getting married tomorrow, having a baby the day after tomorrow, and dying the day after tomorrow's tomorrow, what good is there? Eat, go to work, sleep, eat again, go to work again, sleep again. What good is there? What's so good about staying the same? A great man once said, "While the prospects are bright, the road has twists and turns." Reversing of this sentence is a truth. The road has twists and turns, but the prospects are bright. At least it makes more sense. The same is true in the field of life. If a master were to reveal the mysteries of life directly, and we were to journey to the Elysium Islands continent tomorrow, firstly, we would be unable to reach them, and secondly, we would miss out on the rich and diverse experiences of life. If you are having fun, laughing, playing, laughing and joking, feeling, undergoing, and experiencing, it looks like a curve, not direct, but the actual situation is. The straight line between 2 points is the longest, and the curve is the shortest. I like unconventional thinking and regard the normal as abnormal, and the abnormal as normal. As a result, thinking can extend to infinitely strange and broad fields, and often have the feeling of, just as the weary traveler despairs of finding a road, lo, a village appears, and the shade of willows and riotous flowers beckon. Often think from a different perspective. Often look at things upside down. This enlivens your spirit. Hee 如何先穿鞋子再穿袜子? How to put on shoes before socks. Xiefeng. February 12th, 2022. Translation edited by Chinyo. Yesterday, a netizen asked me how to put on shoes before socks. Since I didn't have time to respond yesterday, I am writing this article to answer today. Putting on shoes before socks is the fifth item in my article, 18 Items of Unconventional Thinking, in the chapter on unconventional thinking. Attempting this reverse order of dressing using conventional logic might seem absurd, as it is exceedingly challenging from a traditional perspective and could be considered impossible. To tackle this unconventional concept, one must employ unconventional thinking. Once unconventional approaches are embraced, solutions become apparent. Renaming shoes and socks offers a simple workaround. Call shoes socks and socks shoes. This semantic switch allows for the unconventional act of putting on shoes before socks. In the thousand-year world, where I resided, footwear was singular in form, referred to interchangeably as either shoes or socks. If one desired to wear two pairs, layering was the solution. This allowed us to distinguish the inner layer as shoes and the outer layer as socks. Isn't this a clever way to don shoes before socks? Our preconceived notions often lead us to believe that shoes are sturdy and rigid, while socks are loose and soft. However, shoes can be made pliable and socks flexible. Consider the soft shoes provided by some hotels, easily accommodating a pair of supple socks. Must shoes be indivisible? Detachable shoe designs offer an alternative. Don the shoes first, then unzip the instep to open the shoe upper, allowing for sock insertion. Close the upper and zip up the zipper. Voila! Shoes before socks. Every phenomenon should be considered within a realm of possibility. 64 possibilities to be precise. Limiting ourselves to familiar knowledge and cognitive boundaries renders many problems unsolvable. For instance, must the China-US relationship solely vacillate between cooperation and confrontation? Surely, there exist 62 other potential approaches. Similarly, must human relationships be confined to just acquaintances and strangers, relatives and foes, or rich and poor? By embracing unconventional thinking, we unlock a myriad of solutions to seemingly insurmountable challenges. Must we adhere to the notion that human society's survival mode must either be capitalism or socialism? Is communism the only future for humanity? Many seemingly unsolvable or difficult problems can only be resolved or answered through unconventional thinking. 情感依赖妨碍人类进入高级文明. Emotional dependence hinders humanity's entry into advanced civilization. Xiefeng, April 14th, 2024. I recently watched videos on WeChat from both Captain Awakening and Kai Ming, each discussing the topic of relationships between parents and children, and I deeply resonated with it. So, inspired by it, I would like to share my understanding as well. I describe the relationships between parents and children, spouses, siblings, and even between masters and disciples as forms of emotional dependency. Emotional dependence has a comforting and numbing effect on people, but at the same time, it hinders personal growth and the realization of potential. The more one depends on emotions, the more one loses independent consciousness, the more one degenerates and becomes parasitic, which is bad for everyone. Harmful to parents, children, husbands, wives, and everyone. The pinnacle of civilization that humanity can attain is exemplified by the model of the thousand-year world in heaven. From the perspective of this pattern, the main factor that hinders and prevents humanity from entering an advanced state of civilization is the emotional dependence between people. To be more thorough, the core factor that hinders and prevents humanity from entering an advanced civilized society is the institution of marriage and family. Within the framework of the family, an individual's autonomy, independent consciousness, and freedom are restricted and determined by the emotional relationships among family members. Everyone, whether parents or children, husbands or wives, is actually in a relationship of emotional hostage-taking. Parents take their children hostage, children take their parents hostage, husbands take their wives hostage, and wives take their husbands hostage. This reciprocal emotional hostage situation erodes individual autonomy, independent thought, and personal freedom. The more incompetent the parents are, the more severe the hostage-taking of the children. The more incompetent the children are, the more severe the hostage-taking of the parents. The more incompetent the husband is, the more severe the hostage-taking of the wife. The more incompetent the wife is, the more severe the hostage-taking of the husband. The more capable the parents are, the less aware the children are of their incompetence. The more capable the children are, the less aware the parents are of their incompetence. The more capable the husband is, the less aware the wife is of her incompetence. The more capable the wife is, the less aware the husband is of his incompetence. Parasites never know that they survive by sucking the blood of their hosts. When the host is weak, parasites not only fail to be grateful to the host, but also complain and condemn the host for lacking blood. Doesn't the neat generation mirror parasites feeding off their parents? Aren't parents who live off their children's support like parasites living off their children? The same applies to the relationship between spouses. Humanity has existed for nearly 5,000 years. Who has lived a life of happiness, joy, freedom, and bliss? No one, right? Why not? It's because emotional dependence is blocking the way. Let every person be independent. This way, the pain of parents will not be passed on to children, the pain of children will not be passed on to parents, the pain of husbands will be borne by themselves, and the pain of wives will be borne by themselves. There will no longer be emotional dependence between people. In short, without the program of marriage and family, Everyone is born independent and free, not dependent on each other, and the result will be that everyone lives happily, joyfully, freely, and blissfully. Don't think this is a fantasy or a pipe dream. The thousand-year world is just such a state. So everyone in the thousand-year world has become celestial being, and the thousand-year world has become heaven. On Earth, in the second home living model created by Life Echanuan, people's suffering has been greatly reduced. This is because the second home lacks the traditional constructs of marriage and family. Everyone is independent, everyone is free, and of course, life is especially beautiful and comfortable. People living in the world. Who is really hindering the realization of your ideals? Who is preventing you from becoming independent and free? Christ Jesus told us, a man's enemies will be the members of his own household. Realizing this truth and freeing oneself from emotional dependence early on will lead everyone to heaven. Tianqi Pian, Tianqi Pian Qianyan. Preface to The Chapter on Revelations by Xiefeng. The spirit, Tao, of the greatest creator and the universe are inseparable, just as the earth and life are intertwined. The human body's organs, blood and marrow, sensory organs, hair, and consciousness are also interconnected as a whole. The greatest creator has never engaged in direct conversations with any individual in human-created languages. However, this does not mean that the greatest creator is distant from humanity. The greatest creator is constantly in dialogue with humans, but the form of communication is not through our human languages. Instead, it occurs through the language of the greatest creator. All things in the natural world are the language of the greatest creator, and all phenomena in nature are the utterances of the greatest creator. The sun, moon, stars, rivers, lakes, oceans, wind, clouds, rain, snow, humans, animals, birds, insects, trees, flowers, mountains, rocks, and the earth itself are all the language of the greatest creator. The movements of celestial bodies, the rushing of rivers, the roaring of the sea, the changing of weather, the falling of rain and snow, the shifting of seasons, the growth and decline of living beings, including the chirping of insects, the calls of birds, the shouts of humans, the neighing of horses, earthquakes, floods, thunderstorms, and lightning are all the speech of the greatest creator. Everything that humans perceive through their eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body is the language and speech of the greatest creator. To understand the language of the greatest creator and comprehend his speech, one cannot rely solely on sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. It requires spiritual perception, but spiritual perception alone is not enough. Wisdom is also necessary. Without spiritual perception, we will never understand the language and speech of the greatest creator, and without wisdom, we will never grasp what the greatest creator is saying. Having spiritual perception alone without wisdom, we can only sense the presence of the greatest creator but cannot accurately understand the workings of the greatest creator's spirit, Tao. In other words, we may only know that we are destined to live and destined to die, but we are unclear about the reasons why we exist and why we must face death. This is referred to as knowing the what, but not knowing the why. Having wisdom alone without spiritual perception, we cannot truly perceive the existence of the greatest creator. We can only rely on accumulated human knowledge, experience, lessons, rigorous logical reasoning, and scientific experiments to uncover some mysteries of the universe, nature, and life. In other words, we may understand why we live and why we die, but we cannot comprehend the ultimate reasons behind the necessity of life and death. This is referred to as knowing the why, but not knowing the what. With the exception of a very small number of individuals who possess both spiritual perception and wisdom, generally speaking, religious figures have spiritual perception but lack wisdom, while scientists have wisdom but lack spiritual perception. The majority of the general population, who fall between these two categories, lack both spiritual perception and wisdom. They merely exist blindly, living their lives without a clear sense of purpose. The chapter of Revelations is the divine revelation given to me by the greatest creator. Before completing the chapters on unconventional thinking, the greatest creator, universe, time and Jesus warned me, do not give holy things to dogs, nor cast pearls before swine. Swine. The Buddha enlightened me. Speak for the Mahayana practitioners. The spirit of Laozi advised me, Tao, when obtained by a noble person, becomes the foundation of their self-cultivation, while when obtained by a petty person, it is treated lightly and without reverence for life. What should I do? I must heed the admonitions of gods, Buddhas, and immortals. However, in the vast sea of humanity, it is impractical for me to individually seek out noble individuals who practice the Mahayana path. Moreover, time is limited, and I don't have much time to patiently guide each person. Therefore, I have no choice but to follow the doctrine of the mean and adopt a middle path. I will conceal the mysteries and secrets beneath the surface of phenomena, only hinting at them. This way, those who possess spirituality and wisdom can see beyond the surface, transcend the vastness, and more easily discover the gems and gold beneath the earth's surface. As for the rest of the people, they will be like what Jesus said, though seeing, they do not see. Though hearing, they do not hear or understand. In addition to Revelations and the other mentioned chapters, there is another chapter in Life of Genuine called the Preaching of the Tao. This chapter is entirely different from the Tao Te Ching, and it can be said without exaggeration that the wisdom contained in the preaching of the Tao far surpasses that of the Tao Te Ching. For instance, when it comes to beings who are destined for or already in hell, Jesus' attitude is, lest they repent and be forgiven. On the other hand, in Buddhism, Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha vows, I vow to save all sentient beings in the world, and I will not enter the Elysium world until hell is empty. Who is right and who is wrong? Whose guidance should we ultimately follow? Preaching of the Tao specifically addresses such challenging questions. However, the timing is not ripe at the moment. Only when Life of Genuine is widely accepted by all human beings can preaching of the Tao be shared openly. It is similar to constructing a building where exquisite chandeliers cannot be hung until the main structure is completed. Laozi said, when the highest type of followers hears Tao, the truth, they try hard to live in accordance with it. When mediocre types hear Tao, they seem to be aware and yet unaware of it. When the lowest types hear Tao, they break into loud laughter. If it is not laughed at, it is not Tao. Regarding the chapter of Revelations, those who understand will discern its true essence, while those who do not will merely spectate. Apart from that, I have nothing else to discuss. 人生需要一条跑道. Life needs a track. Xiefeng. February 27, 2007. Edited by Kayer. Many talented people living among us appear to be mediocre, not because they are of low intelligence or are not gifted, but because they have either not found their own tracks or they have taken the wrong ones. Everyone has unlimited potential, but the main reason for not having given play to their potential is not because they are born stupid or have insufficient mental skills, but because they have never found their best life track from start to finish. No matter how excellent an aircraft is, it will never fly if there is no runway, for an aircraft with no runway will never be more than a pile of metal. No matter how much potential an excellent sprinter or long-distance runner has, his or her talents would remain buried without a racetrack, knowing not whether they are a mediocre horse or a swift horse until death. Life needs a track and battlefields. Business markets, officialdom, farms, and social realms all have lots of them. We must choose the track that best suits us, because it is only with the right track that we can give full play to our talents. Generals Eisenhower and Patton demonstrated their outstanding military talents because they had the track of war. But if there had been no tracks of war, who would even know their names? Zhu Jun, Yang Lan, and Ai Ping, and others have become the focus of millions of people, sparkling with brilliance, simply because they shared the track of television. Who would they otherwise be? Jet Li and Andy Lau rose to fame far and wide simply because of the track of movies. Throughout the history of Communist Party of China, many outstanding politicians, strategists, and diplomatic talents have emerged and many commoners became generals. It was because they took the track of the communist movement that they had brilliant lives. But without this track, their talents would have been drowned in life's ocean. Many people turned onto this track and formed the backbone of the state, and many others became millionaires or even billionaires because they took the business track after China's reform, when it opened up, and they gained much wealth. But what would their lives be like today without this track? Nobody knows. Many eminent Buddhist monks showed their superior wisdom because they followed the track of Buddhism. If you want to make something out of life, you must choose a track that suits your personality because you cannot give play to your talents without the right track. Without the correct track, you will drown in the crowd. The internet is a track and many people are shining with brilliance upon it, creating their own blogs and gathering their own social connections. A large number of authors, writers, critics, and practitioners are emerging on this track and are demonstrating their talents. You have to find your track, but if you do not see the proper one, you should build your own. Why? Because you will play better, be better at the game of life, and make your life more colorful. Do not pretend to be aloof and say that you are too good to engage in this because that would be finding excuses for your incompetence and failures. A soldier who does not want to be a general is never a good soldier. A life that does not want to have a glorious course is never a good life. If you want to make big money, be the boss. For being the boss is the track to making the most money, and if you want to be an official, build your social connections. For building social connections is the track to being an official. There are numerous tracks, and they are everywhere, but if you want to play your talents to the maximum, you will have to choose a track with infinite prospect. If you choose a good track, you can have a good life, but if you choose a bad track, you can only have a bad life. Zhang Guotao abandoned the track of the Communist Party and eventually, unknowingly froze to death. On the other hand, Deng Xiaoping stuck with the track of the Communist Party and eventually had his wishes fulfilled. If you choose polishing shoes, then you will unconsciously be on the track of polishing shoes. If you choose to steal, then you will unconsciously be on the track of crime. If you choose to reap without sowing, then you will, over time, get on a greedy, selfish, and parasite track. If you choose a mass movement, you will be on the track of confronting the government. If you choose life genuine, then you are naturally taking on the track of trekking and climbing to the highest realm of life and life. Which is the best track? It depends on you. You must choose your track completely on your own. The best track is one that you can follow for a lifetime. Tracks can be regularly replaced if they are not good because some tracks have no futures and lead to dead ends with steep precipices. You will have to sharpen your eyes to think and judge. Some tracks seem narrow and bumpy at first, but the more you walk on them, the broader, brighter, and more brilliant they become, while others look broad, densely populated, and big. Yet the more you walk on them, the more your feet hurt, you become confused and frustrated, and the narrower and darker they become. If you have the ability to rule a country, the ambition to ride on top of the world, and have both superintelligence and indomitable willpower, then you had better build your own track. If you do not, then you can borrow others' ready-made tracks. For example, instead of creating your own blogs with few hits, you might want to promote your ideas and display your talents on another's website or bulletin board. Instead of creating your own website with painstaking care and precision, yet having no visitors, you might as well demonstrate your skills on someone else's websites. Once you have chosen your track, you must not give it up too easily, for giving up means failure. Remember, 1,000 sails pass by the shipwreck and 10,000 saplings thrive beyond the withered tree. No one will sympathize with you if you fail. At most, they will express regrets and pity. Once you find that your track has no future, you must give it up as soon as possible and try to blend onto the track with the most brilliant prospects at once. Because if you bite the bullet and play hard, you will only miss your opportunity and then grieve it for a lifetime. Remember, the earth will rotate the same, with or without you. A life needs a track. As long as the route is right, you can stride ahead. I hope you follow your splendid life track. 人生的主次先后，轻重缓急 Priorities, the order of importance and the emergence of life. By Xiefeng. From the long-term perspective, we know that each life lasts for only a fleeting moment. Regardless of how capable we might be, we are incapable of escaping our inexorable doom. How to spend this fleeting life is a question deserving our serious consideration and discussion. Look at life from the perspective of life. Life is only a journey, a flash of light in the infinite time and space of life. Since life is so transient, we need to explore the routes and risks of our journey. What kind of life is the most beautiful? As we are all people, we must first consider how to be people. The greatest creator of the universe, created us and meant for us to be people, not ghosts, devils, celestial beings, Buddhas, or gods. If we surrender our humanness to devote our life, time, and energy to becoming higher forms, then we are doing it against the will of the greatest creator. It is only when we first conduct ourselves as people living by the will of the greatest creator that we can hope to attain Buddhahood at the end of our life's journey. It is as if the boss of a company hires someone to be a clerk. The clerk's purpose is to dedicate his efforts toward his own duty, not to ask his boss to consider him to be a section chief, because it is only after he performs his clerk's duties well that the company boss should offer him the opportunity to be promoted to the position of section chief. The intent of the greatest creator in creating us is to enjoy life and not to make us suffer at all. Because for human beings, the greatest creator is love, great love. I do not worship men of the hour or heroes who gallop onto battlefields, nor do I worship those great people who are admired by the masses, or the ordinary people who become Buddhas and gods of the mortal world. I only pay tribute to ordinary, simple, honest, and hardworking people, because those people's lives conform to the way of being mankind. Those who sacrifice their present life pleasures to focus on grace after death do so against Tao. The moralization teachings that people can only obtain well-being after going through affliction and suffering definitely leads them astray. The preaching that asks people to cultivate achievements with intensity, regardless of their family responsibilities, in an attempt to attain special magical powers and arts to glorify the mortal world is questionable. Could it be the devil's temptation? The practice of hyping celebrities, successful figures, distinguished scientists, outstanding entrepreneurs, millionaires, experts, emperors, great men, and heroes will prove to be disturbing, causing people to crowd onto the single-plank bridge and to forget the meaning of life. The benevolent see benevolence, and the wise see wisdom. Life Genuine preaches that the ordinary life is the best life. Life's priorities and orders of importance and emergence should be as follows. The paramount thing in life is to revere the greatest creator, which mainly embodies reverence of nature and reverence of life. If we consider nature as appendages that can be arbitrarily spoiled, treat life, including animals, beasts, insects, fish, trees, flowers, and grass, as dirt, then we are defying and profaning the greatest creator. Our life is one of evil and is doomed to extinction, and we can no longer have a bright future. The first thing to consider and pursue in life is the beauty of the soul, rather than the accumulation of power, money, fame, and desirable people. If one's mind is not beautiful and their soul is dirty, then their life is bound to slip into hell. They are bound to keep company with devils and demons, and their life is a definite failure. The most important thing in life is to explore the mysteries of the universe and the meaning of life. The greatest creator always rewards the wise who have spiritual natures and wisdom and offers them wonderful spiritual enjoyment. If we affix our eyes only to the limited time and space, or even on meeting the needs of our lust, then we are bound to be lost and the water of life will evaporate. The most urgent questions in life are how to elevate the non-material structure of life, its spiritual nature, toward the development of higher life space directions, and how to sublimate our personalities and to perfect our spiritual natures. None of us know what will happen tomorrow. One certain thing is that our life structures will determine the life endings we will have. Everything in life should revolve around this point because if we die tomorrow, all that we own in the mortal world will be gone. All of our efforts will be in vain, and our precious lives will go wasted for nothing. I am talking about the great way of life. You may take time to think about this. Xiefeng is of no importance, but what is important is that Life Genuine can lead a person's life into an infinitely wonderful world.
寻找人生的最佳坐标系和坐标点。
Find the best coordinate system and the best coordinate points of life. Xiefeng, edited by Kair. This article was inspired by the annotation to the Analects, Shui Er, verse I. Once the roots are established, the way will grow therefrom. Having roots is the way to be human and how to learn about the universe. If you understand how to be human, you can lay the foundation to understand about heaven and the earth. If you do not understand how to be human, it will be difficult to learn about heaven and the earth. What is the way to be human? In my humble opinion, we must first understand our place in the time and space of the universe, namely, that you are neither God, Buddha, a celestial being, a ghost, a devil, nor a beast, but that you are a mortal human. Knowing that you are a human, you need to do human things, speak human words, take the human way, and seek human business. You should not do ghostly things, speak the God's words, take the devil's way, or engage in absurd businesses. How does one do human things? Show filial piety to your parents, respect your teachers and seniors, care for the young and lonely, help your siblings, show concern for your relatives and neighbors, show compassion to plants and insects, and protect the landscape and the environment. These are human things, and anything that is contrary to them is inhuman. How does one speak human words? Consider if others were in your place and speak respectfully. Do not spread unsubstantiated rumors. Help others to resolve their differences and bring them peace. Advise others to do good things and not to go astray. Motivate people to make progress and fight for their futures. How does one take the human way? Be committed to your own duties. Manage your household with diligence and thrift. Be studious and make progress. Cast off your destructive habits. Take only what is right for you. Study that which is worthy of being studied. Take only the way of Tao, and do nothing against righteousness. How does one practice human business? Engage in farming, forestry, industry, commerce, or politics. They are human businesses. Human business is the foundation of social stability, and it underlies the success or failure of the family and the state. People who actively participate in these endeavors and pursuits are doing human business. If it is not a human business, even if it can bring you much quick wealth, do not do it. How does one avoid doing ghostly things? By not being sneaky and afraid of being found out by victims or the legal system, doing things that are offensive to heaven and reason, cheating a superior or deceiving a subordinate, dishonoring one's parents, bullying the young and the weak, wrongly accusing and murdering the good and virtuous, insulting the sovereign, duping the ignorant, speaking ill of one's peers, bearing false witness, rebelling against the clan leader, taking credit for the work of subordinates by bullying them, seeking favor by flattering, disrespecting one's countrymen, disrupting state affairs, rewarding unjust acts, harming and implicating the innocent, slandering the saints and sages, undermining morality, filling the cave and covering the nest, harming conception and breaking eggs, stealing others' achievements, discrediting their good conduct, disclosing their indecent secrets, injuring their appearance, separating children from their parents, wasting other people's money and resources, engaging in illegal conduct, forcing young girls to prostitute themselves, damaging marriages, taking away people's beloved, harboring murderous hearts, blaming others, desecrating ancestral graves, destroying homes, deluding with heretical doctrines, bewitching minds, talking about ghosts and monsters, or by poisoning the spirituality. These are some of nearly 100 items enumerated in Life Genuine, Life and Life. How does one not speak the God's words? They are the words of gods in heaven and are unknown to those who have not attained Tao. And even those who have attained Tao must be very knowledgeable about the truths of the universe. It is not something that ordinary people can understand. If you do not know how to be human but speak the God's words, then you are either talking nonsense or you have lost your mind. Mind. How does one not take the devil's way?